Good morning and welcome here to Royal Ascot Cricket Club. We're back here for the second time this summer, but this time it's the England Lions versus the USA. All the links are on YouTube and we start at midday, and we're here with the racecourse grandstand in the background. It's a lovely setting, so do come and join us.
जाने तो क्यों रोक रहे हो यार? ये लगने वाली है। ये पाँव आपके दूर से बीच में से निकल जाने। चलो बैठो। हो गया बस 2-3 ड्राइवर देखने। You guys are bowling. You're bowling. You're bowling. Oh, you Kuldeep here. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, you join us out in the middle here. We've just had the toss and Ravi called Hales and won the toss. What have you chose to do, Ravi?
We opted to bowl first. Looks a green wicket. We just want to get our seamers into the picture and see how it goes. Yesterday we didn't have a great day with the ball. Just want to see how we'll turn up today with the ball, and I opted to bowl just to give the new ball bowler something to do with the green wicket.
And Jason, you happy with that? Would you have done anything different?
No, we'd have had a bat. I think we'd have had a bat in these circumstances. So all happy. We're all happy.
You heard it there from Jason. Both captains are happy. We kick off at 12 o'clock. You joined me out here in the middle with Aaron Oram, who's the head groundsman here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. The pitch looks a bit green, Aaron. What can we expect today from it?
Yeah, I think it'll do a bit early doors, but then it should flatten out and it should be a decent deck to get some runs on, I would have thought.
Has it been planed on already this summer?
No, it's a fresh deck, but it's every groundsman in the country struggled this year, so fingers crossed it plays okay.
And what sort of pass score you calling?
I'd say anything over 230 would be a decent score on here, quite quick outfield, so yeah, fingers crossed.
There you go, you heard it here first from Aaron. 230 is the pass score today. That's just for our broadcast, yeah.
Camera reacher?
Yeah, he's on it.
Okay, good.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Royal Ascot Cricket Club here in the centre of Ascot Racecourse. We're very privileged to have this as our home ground, and we're delighted to be able to welcome two august international teams to come and play here, and looking forward to a good game this afternoon. I hope you'll all be able to get some good pictures where you can see the grandstand in the background, take home with you. But after that, let's have a good game. So, national anthems, and first, national anthem of USA. And now, with no further technical glitches, national anthem for the England team.
You said no further technical glitches. Apologies.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and we'll now hand over to the umpires, Simon and David.
So welcome here live now to Royal Ascot Cricket Club. I hope you enjoyed the VTs we provided for you. Chatted to groundsman Aaron, had a look at the pitch and saw the toss, and earlier on we got a chance to chat to both captains. You join me out here with Jason Corn, who's the England Lions captain today. Great result yesterday. What did the boys think of the result in the game?
Yeah, we were very pleased how it went. Batted really strongly all the way through, and then we bowled really tightly and got quite a few wickets towards the death. So very one-sided, and hopefully we will have a more competitive game today.
Have you asked the lads to work on anything today and improve on?
Well, apart from me who played yesterday, it's a totally different side, right. And so we'll be approaching it much the same as the England side because we're one big squad.
Have you had a chance to look at the wicket?
I've looked at the wicket, yes, and it'd be wrong for me to disclose what my choice would be, and so we'll see what happens with the coin.
There you are, Jason Court keeping his lips tightly sealed before the toss. I'm here with Ravi Suri, the USA captain there. So yesterday, obviously disappointed with the result. What did you boys reflect on last night?
It was a tough outing. Obviously, we were playing a very, very tough unit in England, and we expected nothing less from the English team, but we sort of let ourselves down at all departments of the game. We were not up to the mark when it came to bowling, obviously fielding, and then batting. I thought we were, going well to play the 45 overs. That would have been the first sort of a victory within a loss, but disappointed that we couldn't last the 45 overs. We were looking okay at the 30-over stage, having lost just 3 wickets, but then the rest of the wickets fell in a heap. But we have learned from hopefully learned from yesterday's game, and we should turn out better today.
Yeah, we're here at Royal Ascot. What you want the boys to do today? What do you want them to improve on, and what are you hoping to get out of the day?
We definitely want to, come out with a lot more intensity, with a lot more aptitude and better temperament. I also feel that with the tour, as it progresses, we should get better because after a quick tour, some of the players just landed about a day before. In fact, one of the players landed on the day of the game. So it would be tough on, when you're traveling and coming and playing the same day. So I hope that by today people have settled down, and we have talked about it, and I'm confident we'll put up a better show today.
So there you go, Ravi Suri, the USA captain, looking for a bit more intensity today and a better result. See the India team in their huddle, getting ready for the game, waiting for the England batsmen to come out. As we do that, we'll just have a look at the teams for today. England Lions, Jason Cornt, Andrew Davis, wicketkeeper, Razi Ahmed, Sanjay Berry, Chris Bomer, Mark Eames, Paul Garlick, Phil Hilson, Nigel Moore, Paul Radich, yourself, and Steve Small. And I believe Paul Garlick is the 12th man. Ravi Suri is captain, I believe. I don't think he's wicketkeeper, but that's what it's got on there. Chandrakan Barlinga, CK as he likes to be known, Pardeep Gill, Rajesh Yadat, Sankar Jaram, Peter Jones, Abhay Mashawari, Saeed Abi Naki, Ashok Patel, Bhavani Padadan, Chetan Shah, Rizwan Sheikh, Prem Suri, and Chandu Tiramuruti. So that's the teams for today. As you see on your screens, the players are out there. Both England batsmen are in the middle, and as you heard from the footage you had, the USA of America won the toss and chose to field. So we are here for the second time this summer. First time a few weeks ago for the Grey Ashes against Australia. We're on a different wicket. Aaron, the groundsman, informs me that hasn't been used yet this summer. Very green on top. He's informed me for first 10 overs it's going to do a bit, and then we'll settle down. Sounds a bit like Fairburn, so let's hope it's a bit more higher scoring than that for the England boys. I'm sure it will be. They looked in great touch yesterday. Ed Gordon Lennox, the England captain's here cheering the boys on, which is great to see. Just gave him a handshake and congratulated him on his 111 yesterday, which was a absolutely superb knock. And Mike, the chairman's given me the name of the ends, which is an improvement on our normal guesses. So we've got the grandstand end and the reservoir end, I'm informed. The way we're looking on your cameras now, behind that side screen in the nets, is a reservoir. I think you can just see the fountain through the trees if you look very closely. Now we're fully confident in our Starlink today. The stream is going to stay up all day and very strong, so do get on the live chat on the England Over 60s cricket channel. Let us know where you are, where you're listening from, and keep us entertained with your comments. So batsman just taking his guard. I was told it's Mark Eames on my sheet, but didn't quite look like him, although he did pass by me fairly quickly. Naki's going to start the bowling for USA. And he had a tidy little spell yesterday. He came off early after going for a few, but then with a over 300 score for England yesterday, I think all the USA bowlers went for a few, so he's going to get us off bowling. We found the outfield slightly uneven when we were here earlier in the summer. Kind of uneven bounces. One of them nearly clocked one of the players in the face, if I remember rightly. So let's hope we have none of that going on. We've got two gazebos to the side, one with the Star-Spangled Banner flying and one with the St George's Cross. There's a handful of spectators here to start the day. To get us underway, we're just past 11 o'clock and a bit of sight screen movement is the only thing holding us up at the moment before we play starts. Today we've got Simon Giles umpiring and David Halley. Tony Fitzgerald and Gordon Lupton are the scorers. They're ensconced away there in their little scorer's hut. And if you're a real fan of the scorecard, NV Play is where you can find it. One of our main sponsors over the summer for England. So Peter Jones, wicketkeeper, takes his stance and the ball comes in and nudged away on leg side for an early single for England. And I was out there with a chat between the umpires and the skippers before the game, and they were discussing the leg side wides, which were a bit of leeway yesterday, I think they felt. So they're going to be very strict on anything down leg side is going to be a wide, which we do see in the one-day England games. So it'll be kind of more what we're used to. I think they were saying it gives no room for error. So it was Mark Eames actually facing second. Radic, I think. Paul Radic faced the first ball. I thought he was a bit tall for Mark Eames. Oh, a little bit of turn from Naki here early doors, just catching Mark Eames off guard. And that green top of the wicket's going to suit a couple of the United States spinners, I feel. Nice solid start by the USA, 4 dot balls. We've got 2 slips behind the stumps. As we look at it here, we've got someone down here at kind of short, fine leg. Someone out there at point. Deep point. We've got someone behind the bowler there at long on. That's punched through the covers, but stopped extra cover by the fielder. That's a lovely start for the USA, a maiden. And then in that over we had a square leg and a deep mid-wicket, I guess you'd call it. So first over passes by, no runs. So the USA will be more than happy with that. After yesterday's run fest, probably the start they were looking for. And we'll just have a look here, see if this is improved on yesterday. See if anyone's in the chat yet and saying hello. We've got 20 people watching, so do give us a shout out. We'll try and give you a mention. Unfortunately, a few chaps, you've got me on my own today, so I'll try not to bore you too much. We're going to have a few guests coming over. I know Peter Jones, the United States wicketkeeper, is very keen to join us this afternoon and try his hand at commentary. So that'll be fun and entertaining and great insights. I always find when the wicketkeepers are talking to us, it's full of knowledge, as they're involved in every ball, basically, stood behind the stumps. And I'm sure we'll have a couple of the England guys joining us. Hopefully we'll get Ed Gordon-Lennox over if he is here cheering the boys on. So Naki made an over to start with. As we get the second over underway here from the grandstand end. A little half thought of a shout there, I think, from the USA. But it just clipped back on its way to striking the pad of Paul Radic. And Radic just watches that one pass his off stump. Maheshwari is the bowler here at this grandstand end. Abhay. That's driven through covers there, and oh, well fielded. That just bowled really awkwardly in front of CT there, just as the ball got to him. I think that was Trandakant Burlingame out there, stopping that one going for a boundary, but England get off the mark. First run on the board for Paul Radic. As they swap ends, we've got the right hand, left hand combination here, so a bit of a change round in the field. We've got young Ashok right in front of a commentary position again, a bit like yesterday, where he did a lot of running around the boundary. Definitely a boundary rider, as Harrison was informing us, stopping a lot of fours between point and deep mid-wicket. Oh, second ball just strays down leg side, but well fielded by USA. Just pushed that into the leg side, but the fielder was on top of it. And Abday throws one down there, has a little bit of an appeal, but no one was very interested, to be fair, and that's the end of the second over. England 1 for no loss, and it's only Radic that's got himself on the scorecard so far. Yeah, and Jason Corn obviously played yesterday for the England team in the first ODI with a very commanding win. He was just saying, you know, he's obviously, I think he's the only player playing today that played yesterday, but he was looking for more of the same. Strong batting and bowling performance and keeping it tight in the field. He was convinced that the USA will get stronger as this tour goes on. Obviously getting off the plane just a few days ago. They're still finding their feet. It's a nice warm day here, quite muggy. Bit of a cloud overhead. Breeze is keeping it down, the temperature. You see the bushes in the background just swaying around a little bit in the tree there with the grandstand on your picture, just swaying in a slight little breeze. As Naki comes in again, first ball of the third, and that turned off the surface. Keeping Paul Radic on his toes here in the third over. On his cut, that was a little bit wide, that delivery, so Radic just so Naki top of the mark again, just coming in. Radic facing this time, and he's hit that one just down into the ground a bit too much. Well fielded again by USA. Straight back into the bowler, no run taken. Nucky comes down again and just a forward prod with a big lunge by Paul Radic. So 2 over the off the over so far, 1 wide and 1 run. And again, there's a little bit of width offered, which Paul Radic cut away. The fielder there in the cover position just fielded it quickly and got it back in. And again, another bit more width, straight back at the bowl. He got a hand to it, but it just snuck past him to allow Radic to run 1. Straight back to the sight screens, that shot. Full face of the bat at the bowl, and I think we've got... Oh no, that's end of the over. I thought there was one more with that wide. So that's 3 off the over. England 5 for 0. Radic on 3 and 2 extras as we end the 3rd over. That's well played again by Radic, just flicking onto the leg side, taking the single. Abhay Maheshwati coming in from the pavilion end. Just gave him enough room on the leg side there for Radic to get another run on the board. Gets Mark Eames to face as he just glances that down into the 3rd man area. Just pushed out there for that another single to be run by England. Radic just knocked it out to deep point. Bear with me if the scoreboard seems to be just taking a little bit of time to catch up. As Abhay comes in again from the grandstand end, they've just moved a fielder to a more standard point right in front of deep extra point. Again, very over pitch ball there, but just pushed away into the covers by Radic, and he's run another single there, so keeping the scoreboard ticking over here. 10 for 0. Eames on 3, Radic on 5. Abhay comes in, that's a little leg side, but he's flicked it off his pads. That could be our first boundary of the day. He's got it past the fielder down there at fine leg. And I do believe we've got our first 4 of the day for Mark Eames. That was well played off his legs there. Abhay maybe just struggling to get his line here with the right hand, left hand combination, which is pretty much why most teams go for that sort of start to their top order nowadays. Just ever so slightly on towards the leg stump for Mark Eames, and he flicked it to fine leg past the fielder and gets our first boundary of the day. So 9 off this over, and then a better ball there by Abhay, just prodded back in a defensive shot by Mark Eames. End of the 4th over, 14 for no loss. That's Trevor, first one to pop into the chat, I believe, saying good luck for today on the comms. Thank you, Trevor. I know a lot of our gang on the comms team enjoyed the Silver Stumps podcast. They've caught up with it, especially Nuala, over the summer as we follow the cricket on the seniors cricket around the country. And it's going to be Inaki coming in from the reservoir end still. Radic facing, he's driven it leg side of the bowler just to mid-on, but it was, again, a little misfield there. I was just about to say well fielded and got back, and then he just fumbled the ball and they ran through for a quick single. And that was maybe one of the downsides of the USA team yesterday, was the amount of misfields they were. So they'll be looking to get on top of that. And as Ravi Suri said in the pre-match chat, that you want to be more intense and up the intensity. And I think that was basically aimed at the amount of misfields they had yesterday. And we had a rough count up, me, Pete and Harrison. I think 60, 70 runs went on top from misfield. So they're going to need to get on top of that and be a bit sharper in the field today. So Naki comes in again. Reservoir end just puts one down leg side, and that's going to be a wide. Oh yeah, just got it past the fielder there. Mark Eames, again, just straight onto leg stump, and he's pulled it down through mid-wicket. Fielder's again used his feet to field. I think they've managed to run 3 there, the England boys, because Radic is now on strike. So England move on to 19 for naught. Had 3 balls of this Naki over from the reservoir end as he comes in again. Radic on strike, puts on that. He's edged it. Oh, it went up over it as well fielded. Kind of backward point. Was fielded that, and it was just over the head of second slip. A little bit of a top edge from Radic, and they've again run through. So some sharp running here, really on the ball. The England boys at the start of this game of rotating the strike and keeping that scoreboard ticking over. And Eames has driven that into the leg side again, but that's better fielding there from USA. Picked up cleanly and thrown straight back into Naki, who's bowling. As Jason Cornton, the England Lions manager, walked past my desk, having a little stroll around the wicket. I think he's going to come and have a little chat with us, Paul, after his stroll round. Again, better fielding there from India. Strained down leg, but not a wide. Clipped off his hips. So Eames on strike for the last ball of this over, and he's taken a big step down the wicket. Big appeal from the bowler, but the umpire wasn't interested at all, and Mark Eames runs through for another single off the last ball of the over. So end of the 5th over, it's 21 without loss. England batting. USA won the toss and chose to field. Put England in. I think Ravi wanted some time out in the field for the boys, get some practice in, sharpen up their bowling and fielding after yesterday's display. Ready for the summer of cricket ahead of them. They're obviously at Chip in Camden on Sunday for the second ODI against England. So up near our neck of the woods, if you're anywhere nearby, get yourself down there. I won't be there, but Owen's back from holiday and the rest of the team will be attending. As the umpire just holds up play as the field's adjusted. That's going to be Mark Eames to face from a bowler coming in from the grandstand, and he's tried to cut one there, he's got it away. Again, sharper fielding, just down to short third man. Picked up cleanly, but they managed to run through and pick up another single, the Lions. So oh, that was unlucky. I think that was a bounce ball. Actually, Abde came in, just a big drive through covers there. Bump ball, I think, by Radic, and it popped up and well fielded by the man stood at cover there. Abde charges in again, a little forward defensive this time from Radic, straight back to the bowler. One off the over so far as Abde comes in again. Again, Radic just takes a big stride down and offers a forward defensive. Once. Oh, that's a good shot. Yeah, very good drive. That's going to make the boundary. Ashok's got round. No, it's gone. Ashok had a real good sprint on there to try and cut that off for USA, but Paul Radic hit a really nice drive to get himself his first boundary of the innings. Off that last ball of the over. As we said yesterday, that was the case. They'd have quite a lot of tight overs and then maybe lose a couple of boundaries, the USA team, on the last two balls of the over, and that was the case there again. So end of the 6, it's 26 without loss. Markham's on 12, Paul Radic on 11, and it's going to be Naki coming into bowl for the USA from the reservoir end. You see Steve Self there chatting away to a few of the England boys, enjoying the action, waiting for their turn to come in and bat for England. Again, Naki just readjusting his field there. He's put the second slip's kind of gone to gully position now. You've got to try and get this bit wider out off stump to stop those wides. That is wide, and Mark Eames has pushed that into covers. The fielder's a little bit slow getting to it, and they run through for an easy single. He comes in again, second ball of the innings. He's just worked that around onto the leg side there for Paul Radic. He's going to go for 2, and it's fumbled again in the field, managing to get an easy 2. Radic was looking for the third, but Mark Eames sent him back. But again, a slight little misfield again in the field for USA. It isn't the easiest outfield, to be fair. Like we said in the England-Australia game here, there's a lot of harsh bobbles and bounces in the outfield for the fielders to deal with. That's over pitch there, and Radic has driven that straight through covers. I think the sweeping field is going to pick it up. And it's returned sharpish, but Radic has managed to run one run there off the third ball of the over. Now that gully field has been moved here by the Naki, the bowler, who's coming over the stumps to the left-hander, Mark Eames. He's been put in cover there for Mark, the left-hander, as he brings this one down. That's just straight on leg side, so he flicks it off his pads. And the fielder at forward square leg's got to come in and get it in sharpish just for one run. So again, like yesterday, they're ticking over nicely here, England. 4.65 run rate already, just picking up the singles, rotating strike, keeping that scoreboard ticking over, which I know Jason wanted to see happen again today after yesterday's game. And that's short and punch through covers and well fielded there for the USA. Naki, last ball of the overs, over pitched and smashed towards point by Radic, well fielded and got back in nice and quick to Peter Jones, the wicketkeeper, to stop England getting another run. So that's the end of the 7th over. It's 31 without loss. Mark Eames on 14, Paul Radic on 14. So it looks here like we're going to have our first change of bowler. Just wait for the scorers to inform me who that's going to be. A little signal from the umpire to let the scorers know. And it's Hidat. He's going to come in from... Oh, he's dropped it. Dropped in slips there. That first ball has just turned off the surface there and gone straight through to that first slip. He's kind of stood at 1.5 slip position, edged by Eames and put down. First delivery of Rajesh's spell. And that's completely overpitched on the full toss to Mark Eames, who's just pushed that through square leg position. Again, a couple of throws have enabled England to run 3 off that delivery. Along with the misfielders, I don't think they've got the strongest arms in over 60s cricket, the USA side. And I think the England boys have caught on to this and taken the odd extra run when they know the ball isn't going to come in immediately. Again, strain down leg there for Hidat. He's just flicked it off his pads to deep mid-wicket. Enabled the boys to run another single. That was well fielded there by the US. It's one of the quieter games we've had here today, just a handful of spectators with a few of the wives from the USA team watching on under the gazebo over there. Hidat comes in, just pulls that one down a little bit. Umpire just tilted his head to the side, but I think he's let it go. Simon Giles at this grandstand end. For a second thought about giving a wide, I think, though he's pulled down into the leg, and that's a better ball from mid. That just passing the off stump of Mark Eames, who let it go by. So Rajesh comes in again here for his final delivery of the over. Just prodded back by Mark Eames for a dot ball. That's ended the 8th over, 35 for naught. Yeah, as I was saying, a quieter game today so far. I'm sure more people will join as it gets later in the day. It is a Lions game, which have been a little bit quieter than the England ODI games. Obviously, the whole England team are out supporting the boys and watching. A couple of locals taking in the action. It's absolutely beautiful setting. So if you're at home with a spare afternoon, get yourself down here. Naki's going to stay on at the reservoir end, and again, just shuffling his field about. Getting third man to come up a bit closer. Very much short third man position now. As Naki comes in from the reservoir end, sends one down to Paul Radish. Took a big step off the back foot and crashed it straight through covers, past deep cover and under the covers for 4 runs. Very confident shot there from Paul Radich, as you see the USA team scrabbling around looking for the ball underneath the covers out there. We lost a few cricket balls yesterday. I don't think we lost any. It took a while retrieving them, I should say, when all the trees and forests around the ground yesterday. It took a while to get a few of them back, and it looks like we've got the same problem here today. They've completely lost that one as it's gone under the covers. I don't know whether it's gone all the way through into the longer grass. And there we go, finally the ball's come back, as you see Mark Eames chatting away to umpire. Umpire down at the reservoir end, David Halley. Naki's got the ball back now, so just 4 off the first ball. Again, shuffling his field again. USA manager shouting a few instructions from the sidelines there. They've got to try and bowl to the field they're setting. There's a few gaps being found here by the Lions batsman. As Naki comes in again from the reservoir end. Very straight that, and just big stride and a forward defensive by Paul Radich to send it straight back to Abdi Naki, who opened the bowling here today for the USA. And again, Radich just tried to cut that and chop it down, but a little bit too much into the ground. Didn't get far enough away for them to take a single or get any runs. So another dot ball. Better by the USA. And again, a better line and length there by Naki. Just thought about it peeling, but Radich got some bat to it. As Naki comes in again from the reservoir end. Radich facing again, back foot cut shot. Oh, well stopped there. Did it with his feet, but short third man got to it. Prevented a them coming back for the second run. Just a single there for Radic. And by my calculations, there's one more to come here from Manaki at the reservoir end. Mark Eames just takes his time, taking his guard. A little bit over pitch and driven through covers by Mark Eames, but well fielded. And covers there by USA, which brings the end of the over. That's 9 overs down, 40 for naught. Mark Eames on 17, Paul Radic on 20. And there you see Ed Gordon-Lennox. Today's captain Jason Cornt. And the Lions manager sat there on the bench discussing things, no doubt. Yesterday's game, today's game. The rest of the summer ahead of them. Again, Ed Gordon-Lennox had a cracking knock yesterday. 111. And that's a lovely shot there from... Oh, did that go? Was that stopped? Well stopped there by the USA fielder. I thought that was a guaranteed 4. Again, Radic rocked back onto his back foot and cut it out to deep point. I thought the field was struggling to get there, but got a foot in the way. Just restricting Radic to 2 runs. Swidat comes in, nice line and length on that delivery. Just pushed back to him by Radic. He's moved on to 22 with those 2 runs. Rajesh Idat starts top of his mark, charges in. Ball Radic on stride, a little bit wide, just took a bit of dirt with that one, didn't quite get it timed and away. As you see there, just having a little practice stroke with his glove. Idat comes in again from the grandstand, and that's a lovely punch, little shot through the covers there. First 2 fielders miss it, the third one's going to get there. I think Eames is pushing for 2, but Radic had a bit of a stroll on that occasion. And they've rotated the strike to put Mark Eames on strike. So that comes in again from the grandstand end. Down the leg side, just flicked off the hip by Mark Eames, going to run the single. Interesting what umpire Simon Giles signals here. No wide, he's just let that go. Just on the hip of Eames, so probably the right decision. So 4 off the over so far. Idat last ball of this over. And it's Paul Radic's face, and that's a lot of width offered there. And again, Radic has driven it through covers. It's well fielded out here on the boundary again by CT. He's got it thrown in very nicely as well. Just restricting Radic to the 2 runs, which brings us to the end of the 10th over. England 46 for naught. Mark Eames on 18 off 27. Paul Radic on 25 off 33. So Naki's going to remain at the reservoir end to bowl his 6 over. Again, another little reshuffle. I think they're still trying to find the right equation here to trouble these England batsmen as Mark Eames faces. Comes in from the reservoir end. Again, that was a bit wide and he's driven it through covers. It's popped up that again. Nasty little bounce into the fielder's chest there that the fielder dealt with really well for the USA. But Mark Eames pushes through for a single. Naki's coming over the wicket now as he bowls to the right-hander. Just as pushes someone around a little more square at point. As Paul Radic awaits the delivery. Comes in a little bit short. He's gone for that. That was very short, that. And Radic has sent that for 6 runs. First 6 of the day today. He took one little stride down the crease there and sent it straight over the head of mid-off. Sorry, mid-on, and we've got our first 6 of the day. And with that 6 from Radic, it brings up the 50 runs for England. In 10.2 overs, 41 minutes, a run rate of 5.13. Moves Radic on to 31 off 34 balls. And as we search for the cricket ball again in the depths of the foliage there, England have moved on to 53 without loss. And we've grabbed Paul Gelder on his way past there, as I'm all on my own today, Paul, so needing all the support we can get. How's things with you?
I'm good, thank you.
Happy with that start? They're ticking along nicely. First 6 of the day by Radic.
Yeah, it was a lovely 6. Yeah, foot down and hit it well over the top.
That one a little bit over pitch, but Radic just drives it out into the leg side, and they go through for a single. You looking forward to this USA series?
Definitely, yes. It's good. It's good to get the lines out again and playing some more competitive cricket. Yeah.
And again, Naki just readjusts his field once more. He hasn't got the right formula yet. He's put someone there. Mark Eames, the left-hander's come on, so fielders ran across into covers as he charges in from the reservoir end. And it's a big appeal again from Naki. Yeah. I don't think David Halley was very impressed there, turning the palms of his hand up, going, it's nowhere near. So I think Naki going a bit excited there, overexcited. As we got the 5th ball of this over, Naki comes in again from reservoir end. He's bowled 6 overs in a row here, so
ooh, that could be close. No.
Yeah, that was close if you missed it, but no signal from the umpire. Pitching outside, I think. And where's the next Lions game? Have you got the fixtures in your head?
Yes, probably not got the dates, but yeah.
We had them yesterday. I don't know if we got them again, but
yeah. So we got East Newcastle in Herefordshire, and then we're going down to Poole at Hamworthy. So the 11th and the 14th.
And have you visited either of those grounds before?
Never.
Okay.
Never. No, and this is only the second time I've been here.
Hey, were you here for the Australian game a couple of weeks ago? You weren't here for that one, no? Just running repairs on Paul's microphone to stop that horrible noise coming out.
Yeah, I was here for the final Ashes game. Yes,
The exciting tie.
It was
very dramatic, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I understand the stream cut out. I think in the 5th ball of the last over.
Of all the places to do it, wasn't it? All summer, and it actually went down worldwide, so absolutely nothing we could do about it. But of all the times we didn't want it to happen, it was that exciting climax. But
yeah, it was a nail-biting finish, wasn't it?
yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
We've plastered it together, so if you get online to watch it, it's all in one piece
good.
now.
Good.
As we've just ended the 11th over, 55 without loss. Paul Radish on 32, Mark Eames on 19, and it's going to be a dat here from the grandstand end. What's your chat to the boys as manager when you go into a series like this? What's the remit? What's the instructions for them?
Well, same as it always is. Just get play aggressively. Field aggressively, and just enjoy the game. Try not to put pressure on these guys, and just go out. I think it's more about enjoying the game.
Yeah, it's always a good way to go about any sport you play, really. Just to keep the enjoyment going as Idak comes in from the... Oh, that was a little tricky one. Just blocked Paul Radish up, kind of cutting into his legs as he went to drive it. Had to just nudge it onto the leg side in the end. Give deliveries like that will give the USA bowlers and fielders a little bit of hope. Just the ball moving around a little bit like that. Just a bit of movement as Mark Eames again moves the field round, left back, right back combination. That charges in him from the grandstand end. It's just a lovely drive forward from Mark Eames. Radish said no to begin with, but Mark had spotted that the fielder wasn't getting to that as he drove it out to kind of deep cover, and he got away with it. Yeah, a good mantra in any sport. Just enjoy it, hey?
Yes, yeah. That's all we can do is go out there and enjoy the game, and just play the best you can. Obviously, people are nervous. We've got two new guys today, one from Northampton, one from Essex, and I spoke to Phil this morning. I said, how are you feeling? And he said, nervous. And I said, look, there's nothing to be nervous about. Just we know what you can do. Is just go out there and do it.
Yeah, there's a lovely bit of fielding there from the USA as you were talking. A solid drive from Radish, stopped very quickly in the covers there, and it's worked really well this summer, hasn't it? This Lions and England side, I think competition is so fierce. I was just chatting to Jason in there before this game and saying how, they ran Australia close.
Yes. Yeah.
First ODIs, maybe they got away from a little bit in the third, but they gave them a cracking contest every game.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was very competitive against the Australians, and they're a good team. There's when you've got Mr. Smith in there, he's a class player, and yeah, they're a really good team. It's Australia.
As it comes in again, that one just seemed to move back a little bit, and
yeah, it seems to be getting a bit of movement there.
Yeah, it's just cutting back in towards Radish's pads. He had to just last minute change there as it rifled into him. This is a lovely setting here, though, isn't it, with the racecourse in the background, and young Mike over there, the chairman of the club, always looks after as well.
Yeah, he does. Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah, they do look after us here.
So you see young Ed Gordon-Lennox enjoying a rest after his fantastic knock yesterday of 111.
Yes, down there leaning against the old...
Yeah.
Is he going to give us away? No. Leaning against the covers there.
Yeah, he had a superb innings yesterday, 111. He's just well deserved. I said he looked like getting off the mark a couple of times this summer, then kind of got out to playing one of his big shots, but he stuck with it yesterday and had a great knock, brought the game home for England, really.
Yeah, it's good as well. It's good that he had a good knock, and it's given him some confidence as well.
How's young Mr. Bradley getting on? Have we had much contact with him? Is he recuperating well?
Yeah, Paul's doing well. Had a quick chat with him this morning. He's recuperating well. Yeah, he's good. You generally know he's getting well when I start getting more emails and phone calls from him. Yeah, he's doing really well. And everybody's pleased. Everybody's been rooting for him, and yeah, he's doing really well. Yeah.
He starts harassing you more,
He will.
He's getting better.
He's getting better. Yeah. And things I'm not doing right, and things I am. Yeah. He's really good. I had a good chat with him this morning, and he said he'd be listening today.
Excellent. I think we've got Rizwan Sheikh coming on here for the second bowling change of the USA innings. So he's replaced Naki at the reservoir end. So we'll have a little change here. Again, a lot of changes in the field so far for
yeah,
USA.
there seems to be a left-right combination. I think it's just throwing them off a little bit, isn't it? It's
They don't quite seem to have got their formula sorted out yet.
These guys are new out the against the Lions. These are new bats. They're looking at where they're playing the shots and he's tried to whip that away through the onside, didn't he?
Yeah, a bit of a swing and a miss from Radic there.
Yeah, so it's obviously looking at where Paul's hitting it and where Mark's hitting it, and then adjusting the field. But I think the left-right is just throwing them out a little bit.
Yeah, you get a lot of teams going for that nowadays, don't you? I know on the international stage they all try and do the left-right combination.
Yeah. And it also puts the bowler off his line as well. There, as you can see, it's always good left-right combination, just to put the bowler off his line and length.
Yeah, straight away the change of batsman there made the young Sheikh throw a wide down there. Rizwan bowled fairly well yesterday, probably the pick of the bowlers for me on his line and length. They're still getting their feet on the ground, having flown in not a lot of days ago.
Yep. I guess a few of them will be a bit jet lagged and tired, and probably had a good sleep last night, and they seem to warm up. I was watching them warming up. They seem to be warming up. They're fielding pretty well at the moment as well. There's some good fielding. Some of them throwing quite well. So they seem a good unit.
Yeah, the fielding wasn't the best yesterday, it has to be said, and they've certainly improved on it so far today. And not the easiest outfield. We saw that again in the Grey Ashes game. A lot of kind of variable bounces out there in the outfield.
Yeah. I think when I was here for the Australia game, I think because the ground was a little bit damp, it didn't seem to be as bobbly. But obviously, with it being a lot drier today, it's the ball does bobble about a bit, and you just got to be very careful when you're fielding out there.
And again, he just rocks onto that back shoot. Seems to love that shot. Radic just pumped it through covers and gets himself a single. When did I hear you say earlier you were playing in the County Championship quarterfinals yesterday? Was it for Essex?
Yes, I played for Essex yesterday against Wales in the quarterfinals. Yeah, we were looking to get 400, but we only ended up with 378 or 45.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, and they ended up getting 250 for 8 in the end. But yeah, they was never going to get that total.
And were you at home for that game?
We was at home, yeah.
Is it still home and away? It's not neutral ground yet?
No, home and away. Neutral ground will be the final. We've got Middlesex. We found out late last night that Middlesex. We've got Middlesex in the semi-finals.
That's a bit of a local derby, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, I mean, I'm tempting fate that we've already beaten them twice this season, but you never know. You never know.
And do you have home advantage for that?
We'll have home advantage for that, yes.
Do you know where that game's going to be?
Not at the moment, no. No, it's we're hoping it was going to be Upminster, but they've just had a new pavilion built at Upminster, and it's not quite ready yet. So we'll be looking for another ground somewhere local. We could even take them to Frinton. It's a little bit away, but yeah, no, it'll be somewhere local.
Well, again, that just little darted back there on Radic. He managed to get it. I think it's going to be leg byes. Yeah, leg byes signalled by umpire Simon Giles. So the boys are fairly confident. Haven't beaten them twice this year. Do you know how the rest of the competition's going? Did everyone play their quarterfinals yesterday?
Yes, everybody played. So Surrey got beat by Cornwall. So so it'll be sort of a mixture. Yeah.
Oh, that's pleasing for the boys. We had a couple of the Cornwall lads come up for the chairman's 11, didn't we?
Yes.
Up to Oakmoor, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So so it'll be interesting, Sammy, and because I mean at the moment we won the county championship last year and the year before, so we're looking for the treble this year.
You listen to these northern lads from Lancashire and Yorkshire, and you think no one else ever won it. Oh, he's got one darting through there.
I know, yeah. But you know, they tend to forget that Essex did 2 back-to-back county championships, and you know, but yeah, Yorkshire are good, Lancashire, and another emerging side, they're really good as well. So,
Mind you, don't sound like you've got a traditional Essex accent. There's a bit of up north in there, isn't
there's
there?
a bit of a Yorkshire twang there now and again, yeah.
Oh, lovely
Yeah,
shot there
that's
from
a
Paul
great
Riley. Just
shot
leant
there.
back and opened his bat and guided it down there to what's third man area and
Deep third man,
another
yeah.
deep
Mark
third man,
Eames,
4
wasn't it?
runs. Yeah,
Yeah.
was it Eames? Was it? Oh,
Eames,
fair
Mark
play, yeah.
Eames, yeah. His
Eames.
favourite cut shot.
Is that one of his favourites? Is it?
Yeah, he likes doing that, yeah.
So do you know the date for the final of this? Is it all set in stone?
No,
or does it
it's
just
not set in
depend on when people
stone.
play?
No, so we've got the 20th will be the semi-final. It's probably be early September, first second week in September. Generally, it's Ashton Rowan, but you know we'll see what happens.
And are the Yorkshire boys still in it, and the Lancashire boys?
Yeah,
Are they still going
Yorkshire.
strong?
Well, Yorkshire play Essex in the first 11 county championship in a few weeks. So yeah, it's no, just going down the leg side. I think that
going
was.
down leg. That's going to be leg buys as well, isn't it? Signalled by the umpire, and that ball comes
Yes,
into the
yeah,
wicket. But yeah, leg buys again.
Yeah, so we've got the 60s. The 60s play Yorkshire. Essex 60s play Yorkshire 60s. And I think Phil did say that they'd got, was it Bedfordshire, or I think maybe Beds or Northants. So yeah, we've got the 60s. 60s are through to the knockouts. The 50s are through. All 3 teams of the 50s. The 50s first 11, second 11, and third 11 from Essex are all through to the.
Very strong seniors cricket in the
Essex, yeah.
Essex area at the moment, yeah. So Vedat's just coming in here. He's had a couple of leg buys. Should be the last, yeah, very full that one, and well dealt with by Radic. Just a little last minute adjustment again. He's definitely getting a bit happening in that from this grandstand end. Give them some encouragement with that green top on that wicket, and that gets us to the end of the 14th over. England 69 without loss still. Mark Eames 26, Radic 35. So what's your plans for the rest of the summer? Just see this Lions series through and get yourself to the final?
Yes, that'll be it, yes. Lions series. We've still got a few games to go. We've got the Tri-Nations to look forward to. You know, I mean, Jason's just been having a little chat about that, what we're going to be doing, what the plans are. Obviously, I can't say too much because, you know, the opposition will be listening, you know, especially Ed, you know.
Top secret stuff, yeah.
But yeah, we're looking forward to the Tri-Nations. We've got the UK Indians as well up at Martin, end of the month. So yeah, we're looking forward to that. And then the Tri-Nations, which it will be good. I think 17th, 18th, 19th of September. Are you going to that? Are you
No.
not streaming that one? No.
I don't think we are. We're doing the Tri-Nations. Yeah, that's the 3 up in Birmingham, isn't it?
Yes, in Solihull. Yeah, it's in Solihull, that one.
Yeah, we're doing. Yeah, we are doing the Tri-Nations up in Solihull. It's much to Nuala and Owen's delight. Nuala's from Coventry and Owen from Bewdley, so it's on their
going back home
on their doorstep. Yeah. Nuala's very upset that Nick Gagaro's not playing this year. That was her favourite player. So is that just dropped or injury or?
He's injured. I think he's got a few personal problems as well. So we had picked him a few times, and then he just messaged me and said, "Look, I'm sorry. You know, I've got a few issues." I said, "No, that's fine, Nick. You know." Yeah, it's a shame. He's a good bowler, is Nick.
I'll do pass on our best wishes to him.
Yes.
When you see him next time from the old media team. So we're coming up to the end of the 15th here. We're going to have a little break after this, Paul, because as I'm on my own, I'm going to take a drinks break when they take a break. But do come back and join us at the end of this innings towards the end. We'll get your thoughts on how the English batsmen have performed. And maybe you can send us a fellow England batsman over around the 20th mark after we've seen the end of another shuffle of the field here, aren't they? They're really not. They haven't set themselves out yet, have they?
No. I think when you look at the time, yeah, it's just 15, just coming up the hour now. So they are ahead of just ahead of time.
That's about on track, isn't it? But they
Yeah,
haven't
it's-
really troubled the batsmen at all, have they?
No, the one bowler a day, I think
There was
he's
an edge that went through, wasn't it? Went down, I think.
Yeah, there was an edge, went down in slip, but it seems to be moving it a little bit in the air and he's nipping it off the seam a little bit as well.
Yeah.
3 balls to go before drinks as well now.
And if it goes as steady like this and you get to 30, do you have a tactic for, look, we're at 35, we haven't lost, we've got a load of wickets in hand, let's swing the bat a bit?
I think so.
Yeah.
Will be, yeah. And it may even change the batting order. You know, bring the big guns in and
Let them have a swish.
yeah.
There's a bit of width offered there too.
Yeah, that's a lovely
Mark
shot.
Eames,
for
he's
back
cut
foot.
that beautifully
Yeah,
out for a
beautiful
pass
shot.
point for 4 runs. He's got a little bit behind Radic here, so he'll be pleased with that boundary.
Yeah.
He's just snuck 14 ahead of him, Radic. Do you get like that when you're out in the middle, a bit of competition between the 2 batsmen of how many you scored?
Not generally, no. I mean, it's not very often I get out there batting yourself, you know. But yeah, generally, no, not generally. You do competition. I know many years ago when I sort of was in my 20s and I used to bat a little bit. Yeah, we did. We used to see who could get the quickest 50. Always ended in disaster, but
Yeah.
you know, that's a lovely
That's
shot.
a lovely little
Late
dab, isn't
cut,
it?
that,
Just
yeah.
opened his bat up,
Yeah.
late cut it down. I don't think it's quite going to make
It's
the boundary,
just
is
got
it?
the
It's
legs over, it
crept
just rolled
over.
downhill, didn't it?
Proper over 60s for that. Just crawled over
It
the
did,
rope,
didn't
but it
it?
was a
Yeah.
lovely shot by Mark Eames, wasn't it?
Lovely late
He
cut.
was very
yeah.
strong in that area. So we've got the 4s off this final over. I think that's probably the most runs off the over so far. So you're more of a bowler, are you?
Yeah, medium dibbly doubly, I suppose, as some people call it.
I've not seen that description in the ECV manual before.
Oh, you know, there's another one as well. It's licorice, you know, all sorts.
That's about my bowling, probably. So last ball here. Oh, he's gone.
Ooh, it's
That's going to be a wide, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Down leg. I was surprised. It was actually the USA captain who asked for a very strict down the leg side
Did it?
wide.
Okay.
And after yesterday's kind of a little slightly erratic bowling, I was surprised he really pushed for that because Jason was happy to let it go a little bit. But he pushed for it, and now they've got to play by the rules. So, Paul, thank you so much. You do come back and join us at the end of the innings so we can get your thoughts on how it's gone.
I will.
That's 15 overs. Thanks to Paul Gelder, the England Lions manager. I'm going to take a little break now as I'm on my own today. England at 84 without loss. Mark Eames on 34 from 43 balls. Paul Radic on 40 from 47. And that's drinks. You don't mind if I take a break of drinks? Lay it out every time, she said. Steady enough so far, isn't it? Did you? Were you at the England game, were you? So that's drinks taken by both teams. Refreshed, and it's going to be Idat again here from the grandstand end. Umpire, I think, just having a few words about how many men. We're into the second power play at overs 15 to 30. I think it's a maximum of 4 outside the circle, if I remember correctly. Do put me right on the chat if I've got that wrong. Nice to see Liv Clark on board. He's doing a good job. He's on a little break himself at the moment. I was on the camera, but he's brought us the pictures. Young Benny for the first 15 overs. You'll be pleased to hear, Liv. And again, the USA team just having a big old shuffle of this field. They don't seem to have hit on a formula that they're happy with. We've just got one slip in place now. A shortish point. 2 men in the covers, covering a mid-off really. Square leg. Deepish mid-wicket and a forward square leg, and that's a short ball there that's half stopped at mid-off from a drive from Radic. So a dot ball there for the USA team. As that comes in, just drops that one a little bit short, and it's driven by Radic out to deep cover. Just get through for a single. And as Paul Gelder was saying, Idat seems to be getting a little bit of movement off this wicket for his deliveries. And for Mark Eames, the left-hander, he's just deep square and forward square legs just coming now to be cover and extra cover for Mark Eames, the left-hander. As it charges in for his third delivery of this over, and it's driven beautifully by, oh, that's a cracking time shot. I didn't think I was going to get past the fielder there at square leg, but he's driven it straight over the boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, that was really well timed there by Mark Eames. It didn't look like it was getting past the inner field, but he found the gap, and that's a bit short. And he plays that shot that we spoke about earlier, just opened up the bat, and they're coming back for 2. The field is a little bit slow. Deep backward square leg, getting the ball back in. So 7 off the over so far. That's a bit short there from Idat, and Radic went to, sorry, Mark Eames went to cut that, totally missed it, straight through to Peter Jones behind the stumps. A little bit of a sloppy stroke that. I think he thought he was going to put that away for a boundary. Idat comes in for the last ball of the innings, and that's just hidden outside off stump, which Eames lets go past his bat. So first over after drinks, 16 overs played. England 91 for naught. And they just need to find something to make it happen here, as we've said so often this summer. This USA team looks like we might be having another change of bowling here down at the end. I think that's Jay, 99 on his back. Just waiting for confirmation of that from the scorers. I think Sheik's coming back on actually. It's he's bowled 2 already. So yeah, Rizwan Sheik is gonna have a bowl. I think that might change. I'm pretty sure this is a different bowler at that end for me now, where he's warming up as well. Just waiting for the NV Play to update. This is why you cricket fans have binoculars, so you can zoom in from this distance and see who's bowling. But the new bowler's coming in from the reservoir end. A little bit of a back out the hand, took a very low bounce that. Radic dealt with that really well, just drove it straight back past the bowler for a single run. Again, the last minute adjustments by the bowler, just moving someone around to deep square leg, and it's just tossed up there, driven back past the bowler to long off for a single for Mark Eames. Still no change on the bowler's name. Oh, there we go. Tisamuriti is bowling now from the reservoir ends we've got there in the end. I had him down as 12th man, he's watched through me, but he's had 3 deliveries. 1-1 dot. Comes in again, not much of a run up, and that's a square cut there from Paul Radic. Straight out there to deep extra cover, he's fielded it. England just getting a single off that. Yes, Tisamurit coming in from the reservoir end. He's that's a full toss. He's let that slip out the hand a little bit, and I think Mark liked it that way a bit better. It was a proper full toss, slipped out of the bowler's hand a little bit, and there might be some overthrows here. Yeah, they're going to take an overthrow single, which is a little bit disappointing. The fielding's been a little bit better for the USA today compared to yesterday. They just let one get away there. England ended up running 2 on the overthrow. So that's 5 from the over. Last ball coming in, that's a bit long. Over pitched and wide and just driven back to long off for the single for the last ball of the over. So 6 off it. As Jason Cant, the England skipper, comes out with, I think, a towel for one of the batsmen. Maybe some fresh gloves. It's quite a muggy day with the overcast conditions. Very warm. Again, see Ed Gordon-Lennox enjoying the action in the background there with a couple of the England players. Just leaning on the covers and no doubt regaling in his fantastic innings yesterday at Winchmore Hill, which got England their first win in the 3 series clean clad cup against this USA side. Touring for a few weeks in the So Rajesh Yadat at this grandstand end. Paul Radic just had in a wipe at the towel as Markings dropped his bat there. Just now comes in to take his guard as Rajesh comes in from the grandstand end. England on 97, so a lovely little drive and prod through the point area again. They've run 2. Very good running from England here this morning, start of this first innings. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over and rotating the strike between the right and left hand. They ran 2 that time, so Markings still going to strike, but takes us through to 99 for naught for England. So very steady. And again at this run rate of 5.71, the 300 mark is in very gettable. And as you heard Paul Gelder say, if it goes along steady like this and they've got a lot of wickets in hand, come maybe the 35th over, they'll probably send a few big hitters out there to put a few extra runs on the board. That was a lovely square cut from Markings, but just straight to the fielder at point, giving the USA a dot ball. England stranded on 99 for no loss at the moment. As Rajesh comes in again from the grandstand end. Markings facing, takes his guard, just pushes that away. Driven lovely through covers. It's going to stop before the boundary, but they're going to run two. Brings up the 100 for England. A smattering of applause around the ground, acknowledging the fact when the scoreboard ticks over and updates. Markings 48, Radic 43. And that 100 was off 17.3 over 77 minutes at a run rate of 5.77 as Rajesh comes in again. That's a little bit wider. He's just cut that. Point couldn't quite get to it, and Deep Point had to do the sweeping fielding. Restricting the England batsman just to one run. And again, a lot of chatter going on in the field here for the USA. Trying all the time just to find that field that's going to restrict this England lineup to maybe the 250 mark instead of the 300 mark, and they just need to get a breakthrough now. These boys are getting comfortable, and that's just dragged down there by Adat. And umpire Simon Giles signals a wide. Back towards us where the scorers are. And I did comment on it yesterday about how quiet it is out there when the USA team are fielded. Took it for granted when the Australian England teams were out there in the Grey Ashes. A lot of noise, a lot of clapping, a lot of spurring each other on. Don't seem to have the same. He thought that was wide of off stump, and he's crashed it straight to mid-off for a dot ball. I think Paul Radic's eyes lit up a little bit there, looking for a boundary, but it was straight to the fielder. So this will be the last ball of the over with that one wide bowled by Adat. He's had 6 overs, and if that doesn't go for any runs, which he gets a dot ball off, he's just gone for 30 runs off his 6 overs. So not bad bowling at all. Adat and Rizwan Sheikh, the pick of the bowlers for me so far, as the two England batsmen just meet in the middle for a chat. And there in the background is our travelling camper van. We've been staying in the media team this summer, just behind the England players there. Having a little convo with young Nigel Moore, looking very relaxed on the bench. So Tisa Murit's going to carry on from the reservoir end for his second over. He went for 6 in the first over, slightly above run rate, but they just need to make something happen here. The USA find that breakthrough somehow. We have no slips in place now, just the wicket keeper, so fielders have been pushed back by this brilliant start by the batsman. That was again a full toss, over pitched, clipped off his ankles by Mark Eames, and a little bit of second guessing, but again a fielder that couldn't quite get the ball in from the boundary allows them to run through for 2, and that brings up Mark Eames' 50. He's 51 not out, 79 minutes off 55 balls, and he's had 5 fours in that 50. So milestones coming up quick and fast at the moment for these two opening England batsmen who have not really been troubled. Okay, Paul Gelder alluded to the little edge that went through and was put down. Azeem just drives one back past the bowler to long off, getting Paul Radic on strike. Eames currently on 52 now, and Paul Radic on 43, so I want to catch up his counterpart, and again that's a bit wide, yeah, just seems to be slipping out the hand of Murit at the moment. Dragged it down and too wide of the off stump for David Hulley's liking at the reservoir end. That was a better line and length, just forcing Radic to take a big stride and forward defensive that back to the bowler. So a much welcome dot ball on the scorecard for the USA. Big shot that, has absolutely cuffed it for 6. He's dealt with that so easily. It was just a little bit over pitched and he's put it in that deep foliage. As you can see, the fielder looking for it as some help comes along to try and retrieve the ball. Just leant back, sent it skyward straight over, long on. 6 runs for Paul Radic, moving him on to 49. England 113 without loss in this, the 19th over. So ball's been retrieved. Murit is going to come in again from the reservoir end for his 5th delivery of the innings, and again that was a bit wide and Radic just spatches it out there to deep extra cover to run through for his single, which brings up Paul Radic's 50 off 57 balls in 82 minutes. 3 4s and 2 6s for Radic, so they really are going blow for blow here, the 2 English batsmen. Paul Gowder ensuring me they won't be competing against each other, but it's all a team effort as we have the last one again. That's over pitched, driven through covers by Mark Eames for just the single, well fielded with a couple of dodgy bounces just in front of him down there at long off. Brings up the end of the over. It's end of the 19th. England 115 without loss. There's that really impressive sight that we have here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club, with that beautiful clubhouse in the foreground and the massive grandstand at Royal Ascot Racecourse in the background, overshadowing the cricket pitch. The cricket club's actually in the middle of the racecourse. We've got the track goes around all 360 of the cricket field, but it really is a beautiful set-in. And we're going to have a bowling change. That's having a rest here. And I believe it's going to be Prem Suri, number 17 at this grandstand end. On strike at the reservoir end is Mark Eames. You see him, Suri just adjusting his field. As he comes in for his first delivery, that's a bit leg side, and he's gone to sweep it, and that's going to be a leg side wide for his first delivery. Comes in for his second ball and just thrown up a bit deeper into the crease, and it's just prodded back by Mark Eames, forward defensive. Back to covers for a dot ball. That's a little bit under pitch, a bit. Oh, a lovely shot there, just leant back again, Mark Eames. That shot that Paul Geld was telling us just opened up his bat and guided it to point, allowing him to run through for the single. Mark Eames has faced 59 balls and Radic 57, so both got their eye in. As a batsman, you'll be looking to get a big one now. Not been a lot that's troubled them. That little edge has gone down and Another reshuffle of the field as we have the left hand, right hand switch out there in the middle. As Suri comes in, just sends one down just outside off stump, bit wide, and it's a lovely square cut that by Paul Radich to send it for 4 runs. Tying him up with Mark Eames, both on 54, having faced just 1 ball less than him. Suri, Prem Suri with a bit of a shaky first over. Umpire stops him running as again the keeper just makes a little field adjustment, bringing kind of deep back point up a little bit tighter to the leg side umpire. That's a bit short, and he's put that straight back to the fielder Radic. I thought he was going to get past there and get a couple of runs on the board, but a well-needed dot ball for Prem Suri as he comes in again. Again, that's a bit of width offered. He's driven it through covers, and Ashok right in front of me just travels round to field as Rizwan Sheikh just gets there before him and has restricted England batsman to 1 run. Radic just sneaking ahead of Eames on 55 runs now. Eames takes his guard. This will be the last ball of Prem Suri's over, and he's had a little appeal there. Felt he clipped his pad in front of the stumps, but Simon Giles uninterested in the appeal. So Mark Eames survives. You see there from the replay, 20 overs down. 122 without loss. England seemingly in control at the moment. The England Lions against the USA. So it's going to be Paul Radic on strike here with Tisa Morit coming in from the reservoir end. Trying to get that ball spinning in his hand. Try and get a bit of action off this green surface, looking for that first breakthrough. Oh, that's gone in the air high. There's a fielder underneath it. I don't think he's going to get there. No, it's gone all the way for 6. He was looking interested for a minute there, the fielder down at long on. But again, Radic has got a lot behind it and sent it flying over the boundary for, I think that's his 3rd 6, maybe his 4th 6 of the innings. And the fielder there, who was just going for it, I think just turned his ankle a little bit on the boundary rope. Just holding the game up here as he stretches out and now hobbles away. Tisa Murat just checking he's okay and in position before he comes in for his 2nd delivery. That's a little bit over pitched and it's smashed straight towards the cover fielder, who's taken a bit of a knock on the hand there, and what was looking like a dot ball at one point allowed the English batsman to run a single. Samori T has again just moving a fielder for Mark Eames away from slip position to a short 3rd man. It's a bit of an anomaly as he's played that kind of open bat shot there, which he does again to point. And he's running hard for that one, Eames. I think he's looking for the 2, but Radic has said no as the throw in nearly takes Paul Radic out. Had to hop out of the way of it. And that single just gets Paul Radic on strike here as the bowler comes in from the Reservoir, that's pretty, that's got to be a wide, yeah. Again, over pitched and down the leg side, so umpire David Halley has no option but to signal a wide. And a bit like yesterday, the extras column is growing, and that's tossed up. He's missed it, and I think he stumped him. No. Umpire's not giving it. I thought the way he took a skip down the pitch there, Paul Radic, he was going for one of those big hits over long on again. He took a little skip forward, which I thought got him out of his crease, but leg side umpire said not out. Survives a second little bit of danger there for the England batsman, but again he just rocks onto his back foot and drives that through covers. Does Paul Radic, picked up nicely by the USA fielder. He's almost thinking of getting going here, Radic. He's had a couple of swings. Trying to get that scoreboard ticking over a bit faster, as that's lovely sweep shot that was. That was straight down the middle of the wicket, and it has gone for 4. Dribbled over the boundary, opened the end, but it was just a little bit short, and Markings went down on one knee and swept it down the leg side. Past fine leg, who was up and over the boundary for 4 runs. So 21 overs down. It's 136 for no loss for England. And again, a lot of chatting going on here with bowler and wicket-keeper just to decide what the US side can do here to get some sort of breakthrough and change the fortunes in this game. As Prem Suri once again has the ball in hand. Just surveying his field positions there, Suri. As Paul Radic takes his guard, it's a little bit wide. He's going to cut that. It does to point, and they just jog through for a single. Oh, we've got the normal sight screen issues that seem to happen, not at the start of the game, but now in the 20th over, as I think it's the first time Markings has faced Prem Suri from the grandstand end, having to push it away from our media truck, more behind the bowler's arms. Young either thought about joining in for a minute and helping out, but decided against it. So sight screen adjusted. Prem Suri just sorting his field out. Markings takes guard. Throws one down, that's a little bit over pitch driven, but straight to the fielder, placed there at mid-on. So again, dot ball, well welcomed for the USA. Much needed just to curtail this run rate, which is at 6.42 now. And as I say that, it's driven beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. No one's stopping that one. That was beautifully timed by Mark Eames. And again, there's a lot of pointing going on and changing fielders around. They seem to be changing a bit too much for my liking, not settling on anything. Maybe a little bit of lack of a game plan here from the USA side. As the ball's returned to Prem Suri at the grandstand end. He's left someone back out on the rope there now for Mark Eames. He's going to be deep cover. And 3 fielders inside, and that's leg side. He's had a sweep at that, missed it, hit his pad, but again, Simon Giles not interested at this end. did look to be heading down the leg side for me. He should just be getting that pitch in. He's leant on the back foot there and smashed it through covers, but well fielded by the USA, preventing the England run. So not a bad over so far by Prem Suri, just that one boundary. He's got 3 dot balls in this over, which is a vast improvement, as he just tosses that one up and that's driven through long off again, as well fielded quickly by the USA team, just to restrict them to the single there for the England side as we come to the end of the 22nd over. It's 142 for no loss. So these England batsmen matching each other blow for blow, both on 64, 67 balls faced by Markim, 65 by Paul Radic. As we stick with T. Samuri. And he comes in, bowls that down to Markim, who's again drops on one knee and sweeps it past the kind of short. Another misfield out there in the deep. Just short fine leg was up, and he's guided it past him into the deep field. And I do believe they've ran 2 there. And dropped a little bit short there and driven through covers by Eames, just getting the single. Lovely throw back in there. Nice strong arm by the USA fielder, preventing England running 2. We sometimes say good cricket all round. I think that was bad cricket all round. It's totally overpitched by the bowler, and Radic had no footwork and we're going to cut it and missed it totally straight through to Peter Jones's gloves. Comes over pitch, and again he's just got the inside edge there. Paul Radic, he was looking for one of those big ones, and again USA fielders misfielded it and allowed the England batsman to run through for 2. Bowler very unhappy with that, waving his arms around at the fielder there, which was positioned at again short fine leg, maybe a backward square leg, and that's wide, and that's full toss wide. He's had a swing at it there. Paul Radic is going to be stopped on the boundary, just allowing the English batsman to run through for a single. England moving on to 148 for no loss. Both batsmen on 67. Mark Eames on strike. Again, that's down the leg side again, and that's swept for 4 runs. You can't keep bowling there to Mark Eames. He's putting them away for 4. Every time it's slightly down the leg, he's just sweeping it away. They've got no fielders deep at kind of third man or fine legs. As soon as it goes past Peter Jones at wicketkeeper, with this quick outfield this summer, the dry weather we've had, it's just finding the boundary every time. And that brings up the 150 partnership for Mark Eames and Radic. 152 runs off 138 balls in exactly 100 minutes. England move on to 152 without loss. And Prem Suri is going to have another go here from the grandstand end. Again, shuffling the field around. Still sticking with that nothing. There's no fielders behind the wicketkeeper, so any little nick or sweep that Mark Eames seems to be really enjoying today is trickling through for boundaries. I think they're trying to tempt certainly Paul Radic into playing shots, and he's absolutely put that airborne. It's nearly foxed the fielder with a dodgy bounce on landing, but restricted the English batsman to 1 run. I had to duck down there. I thought I was going all the way to our commentary position, but just sliced off the bat a little bit. And again, the fielders move around for this change to left-hand batsman. Prem Suri with his second delivery of this over. This being his third over of this spell. And just a little inside edge from Mark Eames, not quite middling that. He was trying to drive that through covers, got an inside edge, making it pop out to mid-wicket area. Oh, that's short, and he's taken a couple of steps down the wicket, driven that straight to long on down here, which is Ashok's bowling there. Again, only run through for one, but they're really making the scoreboard tick over. The run rate is 6.55 at the moment. Doesn't seem like they're doing much, but pretty much scoring off most balls here. The England batsman, Mark Eames on 72, Radic on 68, who has the strike now. And again, another little shuffle of the field by Prem Suri as he comes in for his fourth delivery. Chucks it down there and is driven straight back to him by Radic. I think he changed his mind at the last minute there. He was looking for a big one and then just kind of punched it back to the bowler. And that's a little bit of width offered there. Just cut to point. The English batsman jogged through for a single again. I'm just trying to see who's padded up here on the side. I don't know if there's been any. Sanjay Barry, I think, has got his pads on, and that's it for at the moment. Whether there's going to be a change in batters coming in, as Paul Gelder explained to us, if they needed a few runs and there were a lot of wickets in hand as we hit the 30 over mark, they might send some of the big hitters in. That's over pitched and not quite middled by Mark Eames. He took a couple of skips and looked to drive it straight through mid-on. Didn't quite time it, and that's the end of the over. As Simon Giles informs us, it's 24 overs down, 155 with no loss. You see Simon Giles just making some notes in his book. It was really interesting watching the umpires set up today. Being a novice, I thought they just got out there and stood in some vague position and did the umpiring, but they were both lining each up with middle stump and making a mark in the ground, a bit like you see batsmen making their mark to where to stand. They both did the same. Very technical, getting the bails in line with the bit you can't tread on the pitch, so they can keep an eye on that where the bowlers take their follow through. Nice of them to explain all that to us at the start of the game. Learning something new every day on this summer cricket tour of ours. I think we're having a change of bowler again here. Gill did fantastically well yesterday with the bat. He stayed in for a long time and got a few runs on the board. I'm not sure if he was the top scorer in the end. Was young Pardeep Gill, but he's now going to give us a little demonstration of his bowling capabilities from the reservoir end. And a bit like yesterday, a lot of bowlers being used. I think in the end yesterday, 8 bowlers were used by this USA side. And that's going to be signalled to wide. It's flicked off the keeper's pads. They've run through for a single as well. Again, just a very loose first ball there, dragging it down. Giving Peter Jones no chance of stopping that. So Gill comes in for his second delivery. Mark Eames on strike. Well over pitch. He's taken that on the full toss about waist height there. Mark Eames just punched it through to mid-off for a single. Taking him up to 73. Rotates the strike for Paul Radic to have a go and face Gill for the first time. Radic on 69. Gill comes in, lets one go. That's again a full toss. That was almost rib cage height there, and Paul Radish has had a swing at it. He's got a bit of a top edge, and it's run all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So not the most optimistic start here from Pardeep Gill. He's bowled a wide, a single, and then a 4. So he'll want to get his range a bit better than this as the game goes on. Approaches the crease for his 4th delivery. Oh, that was a full toss. Paul Radich just dropped the bat down in time there. All that hit the base of the stumps. A better delivery by Gill. That one a bit shorter and cut down into the ground again by Paul Radich, stopped by the fielder at point. Radich moving on to 74 off 74 balls. Markings off 73 for set off 74 balls. So again, matching each other blow for blow here, these 2 England openers. USA yet to make the breakthrough. So offered a bit of width there to Mark Eames, who's driven it into the covers. Bowler's given a shout of a quick throw in, but the England batsmen easily get in for another single. As Gill comes in, sends one down to Paul Radich. A big swing of it, doesn't time it at all, just pops it back to Gill on his run in.
Each team nominates their 11 batsmen, and then the 12th is the non-batsman.
Right, okay.
So in our team, that's me.
Pop those earphones on. Just make sure when you're talking, this is touching your top lip, because it's a really close range microphone. So that bit on your lip there. So, yeah, you might have heard in the background there, I've been joined by Paul Garlick, England Lions player, explaining to me the rules of 12th man. So, how's it work, Paul?
Well, each team has 12 players, and the 11 batsmen are nominated ahead of the game. The 12th batsman doesn't bat, but can bowl and field. Then when we go out to field, we've got a substitute fielder. So every 5 overs typically, the substitute will come on and replace one of the 11 fielders on the pitch.
So does that make you more of a bowler than a batter anyway?
I am, yes. I'm an opening bowler, and traditionally I've batted as a tail ender. So in this team, yeah, happy to be 12th.
Understandable. The quality on offer here as Mark Eames plays another one of those sweep shots, just a delivery being offered down the leg side by Suri, and he's dispatched it again for a 4. The boys over there must be quite happy how this has started.
I think the team is feeling pretty relaxed at this point. We've just gone past the halfway stage. We haven't lost a wicket yet. Scored 170, so we're in a good position.
And I mean, we've spotted on comms here with Paul, the manager there, was saying that Paul Gelder, that you've had that one catch put down in the slip and half a shout for LB. Really, that's about all they've troubled you with, really. So they're struggling to get the breakthrough here, the USA side.
Yes, we haven't seen the ball going past the outside edge much. The batsmen are seeing it pretty well.
That one there just driven to long off by Paul Radich, fielded by Ashok here, just right in front of our commentary position. And are you a local chap? Where are you from?
I'm from Bournemouth, so
Okay.
yeah, South Coast.
Hampshire player, is that Hampshire?
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yes, Hampshire.
And how many Lions caps have you got? Are you?
This is my third.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
enjoy them, all the games you've had from them? All good fun? The chaps are all nice to meet?
Yes, very good fun. Yes, played against Scotland at Seaton Carew earlier on this season. That was a good game.
That's a fantastic shot there, straight to the, that's one of those bounces we were warning about. That's very unlucky there for the USA side. Mark Eames has kind of pulled it to long on. The fielder was all over it, but it took one of those nasty little bounces. We saw a lot in the Australia-England game here, and it just nipped over his shoulder and ended up going for 4. Yeah, so your good performances. You obviously haven't done too bad because they've called you up again.
That's right. Yeah, I think so. Yes. Yes. Well, my style, I bowl seam up. Look to bowl at the stumps, attack the batsman. So I'll be running in today, hopefully going down the hill. There's a slight slope here. I'll wait and see. What the skipper wants, but that would be my choice.
I think down the hill's also downwind today, so you want to try and snag this grandstand end.
That's right,
as
yes.
the locals call it. And you had a chance to get out there and look at that up in the air. That's a very airborne, but it's going to land safely for Paul Radich there, just ahead of Ashok. Couldn't quite get to it, and they scamper through for 2 runs. Good throw in there by the USA fielder. You had a look at the wicket. Did you like the look? It was very green, wasn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a green wicket, but it's hard as well. I don't think there's been much rain here, so although it looks green, I don't think it's there's not much sign of movement out there. So I think the bowlers will have to bowl good line and length to keep the runs down.
Yeah, Rajesh Idat's the only one who seems to have got any sort of slight movement that's troubled these two, but they seem to be seeing it like a beach ball now and playing shots at will.
Yes, that's right. The field's spread now, so that makes it easier for the batsmen to push it around and get the 1s and 2s, which they're doing very well.
Yeah, we were saying how much almost every other ball they're readjusting the field, the USA side. They almost seem to have not landed on a formula that they're happy with yet. Which I guess you would do it at 180 for no loss.
That's right. I guess the bowlers really want to bowl one side of the wicket to make it easier for the captain to set the field, keep the runs down. But looking here, the field is spread.
Okay, Mark Eames just shoving that through covers to run through for a single. Gill went for 9 off his first over, so he'd want to improve on that this second over. Get a few more deliveries on the money coming down. That's a lovely shot there through covers by Paul Radich, driven it straight to the boundary, but stopped by the boundary rider, restricting them to 1. So when you're batting second as a bowler, do you sit there and pay attention to what's happening, what's going on, and gives you a few thoughts for your innings?
Yes, I think I'm interested to see what the ball is doing off the pitch. That's my style, to move the ball off the wicket, and then adjust my style according to whether there's movement visible or not. I would say today there doesn't look to be a great deal of movement, so I'll be looking to keep it on the stumps and not give the batsman any width.
A kind of you miss, I hit game plan today, is it?
Yes, that's right.
I know the England boys yesterday got into some very attacking fields, sort of 5, 6, 7 men around the bat at some points looking for that edge, which didn't come very often until I think Kev Watson and Phil Deacon came on.
Yes, that's right. I saw the result of the game yesterday and saw that the spinners initially got the breakthroughs. Then Kevin Watson was able to get some of the wickets too.
Radic just driving that through covers there, a little bit airborne for a while, but dropped down before the fielder. 187 with no loss. Now England just 7 off this over so far for Gill, coming in for his last delivery. Oh, he's pulled one down there, and again he's just misfielded it there. Didn't get down to it quick enough, allowing a single. So 8 off that over. Not the most promising start for Gill there. 9 off his first and 8 off his second over. End of the 27th over. England 188 without loss. Mark Eames on 88 off 82. Paul Radic on 83 off 81. So do you have a club side down in Hampshire?
Yes, my club is Bournemouth, which is just over the border in Dorset. Historically, Bournemouth was in Hampshire until the 1970s when the borders moved. Hampshire had a county ground in Bournemouth too, and played some of the county grounds there, county games there. So Bournemouth play in the Southern League. That's the top amateur league in our area. So we've been in the Southern League since the start of the Southern League, which that was back in the 1970s. We were a founder member of the league.
And that's in the top division, first or Premier for the first team.
Yes, it is. Yes, Premier Division. Second team plays in Hampshire League Division 1. I play in the third team for Bournemouth. Now we're in Division 3 of the Hampshire League.
And is it a strong part of the country for cricket? It's a lovely little game. Paul Radic just opened up his bat, and the fielder was always struggling to get there. Very well timed through the gap, and gives Radic another 4 runs, moving him on to 87. A strong part of the country for cricket down in Dorset?
Yes, I believe Hampshire have got more divisions in its league than any other county other than Yorkshire. So, there's a strong tradition of cricket in Hampshire. In fact, the origins of cricket go back to Hambledon, which is a village just outside Southampton, and there's a club ground still there, and that's where they played the first cricket games. There's a pub there called the Bat and Ball, just at the bottom of the hill.
That's the first games of cricket were played there. Well, there you go. See.
Yeah.
Every day's a school day. With our lot on the YouTube chat, you'll probably have someone messaging in there with a different of opinion. You know what these cricket fans are like.
Yes, could be. We'll be interested to know where. If there is any other club anywhere else in the country that has earlier records of cricket, but as far as I know, it's Hambledon who was the first to play the game.
And I suppose the ECB having the Rose Bowl down in Hampshire doesn't do cricket any harm down in that area of the world.
That's right. The Rose Bowl is a very good facility for county cricket and the occasional international game. A very well designed arena. Yeah, good place to see the professionals playing.
Oh, no ball called there from the umpire for the first time today, as Abhay Maresh Wari comes back onto bowl. He was the second bowler today, but he's just overstepped the mark there a little bit. England have moved on to 195 without loss. closing in on that 200 mark. Mark Eames 91, Radic 88. And I suppose the boys, if they get to that 30 mark, will start having a swing, will they, with a lot of wickets in hand?
I would imagine so. Yes, that's often people say when you get to 30 overs, you could double the score for your target in the 45 overs. So in this case, because we've got nearly 200, getting another 200 in 15 overs would involve swinging the bat for sure. So yeah, we'll see.
There are some big hitters in the team, though, that could come out and do some damage.
Yes.
Oh, that's far too wide. That's going to cut away for... Don't think the fielder's stopping that. No, as well played. Nice cut shot there. Just straight over for 4 runs. I think that's Paul Radic, wasn't it, there? We're
Yes.
saying they're going ding-dong here on scoring. I don't know if these batsmen get touchy about it, but that's the 200 runs up for England. 27.6 overs in 122 minutes. Run rate of 7.18. Just 17 overs remaining as England hit 201 without loss. So do they have a 100 team? That is Southern Braves in the 100? Is that Hampshire?
That's right. It is the
Yeah.
Southern Braves. Yes, yes.
That's kicking off this month, isn't it? Through August for the school holidays. Are you a fan or not? You sound like a bit more of a traditionalist.
That's interesting, actually, that you could have a guess from listening to my voice. I thought it was very interesting this week to see the end of the 5th test against India, which was marvellous cricket, I thought, followed the next day by a rather tedious game of 100 cricket, was very one-sided. Yeah.
I'm actually being a bit mean there. The test match is my favourite form of cricket as well. I was furious with Harry Brooks. Sunday afternoon, I sat in the pub, and as soon as he gave his wicket away, having got his personal 100, which I thought was a bit selfish, I said, that's going to cost us the game, that. And they're in such good nick. I don't know why they didn't just cut batting as they were, rather than as soon as he got to his 100, he seemed to start swinging the bat, thinking the match was won.
Yes, right. Yeah, it is interesting that. Yes, the question whether the Bazball style of cricket was up to the challenge of getting the runs has to be said. That I suppose that Brooke playing in the way that he did to get his 100 did give us a chance to win the match, which would have, I think, the traditional form of game, playing a more defensive style of batting, would have fancied chances of winning it for sure. But the Bazball style fell short in on the last day.
Yeah, I mean, they seemed to contained going like hell for leather, you'd say, and they weren't as Bazball-y when he got to his 100. But for me, he started really thrashing at it, having got his personal 100. And I think was even with Root, was it?
Yes, yes.
They were just so under control. I thought if they just carried on going, we'd have wrapped the win up easy. But he started going with 6s and 4s, and inevitably 3 or 4 balls later loses his wicket.
Yes, yes, that's right.
I mean, you've got to look at the other batsmen that had our traditional English collapse after that over not many runs. But
yes, well, I think yes that. I wouldn't tend to be too critical of Brooke, because I think his style is pretty remarkable, and to get the 100 in the way that he did, I think really took the momentum from India back in England's favour. So I think he did bat very well, but it yes, he ran out of luck there in the end. Played perhaps one shot too many. But it was perhaps the lower order batsmen, I think, could have played in a different style. I think on the last day, Smith was out trying to drive a ball which he could easily have left. Overton was on the move, walking across his stumps, trying to play a shot to get runs. A forward defence would have worked a bit better. So I think that was probably where we lost it.
And being a seam bowler yourself, you must like looking at Bumrah and Siraj. They must excite you when they come on to bowl.
I think they're 2 marvellous bowlers, yes, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good to see bowlers running in, bowling as quickly as they do, and hitting the pitch as hard as they do, making it very hard for the batsman.
Well, while keeping that element of control, of course.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think they both bowl very well.
Well, I should expect similar this afternoon then when you when you get your spikes
I'll
on.
do my best.
What are you up at nowadays? 85, 90, or?
It might be might be a little less than that now.
Just under 80 then. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll take that.
Yeah.
It'll be good on this hard wicket. We'll do as a treat this afternoon. We're getting to a interesting part of the game. The batsmen again on level scores, 93 apiece. That's well over pitch there from Abhay, coming in from the grandstand end. We're going to take a break at 30. We're going to have drinks as I'm on my own today, Paul. But thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Your insight is much enjoyed, and I hope you have a fantastic session this afternoon, chucking the ball down and take a few wickets.
Well, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Good
having
to
me.
have been with you.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
Paul. That's Paul Garlick coming up from Hampshire to represent the England Lions here this afternoon. And as we explained, I'm on my own today, so a few of the team are coming over and giving you a respite from my boring voice all afternoon. Thank you, Paul. And we look forward to watching him bowl later this afternoon around that 80-mile-an-hour mark as he's promised. He walks around the giggle. So, yeah, we're getting towards the centuries here for the England batsmen. Still, these USA bowlers can't seem to find the breakthrough to take this first wicket, and these Lions batsmen look really in control, as we've had 29.1 overs there. We have 2 no balls here from Abday, which is a surprise. We had none of them earlier from him, bowling with his cap on backwards, which you don't see very often on the cricket field. He comes in again, throws one down. That's very short. That's going to be put away. Gone past the short fielder to kind of mid-on, and they've just taken the single. England on 209 without loss. Fantastic run rate of 7.13. Some really good insights and some nice bit of history there from Paul Garlick about the first cricket match played down in Hampshire. I'm surprised we haven't had any of our cricket buffs disputing the fact. I know how much you cricket fans enjoy your stats. That's pushed through lovely there into the covers by Mark Eames. He saw the fielder was slow off his mark, gave Paul Radich the early shout, and the running between the wickets has been absolutely fantastic today as Mark Eames moves through to 95 off 91 balls. Paul Radich on 94 off 90, and it's a race to see who gets to that ton first. And it'll be interesting on the batting lineup, which we're given at the start of the game. See how much it's shuffled up, with the mind of, like Paul was explaining to us, maybe doubling your score in the last 15, which would be hard at 200, but I'm sure they'll want to get a few boundaries as that's cuffed off the hip by Paul Radich, straight out to forward square leg, restricting England to a single. And the fielding has been remarkably better today here at Royal Ascot compared to yesterday, has to be said. But they just seem to be seeing this ball like a beach ball. Mrs. Ames and Radich out there in the centre again on level scores, both on 95. That's a little bit short. Mark Ames just tried to drive that. That's one of those just popped up and caught him on the cheek there, little rub. Umpire's just checking that field was all right. Mark Ames just stepped forward and clipped that through mid-wicket. Fielder was all over it, and they just took one of those bobbles and popped up and clipped him on the cheekbone. And Simon Giles doing the right thing and checking that he was okay. That's completely over pitched and down the leg side. Another wide ball, and yeah, this spell here from Abhay is a little bit more wilder than we saw from him earlier. That's the third extra he's chalked up. Maybe we'll get this final ball in. He's just driven it back there, Mark Eames, to Abhay, and that's the end of the 30th over. Both batsmen on 95, England in control, and we're going to have a drinks break.
it's about 3 to 4 hours.
Going alright though, isn't it? Everything's working well. Starlink and all that's ticking along nicely today. Yeah. Am I live?
Yeah, you're live, sorry. Yeah.
So we're back here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. Just a little comfort break for myself as I'm stranded on my own here. While young Owen suns himself in Yorkshire, having the time of his life at Betty's tea room, no doubt, with Mum and Grandad Dave. Umpire gives a wave to the scorers to check they're ready. We're on 30 overs have passed. Third power play. So I think it's 5 max outside the circle, is it? And 212 for no loss, and Radic gets us off for a beautiful cut shot. No chance for the fielder. Really, really well timed that. Just again, lent his weight on the back foot and cut it backward of point, really. And the fielder, who started at kind of deep extra cover, had no chance of getting around. And we've got a new bowler on here, which I hadn't spotted until the scoreboard was updated. Young Ashok Patel is having a turn of the arm from the reservoir end. That's again USA's 7th bowl of the day as he's driven that beautifully through covers there, and I think that brings up Radic's 100 as he's run the single, and the whole squad are there applauding him as Paul Radic gets his century in the bag off just 94 deliveries and he's going to retire on 100 having got his ton. So Radic 100 off 94, 135 minutes, a strike rate of 106, 9 fours and 3 sixes, and with that he hangs his bat up and gives someone else a go just to get some time out in the circle. And some of these chaps have travelled quite far today to represent the Lions, so very, very sportsmanlike behaviour, and you can hear the applause there as you see Radic walk off the pitch holding his bat. An absolutely fantastic innings. Might be happening again shortly if Mark Eames manages to do the same. So the batsman that's walked out and joined young Mark Eames at the crease is, in fact, Steve Small. Let's Eames crash that one back past the bowler. To get down the other end and give Steve Small a look at his first ball as he moves on to 95, and again cracking innings of 135 minutes for Paul Radic's 100 as England move on to 118 without loss. Again, the USA still just struggling to unpick the lock here and get this first English wicket. Difficult task, I'd imagine, Steve Small. You know, everyone's saying swinging the bat, he's got to get his eye in and get comfortable out there at the crease. Having watched 2 men bat so brilliantly in Eames and Radic for the best part of 2 hours. He's now got to get his eye in and find his length, and he had a good old long chat with Radic as he came off about what the ball's doing, what was happening. I think that's going to be leg by, signalled yes by umpire David Halley. So that went down as leg by, so Steve Small still finds himself on 0. That was the end of the over. 31 gone. England 219 without loss. And India searching for the answers here to make something happen. And we are going to stick here with Abhay. He's got his bright orange shoes on, cap on backwards. Trying to improve on that first over, which had a couple of wides, a couple of no balls in there. That'll be Steve Small's chance to face Abhay for the first time. What's he going to come in from this grandstand end, and Steve Small have a good old look at the field, see what gaps are there and available. A little bit over pitched and down legs, just clipped off his hips there by Steve Small. He's running hard, he's looking for 2 to get himself off the mark here. I'm not sure if that's going to roll all the way for 4 runs. I don't think it has. I think it's just stopped short of the rope, and Steve Small's ended up running a 3 there, so that's got him off the mark, and he's tickled that into one of those gaps that Paul Garlick was talking about. They've stretched the field out here, England, with some dominant batting display. Push the fielders back, and that creates the gaps for the 1s and 2s, and in fact the 3s that Steve Small just run there. So Eames on 96. Does he look for the boundary to just keep plodding? That's completely over pitched down leg. He's flicked it off his hip. Exactly the same shot as Steve Small just played, but straight to the fielder. So just trots through for 1. And I think that might have been leg buys that they ran off Steve's. Oh no, it's gone up there now. I thought the scoreboard hadn't updated. He might have clipped his pad and he hadn't touched it, but Envy Play's just updated, and they've awarded the 3 runs to Steve Small. He's driven that one straight through covers. There's a cracking shot. There's again no one out deep, bar a couple of spectators, and it's been picked up there. Lovely shot there for 4 runs by Steve Small, getting his eye in very early. And Maheshwari is just struggling to find his range here after that initial spell. He's gone for 8 already off this over. Didn't have the greatest first over back last time around. He's pulled that one down, and that's... Oh, he missed it and it rattled the pads, but again, I think he'd pulled it down leg side, so umpire wasn't interested. Run rate still hovering above 7. If this carries on, the USA are going to have a real job on their hands to claw this target back in. And again, he just stumbles there on his run up. That's 2 times that's happened now for Maheshwari. Just caught his foot in the ground. He's pulled that one down. It's flicked off the hips by Steve Small. He's going to again run hard. They're going to go for 2, but understandably, Eames just runs the single. I think he wants to get this century monkey off his back. Hanging around on 97 is never a nice place for a batsman. And maybe also again some great team spirit, thinking of letting someone come out and have a go. 9 off the over already. And he's done it again. He's just lost his footing there. Abhay really struggling on his return to the bowling here. Pushed away there from Eames. Thought about the run for a minute, but the cover fielder was around very quickly. You won't be making any silly rash decisions like that when we're on 97 out in the middle. England 228, no loss. We're in the 33rd, that's the end of the 32nd over, sorry. Mark Eames 97 off 96 balls. Steve Small 8 off 6. Run rate of 7.31 as Paul Gelding practices his golf swing there, I think, doing his turn in. We'll have to give him a few tips about that action later on. But the England boys looking very relaxed after a brilliantly dominant performance by Radic and Eames to start this game off. So Patel's coming in from reservoir end. Steve Small again just having a look at the field, getting himself settled. Mark Eames is going to have to wait for that 100 at the other end. Yes, that's a nice length. That's driven to covers and well fielded there by the USA. One of those good cricket all-rounds, that. Ashok Patel, for me, has been the bright spark over this game and a half we've watched. He fielded brilliantly in a tough game out in the field for the USA yesterday. Again, like Harrison explained, riding the boundary and getting a lot of steps in. He's looking at a chance to just turn his arm here and have a bowl. Another good length delivery. Just guided away off his pads by Steve Small, but the fielder there just at mid-wicket, very alert. Onto it very quickly as Patel comes in again. Oh, I think he's gone to... Be interesting what that is. I think he went to cut that and got a bottom edge, which missed his wickets and eluded the keeper behind the stumps, Peter Jones, for the USA. And indeed, Small has been given that run to his name. So, Mark Eames on strike, stood on 97, off 96 balls. Another rapturous applause here if he can get the job done. And he's swept that away. That's that shot he's taken all day. He's put that away, down leg side, swept it. 4 runs, takes Mark Eames to 101. So I guess at the end of the day, he's pipped Radic by 1. Moves England on to 129, and just like Radic, he puts his bat under his arm and makes his way back to the clubhouse. A fantastic knot by Mark Eames, 101 not out, 144 minutes. Little touch of the gloves there for the incoming batsman, which I think is Sanjay Berry. A strike rate of 104 there for Mark Eames as you see him leave the pitch to applause from his teammates, led by Ed Gordon-Lennox there in the background. Fantastic innings to put the boys in a really strong position. Razi Ahmed giving him a pat on the back there, the long off fielder. Again, Steve Small surveys the field as the USA move someone from fine leg to third man. That's completely over pitch, and Steve Small just guides it past the bowler. Very controlled shot, runs through for a single. And that was the last ball of the over, so Steve Small will keep the strike. 7 off that over for Patel. We've had 33 overs. England are 2-3-5 without loss. Fantastic batting display by Mark Eames and young Paul Radic. And yeah, we're having a change. Abdey's been pulled off, which is unsurprising. He really struggled to find his mark. So Rizwan really taking his time to get the field right there, and basically 4 of the 5 fielders outside of the circle are down. Well, 3 of them on leg side. To the left-handed batsman there. CT straight behind the bowler at long on. And we've got the same old right hand, left hand combination changes again, with Sanjay Berry and Steve Small in. 33.1 overs gone. Sanjay Berry on 1, Steve Small 11. And quite rightly, Sanjay just taking his time here. Little push out onto the offside there from Sanjay to run through for a that was over pitched there by Rizwan, and the fielder did well there. That popped up in front of him like we've seen a couple of times today in the field. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. He's gone for the second run there. I think it's, yeah, Steve Small. He does not look very happy with Sanjay Berry at all. The ball popped up as the ball got to the field. It just did one of those awkward bounces in the field. He actually collected it really well, chest height. Cracking throw in. as Steve Small had turned for the next run. Sanjay Barry sent him back, and Rizwan Sheikh has run him out at the bowler's end. He looks a bit furious, does Steve Small at that. Waited all that time to get out there and have a knock. And almost a lapse of concentration or communication there, really. Not very pleased with that at all. That's the first genuine wicket taken for this USA side. And I have to say, the fielder out there, where was he? He was kind of mid-wicket area. It really did pop up quite nasty as it got to him. And quick reactions made him take it just kind of collarbone height. Great throw in, and made Sanjay Barry turn back, which then left Steve Small out of his popping crease, and he was stumped. The two umpires just having a little word in the middle there. Nothing, having a look at the ball. But run out, yeah. Hidat and Sheikh have run out Steve Small for 12. It's a lovely little flick off the hip side by Sanjay Barry. I didn't think that was getting there at all, but he's timed it beautifully. It's gone down there to fine leg for 4 runs. So a bit of, I mean, they're still in control here, England, but a bit of bemusement there. They're all kind of chatting to Steve Small as he comes off there, just to ask what went wrong. How did you get yourself run out? Phil Hilson's the new batsman at the crease. Oh, he's just trying to open the bat and then guide it away. It's a lovely little knockdown shot there by Sanjay Barry, who's just got the strike rotated there, and I think Hilson actually played that little flick off the pads. Again, just waiting for the scoreboard to catch us up here. And Hilson's just pushed that away. For a defensive shot, yeah, the scoreboard has got that a little bit wrong there. They just readjusted. Hilson's still on 0. Barry knocked that 4 to give him 7 runs, and again, umpire Simon Giles makes a few notes in his book. At the end of the 34th over, England 2-4-3 for 1. Steve Small being run out for 12. Unluckily by Sanjay Barry on the back of a good bit of fielding out there in the field by the USA. Mark Eames has retired on 101. Paul Radich has retired on 100. And Phil Hilson has joined Sanjay Barry out in the middle, who's only faced 1 ball and is still currently on 0. This is the 35th over then. The period where Paul Gelder and Paul Garlick have kind of signalled that this is where we might see some fireworks. Again, I was just looking at the England lads on the side. No one's got their pads on at the moment. That's a cracking delivery there. Patel's got one pushed through there a little bit quicker and just popped off the surface a little bit. And luckily for Sanjay Barry, it's just gone over the top of his stumps, straight into Peter Jones's gloves. And he hasn't got any little snick on that at all. And again, that was a little bit leg side. It's been dealt with there by Sanjay Barry. Great little pull shot, and well fielded again by the USA fielder. You see throwing that in back to the bowler, giving Sanjay Barry another run to his total. Patel prepares to come in for his third delivery. Just once again looking at his field. And very strangely, none of the England batsmen outside waiting are. That's a little cut shot there, but oh, he ran into each other there. Hilson and Berry nearly ran into each other. Then Hilson had a little slip at the other end, and good communication though, because he did scream to Sanjay to carry on, carry on. He's run the 2. Don't think he quite middled that cut shot. It was a little bit top edgy, but fell safely. So 3 off the so far off Patel as he comes in again. 4th ball, that's a little bit wide. Hilson left it, gave the umpire a glance as if he was expecting a wide, but no signal from umpire Halley down that far end. The reservoir end, again, just a forward defensive there from Hilson. A little bit over pitched. I thought he was going to go for that, but just took a big stride and gave us a classic forward defensive. So this over is dot 1, 2 dot. As we look for the next ball in the series here from Patel, there's another dot ball produced. He seems to go on late in the bowling and gives us a lot of dot balls, does Patel. 4 dot balls in that over. Only gone for 3. One of the better overs from the USA effort today at the end of the 35th. As you see the St George's flag just being adjusted there over by the team gazebos. England are 246 for 1. And it's going to be Rizwan again, charging in here from the grandstand end. There's a look at the fantastic scoreboard from an England point of view. Just the 1 wicket being taken, 2 retirements for centuries for the opening batsman, which is superb. Jason Court just going for a wander around the ground and having to stop his walk as he was heading towards the sight screens. And again, Rizwan really taking his time here with his field. He's dragged the fielder from forward square leg, I'm sure he's not happy about, and sent him right over to deep backward point. So I'm sure he'll be thrilled with that. He's going to pull up here at point actually now, so he's only moved him about 70 yards. He absolutely shattered the poor fella. So finally, Rizwan going to send one down to Sanjay Berry. He looks poised to swing the bat, and he does. Little inside edgy, just knocked it to long on. Little stumble from the fielder, and Hilson really wants to get on with this. He's ran a really quick 2 there to give Sanjay Berry 2 more on his total. This one charges in. Bit of width offered there to Sanjay Berry. Just opened his bat, guided it down there to third man. Absolutely great cricketing shot. 4 runs on the board. Where's the... Huh? Rizwan comes in again. Sanjay Berry looks to have a swing. That's going to travel towards the boundary, just backward a point, and gets it to the rope. But it looks like Sanjay Berry's decided here to open his shoulders and put a few more runs on the board as England get their 250 mark up. 35.2 overs, 159 minutes, at a run rate of 7.21. England move on to 256 for 1. And as I was saying, Berry looks to have decided that he's not going to hang around here and try and put as many on the board as they can. 10 off the over already, so Rizwan Sheik's got to just have a little adjust to the field, sending the skipper Ravi Suri a little bit straighter. I think he wants to get Sanjay just driving down the ground. That's totally over pitched. Sanjay Berry's missed it, got a top edge Sideways out, but well fielded out there. Really well picked up in the field there by CK. Bolinga's picked that up really nicely and sent it back in. What's going to be another 4 runs there? Just 6 runs. 6 runs signalled by the umpire. And again, Barry getting a wriggle on now, and that's cuffed it straight over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Bit of a hook pull shot. I was adjusting my sheet there because I've seen the CK is out there. There's a CK on the back of a shirt and a CT on the back of a shirt just to make our lives harder in the commentary box. There's a few runs gone here. What's that? There's 10, 18 off this over already. As he comes in again, back foot, he leant onto that Sanjay and just guided it to point, runs through for the last ball of the over, keeping him on strike. That's probably up there with the most expensive over so far in this game. 19 going from it. So the USA team look a little bit deflated. Almost like the bowlers are tired. Skipper's running out of ideas. We've used 7 bowlers already. Who's he going to turn to here? He's sticking with Patel at the reservoir end. 36 overs gone. England 2-6-5 for 1. Berry's raced to 27 off 12 balls. What a strike rate that is. Putting the partnership up to 25 already. So again, a lot of field adjustments going on before the first ball is bowled. And huge gaps in the field. Boundary riders all over the place. Backward square leg. Oh, that's up in the air. It's got to be caught. It's gone straight to the fielder. He's not going to get there. Just fell short of him. They're running hard here. Very hard running by Sanjay Barry to get through for 2. Yeah, back on the boundary ropes now are deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and over there at deep extra cover. Maybe they're trying to tempt the batsman now. They know they're going to have a swish, and he's crashed that. Fielder's not getting that either. That's another 4 runs there for Sanjay Berry. He's really decided to open his shoulders up here, and this is the batting display we wanted to see in the last 15 overs as the England fielder returns the ball back there from deep mid-wicket where Sanjay Berry's clubbed it. He's moved on to 33 or 14. Talking of the 100, this is the strike rate of a 100 cricketer that Sanjay Berry's putting on for us now. Hilson only on 2. Oh, that's a full toss. You can't bowl that to Sanjay. He's actually got a big, thick edge that's just gone down. Oh, it's a lovely throw in there by the USA fielder. I think he was looking to hook that over deep mid-wicket again, and short third bounds ended up picking that up because Sanjay Berry's got an edge. But it gives young Phil Hilson a chance to get some runs on the board. Sent down there, and he's going to have a swing at it now. Just smashed it through. Driven it right to long off and just misfielded it. He's fallen over there, the fielder. That's a bit reminiscent of yesterday's fielding performance, I'm afraid. He got there easily in time there, just had a little stumble as he got to ball there, the USA fielder, and it bounced over him and went for an unnecessary 4 runs. Hilson on strike again. He's had a missed that. Bowled him. Swinging straight across the line. As you'll see here from the replay, he's gone to swing across the line, missed the ball completely, and it's crashed into his middle stump. So I guess a bit of this is to be expected now, as they're just trying to get as many on the board as they can. These England Lions with, what, 8 overs remaining, 36.5 gone. One ball of this over left. Patel's deserved a wicket for my money. Probably the pick of the bowlers today. England 276 for 2. Phil Hilson just trying to smash a big hook shot off the ball of Patel and completely missed it, and it was the classic you miss, I hit scenario there that saw the end of Hilson. He trudges back to the clubhouse. Well, it should be Lee Self by the scorecard we were given start of the game, depending if there's been any variations. Skipper Jason Cornt in next. As Patel comes in for his final delivery, pitched it well up there. Good classic forward defensive shot there from the new batsman, which I think is Lee Self. We haven't had any update once again on the scoreboard. But that's the end of the over there. Wicket for Patel. 31 for 1. And indeed it is Lee Self that's come in to bat towards the end of this innings. And he just prodded that back to the bowler, so it will be Sanjay Berry on strike again, who's obviously looking to go big in these last few overs. .37 gone. England 276 for 2. And I think we've got another change of bowling here. It's telling us Rizwan Sheikh, but I don't think it is. I think Adat's back into the fray at this grandstand end. Didn't bowl terribly. 30 for 6, which by my maths is 5 and over. It's got to be some of the more economical figures out here this afternoon for the USA. As he prepares to charge in from the grandstand end. Sanjay Berry on strike, and he's had a big slash at that with a cut shot, and I think that's going to beat the fielder again and go for 4 runs. So Berry really not messing around, and straight away the skipper Ravi Suri for the USA team signals for another fielder to go down that way. I think, in all honesty, with a bit more mobility than the chap that was there already, as you see that on your screen, just coming back to his mark. Rajesh 31 on his back. Berry obviously licking his lips at the chance here to have a bit of a swing, having been put in a very comfortable position by 2 centuries by Mark Eames and Paul Radich. One dummy attack, he's got that totally wrong. He's looking to hit that leg side. It's squirted out here to where the skipper, Ravi Suri, was fielding at a kind of short, deep cover. Longy off position. Just run the single, so it gives Lee Self a chance to get some runs on the board. 5 off the over so far. Rajesh charges in, swings one down, pulled that one down a little bit, but Self dealt with it well. It was just dangling into his pads a little bit, which that seems to have got happening today out of all the bowlers. Just a little bit of movement coming into the batsman after it pitches. Takes a single. Ravi Suri sends a fielder up closer to the bowler. Pushes Rizwan a little bit further around to square as Berry looks to get this going, and he has a swing, and it's a wide. Down leg side for a wide, signalled by umpire Simon Giles. Yeah, skipper reminded him that the boundary fielders are on this side. There's 4 of them now on this offside. Ravi Suri just reminding the bowler to get it down this side. This is where we're all stood, and right on cue he does that next ball. Well picked up in the field. They've gone for a cheeky little 2-run there, and they are well in. Peter Jones had a thought of stumping him there, but Sanjay Berry had already jogged into position, moving himself on to 39. Oh, it's updated. 41, Sanjay Berry off 18 balls. Cracking strike rate. England 285 for 2. We're in the 38 over. Again, he's pulled that down as Sanjay Berry's absolutely launched that. It's not quite going to go for 6, it's a 4. Signalled by the umpire, but he's just a big old hook down the cow corner, that one there. And Berry moves on to 45 off 19 balls. And real 100 striking here going on by Berry, obviously wanting to get the score up as high as they can. Give the bowler something really serious to defend. And certainly already you'd have to say that this USA side have got a bat a little bit better than yesterday if they're going to hunt this down. And skipper Ravi Suri's just had a word there with Adat about his bowling. He's set a really offside field here for it to come. 4 boundary riders looking to take the catch. And that's a couple he's just sent down the leg side now, which is not pleased his captain at all. That's more like it. Little top edge, fielders there. Did really well. Bounced up horrible on him there. Prevented the boundary, and they just ran the single. So 14 off that over from Adat, so not a lot better than Rizwan Sheikh, who you replaced. And again, it looks like Rafi's running out of options here of how to curtail this run rate. Russell Blackwell on the chat, showing his allegiances clearly, enjoying the England performance here against this USA side. .38 overs gone. England 290 for 2. Sanjay Berry's raced to 46 off 20. He's got the strike here again as Patel is going to come in from the reservoir end. I'm not surprised he's kept him on for his 6th over here. He's bowled really tidily, Patel. 1 for 31. Must be up there with some of the best figures for this USA side today on the bowling. And he's shuffling his field here. They obviously know, I think we've got to the point in the game where they know England are going to have a swing of the bat, and they're just trying to put fielders out there in catching positions. I think they know that's their best chance of taking wickets now. He pulled that down, that's not going to be a wide. Down the leg side. Sanjay Berry had a big old swing at that, and he's not giving it. For my money, I thought that had to be a wide every time. Patel just composed himself again before his second ball. Launches it up a bit higher and gone. Well done. Great glove work. Watch that on the replay. Peter Jones. Quick as lightning. Berry's gone a step. Had a swing. Yeah, umpire's got that spot on. Just jumped out of his crease there, but what a performance there from Sanjay Berry. Strike rate of 209.09 as he departs, having put on a fantastic show of quick scoring. England 290 for 3. Berry walks back to the clubhouse full, having scored 46 of 22 balls. USA getting their 3rd wicket. So I think the skipper probably going to give a spot up here for someone coming in. Haven't played yesterday. I imagine it's Andrew Davis who's coming in now, taking his guard. I've just skipped one player in the lineup I was given at the start due to me thinking that Jason played yesterday. He's also still sat over there with his shorts on and probably wants to give someone else a chance. It's a lovely little dab down to 3rd man. Well fielded. Short 3rd man picked it up very quickly. I think it's going to be Andrew Davis when this scoreboard updates. Little punch shot there from Lee Self, just down to long on. Stopped it quickly, got it back in quickly, just restricted England to a single as they move on to 292 for 3. Heading towards that magic 300 mark as Patel comes in again. Again, not a bad over here. That's great running between the wickets, that. Just dabbed it down away from the wicket-keeper and charged through for a single. The 2 English batsmen, as I said, Patel's actually decent over. Dot, wicket, 1-1-1. So again, not being smashed around the park as much as some of the USA bowlers. Oh, that's completely over pitched, and he's absolutely missed that. Lee Self has thrown a full toss there, which he could have and should have put away, and completely missed it. And you can see he's disgusted with himself as the over comes to an end. He's going to tell Andrew Davis all about it here now. So it's the end of the 39th. 6 overs to go. England 293 for 3. Had a couple of retirements from Paul Radic, who scored 100, and Mark Eames, who scored 101. The first pair out there really put England in control of this game from the word go. And Andrew Davis is going to face the bowling of Rajesh Idat from the grandstand end. And again, Ravi struggling to get his fielders out on the boundary on this offside. They obviously want to encourage him to have a swing. Again, always a strange one for me. We're in the 39th over and the first batsman is moaning about the sight screens. Seems a little strange. Basically that's been pushed back to where it started from when the left-hander had it moved. And great team spirit there, Ravi Suri, the skipper of the USA side. Straight over there to adjust it for the England batsman, Andrew Davis. He's going to face one here from Rajesh. Down wide. Ooh. Had a little fish at that one there. Andrew Davis. And this field, that's where he's got to be bowling that on the offside. Almost at 5th or 6th stump, really. You've got 4 boundary riders and someone in the covers. The skipper will want him to bowl to this field. A bit like that. Again, dabbled it down. Good shot there from Davis. Just guided it down to 3rd man. Runs through for the single. Rotates the strike and gets Lee Self on. A bit like it was the start of the game. On his legs, flicked it away. I'm not sure if there's bat in that or it was all pad. He's given 4 runs. Yeah, he must have played a lovely little tickle off his hips there because the umpire signalled 4 runs. Fielder's in no rush to get the ball back, as you can see from your pictures. Taking his time. So Rajesh, 3 left to come in this over. Charges down there towards, oh, that's a wide Lee Self. That's Miles. He was stretching that full length of his bat and he was still wide of it, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. I think that wide moves England on to 299 for 3. So 1 more run just to get the 300 up here for England. Most of the work done by Paul Radic and Mark Eames. That's wide. Lee Self's cuffed it down there for 4 runs. Straight through third man and deep backward point. Brings up the 300 for England. Commanding performance here by the Lions at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. As Lee Self's boundary brings up the 300 and puts this USA side under real pressure. 39.4 overs, 182 minutes, 7.64 run rate for England to get that 300 up on the board, and they're 303 for 3. Sounds a bit Nelson-y, but not quite. And again, he's just driven that forward there, Lee Self. Straight into covers. Bit of a misfield again there from the USA fielder. But the English batsmen are happy just running the one. 11 off the over now for it out there, looking very tired out there, very quiet in the field for the USA side. Not a lot of clapping and cheering going on, understandably, with how this innings has gone. And Andrew Davis in the red cap just prods that past the bowler to get a single. Umpire Simon Giles makes notes in his book as we look at the locals watching on. A few England cricketers there, a couple of locals enjoying the cricket scene down here at Royal Ascot this afternoon. England 105 for 3, 5 overs remaining, run rate of 7.63, very, very tidy. And you just 2 games I've seen now, a game and a half. India need to tighten up this, USA need to tighten up this fielding and bowling, really. I'm going to stick with Patel, which I don't mind the sound of. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me. Ravi Suri just moving his field around again, trying to get a couple more breakthroughs for this USA side. Take a couple more wickets would cheer them up before the end of play. And it's going to be Andrew Davis on strike. He's got 4 runs off 5 balls. Big gap here on the sweep feet. Oh, he's done exactly that. No. Oh! Peter Jones has a shot at the stumps. I think he's well in, but he... watch this for a bit of wicketkeeper action. You're losing behind there, but watch those stumps. Turned around, had a shy, bang. 1 stump to aim out and hit them. Great bit of glove work by Peter Jones. Luckily, from an England point of view, Lee Self was well in. That would look really good to the keeper, turning and throwing like that. But Lee Self was well and truly back in his crease. As you just take a minute for him to do up his laces. Just gives a wave to the bowler there, Self, to let him know he's ready. That's a bit short. He's flicked it off his hips to the fielder. Another little bobble in the field. Allows Self to run through for an easy single. Getting Davis back on strike with the bright red cap on. And just a little edge there, past the keeper. And again, a bit like the start of the innings, they're running the singles well, rotating the strike well here, the two England batsmen. Little push forward there from Lee South, just squared it out to point. They're going to risk going for 2 runs, and it should not good enough throw or take in there from Patel to allow Andrew Davis just to stroll in for an easy 2 runs. Oh, that was right in the wheelhouse. Oh, he's gone with his foot there, and poor fielding again. Went with his foot, the USA fielder, and it's gone straight past him for 4 runs. There for Lee South, it was short and wide, and he dispatched it over the bowler's head. England have moved on to 314. And again, that's a little sweep shot, straight down leg side. Don't think the skipper will be very happy with this. He's already had a couple of words with bowlers saying, offside, please, offside. And they've strayed down leg again. And that brings up the end of the over. 10 off that over, 41 down. England 315 for 3. And the United States team really running out of ideas here. I think we're going to have another change of bowling here at this end. We're going to see Pardeep Gill come on here and try his arm at the grandstand end. So Pardeep went for 17 off his first 2 overs from the reservoir end. Let's hope he has more joy here at the grandstand end as he comes in to bowl to Lee Self. He's dragged that down and wide, he's cut it. Lovely shot of the field and get there again. He's gone for a foot field and he's missed it. And it's gone for 4 runs. Needs to be getting down with the hands a bit more here. This United States fielding outfit. Too often sticking the boot out, trying to stop these boundaries and missing the ball completely. So first of all, back for Gill. He goes for 4 and then nonchalantly Self has just dropped back there, hooked that straight over deep square for another 4 runs. I think Pardeep's trying to entice him into the same shot here because he's pulled the man up from 3rd man, dropped the fielder that was at deep square even deeper, trying to make him play more shots, and oh, well, there you are. For once the foot field does pay off. The fielder there that was brought up from 3rd man to short 3rd man has stood on the ball and stopped it going for a certain boundary. I think Gill was hoping to tempt Lee Self into another hook shot and get the catch on the boundary there from deep square man right on the rope as Andrew Davis faces again. Loves that little dab shot down to third man, and short third man does very well again. Throws it into Peter Jones behind the stumps. Four balls gone from this over. 10 runs scored. So Gill not as economical today, and that's hit straight into the ground by Self and fielded by Gill off his own bowling. England have got to 3-2-5 for 3 now. And the USA team have got some work to do this afternoon to climb this mountain and surpass this total that they've offered up to England. Gill comes in wide. Gone straight to the fielder. Oh, he's dropped the catch. Lee Self hit that straight to the fielder there. That cover. And he's put it down. Cover fielder stopped to go for a boundary. I thought it'd be a certain boundary. Look at his hand now. Taking a bit of a blow on that there, and that was the end of the over. 42nd over. 3-2-6 for 3. And the fielder who just put that catch down going off, he's taken a bit of a blow on his finger or thumb there. It's our friend Prem Suri, number 17 on his back, who's dropped that catch and then left the field. So Patel's going to continue from the reservoir end. This is the 43rd over. England going at 7.76 and over right at this late stage of the game. 2 for 43 is Patel off 7. He's probably going to bowl out. He's been the pick of the bunch. I'm not sure there's any bat on that little hook shot there from Lee Self. It's charging to me. Gill, having just bowled, has hunted that down, and good throw into the keeper, Peter Jones. Yeah, I didn't see any leg by signals, so I think Self got a bit of wood to that. He moves on to 29. England 3-2-6 for 3. Patel comes in again, bowls it leg side. He's completely missed it. Got himself into all sorts of pickles there. After all said and done, it's just a dot ball. Again, that's down leg side, just wide of the fielder on the catch, and I don't think the fielder's going to put a foot out. Hasn't managed to get it in line with the ball, and it's gone for another 4. And we're headed towards the sort of 50 added runs here for misfields that the USA suffered yesterday again. Really letting this total get away from him here. 6 off this over, already 3 balls. 3-3-2 for 3. Patel coming in from the reservoir end again. Lee Self on strikes, already found himself on 35, and he's hit that perfectly between the 2 fielders, one of which has worked really hard to get around and stop it, just give him the single. So it's the dreaded Graham Gooch score, isn't it? 3-3-3, triple Nelson, 3-3-3 for 3. All sorts of trouble here. Davis on strike. Oh, swept it again. Down leg side again. And Patel knows himself that's not good enough. He's straight head in hands. Just drifting down leg. And Andrew Davis just has to turn it around the corner. And they run an easy single. Patel in for his last ball. Pitched it up a bit. It's gone airborne there from Lee Self. Is the fielder getting there? Oh, he has as well. Fantastic leap and stop by the fielder. Straight over the bowler's head to long on. He's jumped up and stopped that going for a certain boundary and restricted England to a single from the last ball of Patel's over. 9 off it. He's gone 2 for 52 off 8. Spoilt his economy a little bit the last 2 overs. 43 overs down. England are 3-3-5 for 3. There's a lot of threes to be said. We're in power play 3. Davis on 7 off 9 balls. Just kind of playing the backup role, because a bit like Sanjay Berry, Lee Self's decided to come out and have a bit of a swing. He's had 30. He's on 37 off 21 balls. And Gill, who's gone for over 9 and over in just 3 overs, is being kept on here at this grandstand end. But I think Ravi, the skipper for the USA, is running out of options, to be honest. And that's a big swing, short from Gill. And Lee Self's just put it through for a single. Thought about taking the 2, and it's well fielded out there on the boundary. And there you go, Gill gives the fielder a nice round of applause. Good touch, nice to see. .3. Gill comes in. Lee Self, oh, got him. Nice, finally got the edge. Gill gives him a little tap on the way past, but he's finally got one to move a little bit there, and he's just nicked it straight into the gloves of Peter Jones, who, for my money, does deserve that after all the hard work he's done. Self's gone for 38. Yeah, can be happy with that little knock. Lee Self in the circumstances. Game well and truly under control. Probably told to come out and have a swing and put as many on the board as you can. He's knocked 38 off 23 balls. Probably done the job he was told to do. England are 3-3-7 for 4. Just an over and 2 balls remaining. Better over by Gill. He's gone 1.1 wicket. And he'll look to frighten the new batsman who's wandered into the crease here. I think it's Razi Ahmed, one of Owen's favourites who's come to the crease. He can play some shots, mind, on his day. 2 to come from Gill from the grandstand end. Oh, and straight away Razi Ahmed's had a swing, driven it straight. Oh. I mean, there's literally groan from the crowd you heard there for that 4. He's gone down with his hands this time, the fielder. Razi Ahmed's driven it to deep extra cover. The fielder's run round, put his hand down, half stopped it, and it's trickled over the boundary for 4. Probably sums up the USA innings this afternoon. Razi Ahmed has a big swing, trying to get a similar shot away. Completely misses it. Swing and a miss from the last ball of the 44th over. England 3-4-1 for 4. 1 over to come. I imagine it'll be Patel to finish his 9. Oh no, we're on a change, just to mix it up. So we're into the last over from the reservoir end. Bowler charges in, throws one at Andrew Davis, cuts it away down to short. Third man. And I think Idat's having a little dabble at the other end now. Rajesh Idat is coming in for the last over here for the USA. First ball a single for Andrew Davis. Rotates the strike, gets Razi Ahmed on. Gonna have a bit of a swing, and he does. In the air, big. Pulled it out there. Good shot, 4 runs. Pulled it off a short delivery straight over mid-wicket. Across the boundary rope before the fielder had a chance to move. Takes the fielder wide to get the ball back. 2 throws before it's back in. Rajesh hands. Rajesh coming in now. Ahmed on strike. Probably going to have another swing. Oh, he has. Going down the leg side, so not going to LBW, but run the cheeky little single. Give Andrew Davis another cut of balls before this innings comes to a close. England 3-4-6 for 4, 3-4-7 for 4, so they'd really love to tip the 350 mark here. Three balls remaining to come from Rajesh. He skipped down the wickets. Andrew Davis all over the place there. And going for a big swish. USA get another wicket there. 3, 4, 7, 4, 5. And in all truth, it was Davis who's gone for 9. Just having a swing now. Nigel Moore's probably having a bit of a giggle having to walk up there for 2 balls, I think, at the end of this innings. I'm sure the Lions will want to get to the 350 mark. Stranded on 3-4-7 at the moment. Groundsman Aaron hovering by the side of the pitch with his wheelbarrow and brush and paint just to be touching up the halfway point. We should be having a break today as I'm on my own. Kept it nice and simple. Now, Razi Ahmed. 3, 4, 8 for 5. Can he get us to that magical 350 mark? He's going to have a skip and a swing, I fancy here. Dak comes in. Razi gets on it. It's in the air. There's a fielder there. They've got to run the 2. Let's not be slow, boys. Oh, it's taken a horrible bounce. An awful bounce. He stopped it. One of those awful bounces went sideways on the fielder there, to be fair, but they ran 2 in the end to get England to the 350 mark at the end of 45 overs. And that's a dominant performance by the England batting lineup. 350 for 5 after 45 overs. They got to the 350 mark, which is great batting. Obviously, Paul Radich and Mark Eames with 2 centuries before retiring. And we're going to leave you now for tea and a little video from our sponsors, CleanClad. And welcome back after tea. We've been fed and watered very nicely here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. As you can see from the wide shot there, the England team are out in the middle. Jason Cornt just dragged all the boys together. Had a good long chat with them in the circle. Presumably it'd be, let's avoid complacency, let's get the job done. I know he talked about that this morning to me, about keeping their standards up, even if there is a big score on the board, which they've managed. They've hit 350, 4-7. Fantastic performance from the England batsmen, particularly Paul Radich and Mark Eames. And quite funnily, on the back of my commentary, he dragged me at the sandwich table there and said we were goading each other to get to 100 first, and then he had a word with Mark Eames for getting to 101 when he retired on 100. So we called that one right in the commentary box. But nice to know the boys do enjoy a giggle out there and enjoyment, as the manager was telling us is the name of the game. Go out there, enjoy yourselves. There's the England sponsors up there before we get started. Stonehill, Sporter Tours, NV, MacTech, The Jube and Clean Clad, whose video you saw just as we took lunch. And there's Jason just sorting the field out before we get underway. As the first ball comes in, we're just waiting for the scoreboard to update. Oh, dug out the block hole there. Big full-length delivery. I would presume it's the skipper, Ravi Suri, at the far end, because he does like to open. I'm just trying to catch the number. It's either CK or CT at this end. Judging by the printing on the back of the shirt. So there we go, it is in fact CK out there opening up with Captain Ravi Suri. And Bowman is bowling. Opening the bowling, I should say. Chris Bowman is opening the bowling. To get us underway here in the second innings. So obviously a big total, 3-5-1 required for the USA, and that's a good shot, and that's missed there. Bit of a misfield, very unusual for England. Gone straight through. Sanjay Berry, I think that was, for 4 runs. So that will cheer the USA skipper up, no end. And the umpire just having a word there with where he ran after knocking that 4. So Ravi Suri getting us off with a 4 in the first over. And he's had a swing there and a miss. Pitched up full there by Bowman, right in the block hole. And Bowman comes in for his last delivery of this over. Oh, it's top edge. It's gone over the fielder, though. He's just hooked that round the corner. Backward square leg was over him before he knew it, and it's gone for 4 runs there. So, solid start there from USA. 1 over down. 8 on the board without loss. So, they're ahead of run rate. 8 runs scored. Run rate required 7.8. Two boundaries there for skipper Ravi Suri off that first over. And I imagine we're going to see our co-commentator, Paul Garlick, I would imagine. As he explained, he's technically 12th man, but can have a bowl come on and off. The Hampshire swinger, Mr. Garlick. Going to throw a few down, try and get some of this green top working for him, as he explains to us in the first innings. And Jason Corn, the skipper, just having a reshuffle here in the field. You can see from your pictures there, it's attacking field, wicketkeeper slip, gully, point. You've got young Bowman, who just bowled, down here at 3rd man. And I think the skipper is going to pop himself in there at a fairly extra cover position. Only 2 men on the leg side here, so really back in. Oh, that's a lovely line. Really back in Paul Garlick's line here. Just 2 men on this leg side. 7-2 field, we've not seen that since the Australians, so a lot of faith shown in him here by the skipper, Jason. That's just oh, that was just wrapped his pads, that. That must have just been going down leg side, I think, for umpire David Halley. It was very close. He had a good, long, hard think about that. Might have been a little dream start there for Paul Garlick. He's got that. Oh, that's totally done him for pace there. Poor CK's been upended there. Was past him before he started his downswing. Cracking start here by Paul. 3 dot balls in a row. Got a very attacking field. Which we have been calling for a few times this summer. And finally we see it off the back of the bowling of Paul Garlick. Gets another one coming down, just dabbed it down there, and there's a bit of a misfield there. First slips let it through his feet, which Paul won't be overly impressed with. And I'm really pleased to say we're joined here by the England captain, Edward Gordon-Lennox. How you doing?
Matt, very nice. The Lions in a gorgeous place on a warm afternoon. Them having scored a huge score, 350 odd. Couple more Centurions, which is great news.
Yeah, I was going to say, what did you make that first innings? It was a really accomplished performance, wasn't it? Mark Eames and Paul Radich getting their tons, a bit like yourself yesterday, and 350, a tough chase for the USA.
Yeah, I mean, they batted very well. Mark Eames, of course, plays very well square of the wicket. Plenty of options. And it's just about disciplines in the field. It's about backing up. It's about making sure you put your body on the line in the field. There's a few rabbits in the outfield that have caused a few problems. But, yeah, it's about bowling straight, bowling consistently, and being patient, putting pressure on the USA batters.
And just to flip that the other way, Edward, if you're the USA skipper, obviously a big mountain to climb. What's the chat to the boys if you're in their shoes?
Well, I think after yesterday, Matt, and actually already in the first 2 overs, they've come out with a lot more intent. These openers have scored a couple of fours, a very positive start. There's another shot of intent. So, look, they're warming into their tour. They're getting into it, and so they've just got to give themselves a chance, and that starts up front.
Yeah, and the first thing that struck me after that innings was, we've talked about it all summer, the strength in depth in England over 60s cricket. This whole Lions setup that you've started for a kind of 35-man squad to pick from, and that first innings just sums up the strength you've got available to you.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, the Lions last year was a little bit of a club of people who either had played or wanted to play for England, and they did a great job. But what we've done this year, as many people know, is we've made it into a squad. All great teams produce a squad that supports each other, that backs each other, and it creates some really positive tension within the squad, both for the England side and the Lions. And in doing so, by having 3 touring teams over here, has meant that the Lions have played against them, which means it's a true competition. Or a similar competition to the England opposition, which puts people under pressure. And as we see all the way through the summer, the Lions guys have performed, and indeed in the England side at the moment there are 3 people who have scored runs for the Lions on several occasions. So far so good, and the concept is working.
Yeah, like you say, it's a lot of sports teams that keep people on their toes, and the first name that sprang to my mind when you said that was Timor Allen. A couple of good innings and showed his worth for the Lions, and then promoted to the England side and still scoring runs.
Yeah, look, Timor's had a super start, and I think it's not just his batting. Actually, I think what a squad does is change a few attitudes as well, and that's nothing against Timor, but the whole behavioural thing and the support and commitment to each other and the ability to understand that it's not just about individuals but also about trying a few things when you've got a lot of games to play and looking at partnerships and options is a really important part of running a squad, and that is great. Timor's one great example of that.
I suppose that only becomes super difficult when you're away from home, like next year's World Cup Canada. You can only take so many on an away tour. We saw the Australians with 16. Will you have similar numbers, and then you've got to pick them on merit before you set off?
Yeah, I mean, this year has been unique, Matt, because we've had 3 touring teams, and we've had lots of options. Some would argue that there's sort of too many games, and we've got to be very mindful of the county system because, you know, in these games against the USA, we've got a couple of players per side who are playing in the Lions side who've had great county years so far, and it's really important that the door is kept open for all those in the county championship who perform. Next year, as you say, there's a World Cup in Canada, but the consequence of that is that we won't have a lot of touring teams, and we're going to have to create a way of not only retaining the concept of the Lions, but also creating better cricket domestically amongst the over 60s in order to test people properly in the same way as the touring teams have this year. So, yeah, we've got some work to do as to what that looks like.
And the chap to our right here is a real cricket fan, keeping his stats and scorecards. Tell me, it's the biggest growth, one of the biggest growth areas in cricket is seniors cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure many people are aware of the numbers. I think we've got about 3,900 registered people at over 60s and 70s in the UK, which is probably twice as much as it was 5 years ago or 6 or 7 years ago. So the growth is enormous, and you know, that puts some pressure on various things like the administration of it, the ground availability, and having naturally to put some structures in, which includes selection criteria, proper schedules, you know, selection policies and other things, which all help the maturing of what has been in the past an incredible setup, but run by 1 or 2 individuals, or more than that, 4 or 5 individuals who've done a great job. But for everyone to know what this seniors cricket is about and to have, you know, structures and clarity about expectations and how they can improve even at this age is really, really important.
And I presume that means club sides, county sides, the national sides have got to come together and work together and scratch each other's backs effectively, you know, not get in each other's ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we've got 34 counties at seniors, you know, 60s level, and not quite that many at 70s level, all of whom are playing every week. And we've got some fantastically committed and passionate people leading those campaigns in what is a great county championship at 60s and 70s level. But what you also get is the variety of how counties run those systems, the funding models, the sponsorship availability and all of that. And we're just starting a process which allows us to share that best practice you talk about, Matt, in order that we can just improve the whole. The general whole is very accepted as a wonderful opportunity that we have, and to spread some best practice and help counties do even better is the next sort of phase of this great campaign.
And as we're touching on counties, me and you are obviously from the greatest county, Gloucestershire. How's their season been this time round?
Yeah, we got off to a fantastic start. I think we won the first 6 games. It has to be said that for various reasons we've let ourselves down in the last 2 or 3 and lost them, which meant that in the last 16 next week on Tuesday we're away to Suffolk rather than home on a known Gloucester ground. But we're confident. We're you know, we're heading off to Sudbury on Tuesday with a full squad and looking to take on Suffolk. So that's how we're getting on.
That's a cracking 4 just hit there by CK, smashed through point, and still, I was going to say, they're just losing their confidence, getting a bit dabby there, but they've just played a shot there to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So looking forward to your summer. Enough about Lions and that. What you said you enjoyed your kind of week off with a rest after the Grey Ashes. You got the first one on the belt. Fantastic personal performance and a fantastic team performance. What's the calendar looking like for you next 2-3 weeks over the summer?
Yeah, so we've still got 4 more games. We've got 2 Lions games and 2 ODIs against the USA, who will, as we've seen in this first 6 or 7 overs in this innings, will get better. There's no doubt. They've got a couple of days rest, and they will no doubt be better at Chipping Camden on Sunday. So a couple of weeks more of this cricket, and then depending on the county championship performance, we may be still going there. Let's hope so. I'm then personally taking a week off. Actually, it's been quite a busy summer in some respects. Before we come back to planning a Tri-Nations tournament, Matt, in September, where we've got England and England Lions and Wales and Scotland. So 4 teams playing over a 3-day tournament where they each play each other, which should be a good fun time. We're going to Warwickshire for that. The Warwickshire boys have kindly organised that, and we look forward to that enormously.
I'm so glad we sat around the campfire last night and said we'd like to see the Lions play the England side. So us at the UOG team will be really looking forward to that.
Yeah, never mind this international stuff against Wales and Scotland. I think Jason and Paul Gelder are pretty keen to bring that one on. But listen, all in good time, and we'll see what happens there.
There'll be some real personal rivalries are getting settled there in the Lions England game. It sounds fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. We've spent the first 3-4 months of the summer trying to get a squad together, and as soon as an England Lions match comes up, the competitive juices get going again. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
It's fit and healthy, but you boys do play a lot of cricket, and for people looking to get into it, it's a big commitment, isn't it? It's not easily taken on.
Well, I think to play at this level, you've got to take it seriously. It's all about camaraderie and enjoyment and the great joy of the game that gives us so much more than that. But in order to play it regularly, twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week, we absolutely have to be responsible with ourselves. Get into the gym, look after ourselves, take rest when you can, because there's around coverage and thousands of people listening and watching. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's Edward Gordon-Lennox, the England captain. Victorious after yesterday with his fantastic 111 knock. I was there to witness it, and it was absolutely sublime, and we've got our fingers crossed for the rest of the summer for him in this clean-clad cup against the USA. And he's generously given his time here just to talk us through a bit about seniors cricket. I'm sure you can look into getting into it. Anyone interested, and all those Gloucestershire boys listening, we wish you the best of luck down at Suffolk next week. So that was nice chatting to Ed. I don't keep him too long, he's on a bit of a day off. But we're in our 6th over. 28 for 0 USA, so steady start, a little bit below the run rate, but like Ed said, what's nice to see is they're playing some shots. That's going to be a wide from Garlick. They're not being as defensive as yesterday, and they're getting their shots away. 2 or 3 boundaries already produced by the American boys out there. And I know Ravi Suri, the skipper on 20, will be delighted to get a few on the board. Very passionate about his cricket. And as Ed explained, very serious about this level of cricket. And Barlingay, CK as he likes to be known, just smashing that one through covers for another 4 runs. As Jason just on his haunches, having a stretch, I think. But I caught up with him at lunchtime, and complacency was the word that struck me and used, and that's what they've got to be careful of here. The Lions, job ain't done, let's not get complacent. They're still... not yet. What now? Challenge coming to 10th over. Yeah, so you've got to not get complacent here and get the job done. Keep that bowling tight, and so far Paul Garlick was impressed. Just 1-4 going. 4 and over basically so far if he can get 2 dot balls down here. As he said, he does look to bowl a very nice line and length. Very consistent. He just wants that pitch doing a bit. That's all right, isn't it? He just wants that seam to dig into that green top and do a bit, and just find some movement for some. It's very overcast here now. I don't think there's any threat of rain. There's a bit of side wind and overcast, so hopefully he can get something happening. As Newly informs me, apparently there's 57% chance of rain at 5, so if that happens, we'll blame her now. And that was the end of Garlick's third over. So indeed, he's gone for 12 off 3, which is 4 and over. Ravi Suri on 20. Barlingay, CK on 10. And they're just behind the run rate a little bit. And it's a tough gig this. You know, you want to play your shots and keep going and get close. Do yourself some good work and a proud display. But then, like yesterday, you don't want to be throwing your wickets away too cheaply, too early. I know the rest of the US boys are over there having a good old time. Lots of laughing going on, so it's nice to see them enjoying themselves. They're on a trip away from home. All that goes with that. But we had a fine bit of lunch and food given to us by Royal Ascot Cricket Club once again, just as we did last time we were here. So many thanks to everyone down here making that happen. So Bomer preparing to start his 4th over from the grandstand end. He's gone for 20 off the first 3. And CK just leans forward and prods that back to him in a defensive manner. Gets back to the top of his mark for his second delivery. Oh, that's just right in the block hole, that. And CK seems to have to really stretch and get down low to keep that one out. I'm sure Jason will be looking forward to having a bowl out here today. Telling me how much he enjoys his bowling this morning. We had a chat about golf and all sorts of things, and the Nottinghamshire area where my sister's from. But at the moment, Bomer keeping these USA batsmen at bay. 3 dot balls, start of this 4th over. And there's a decent bit of pace in these 2 bowlers at the start of the Lions innings. That one's right on cue, and well played there by CK. Just dug it out the block hole. You see that ball bouncing all over the place as it goes through the outfield. And it's returned there. Good throw straight over the stumps for wicketkeeper Andrew Davis to collect. Bomer comes in, 5th delivery. Oh, forward defensive there from CK, just prods it back to him. Ravi looked a bit worried that there might be a run-out chance on there, and the way he was darting back to his popping crease. Not so attacking in the field now, already. Jason Cornt giving some sort of signal to Paul Gelder, the manager here. I think maybe asking Sanjay Berry's gone off with went diving for a fielding stop and I think jarred his finger or bent it back. So just shouting now from the sidelines whether he wants him back on or not. Just signalled back to he'll have to bring him on at the 10th over now. He's had some treatment on that finger, see a lot of strapping around it. We're going to continue with Paul Garlick at the reservoir end. Charging in here to CK. Nice line and let. Oh, it's just dabbed that very late. Got his bat down very late and stopped that crashing into the stumps for my money. Not quite at the right angle to call the line, but that's what it looked like. Certainly the panicked drop of the bat from CK would suggest as much. Paul obviously very proud of his bowling when he spoke to us in the first innings. Good with his history on cricket, down from the Hampshire area. Doing well in the made the quarterfinals. I think he was saying, wasn't he, that Hampshire seniors have now. And they'll be looking for a breakthrough here, England, and wanting to stop this USA side. Batting out these 45 overs. Run rate's currently 4.93 and required run rate's 8.37, so already a little bit high. I think the USA batsmen will just want to give themselves a knock, a look out there. But like Ed was saying, they're already looking improved from yesterday, and I'm sure with every game they play, they're going to improve and get used to the conditions and put on a tougher and tougher test every time they turn up. So, oh, that's a nice little dab down. Just kept his bat angle down and guided it to first slip so it wasn't airborne. And that's a brilliant 5 dot balls by Paul Garlick. Finding his range now and getting that line and length he talked about so enthusiastically. And I know, just looking ahead, one of the American players, the wicketkeeper, Peter Jones, is very keen to come and have a go at the commentary when he saw us yesterday. Very interested in it. And I believe he's going to join us around the 10 over mark, share his thoughts with us and give commentating a go. As I'm stranded here on my own all day. Owen enjoying his summer holiday up in mighty Yorkshire. But he will be back with you on Sunday when we're at Chipping Camden. The team will be there. For the second ODI for the England team. Captained by Edward Gordon-Lennox. That one got through, wrapped the pad, but it was down leg side. I think that last one was an actual over, a maiden over for Paul Garlick. Thoroughly deserved. Chris Baum charges in, and I think that's going to be a wide. So the England side, England line's not having it all their own way here. Obviously, economy is the important thing here, and the USA are behind, but they're not having it all their own way. That's a sharp stop there at gully. I think Razi Ahmed diving down to stop that. Giving a little, his hand a shake out when the ball clattered into it. Right up in the block hole again from Chris Bomer. Just had to be prodded away by Ravi Suri, the USA captain. Another one very full length, right at the boots of the American skipper. We touched on this earlier, but already much more encouraging and clapping going on with the Lions out there than we heard from the USA squad. Oh, he's gone for that. Ravi's had a swing. Didn't quite get it, just got it inside edgy and picked up at mid-on. Oh, Very lucky inside edge there. Did squirt out to square leg rather than shaving the stumps, but almost a swing and a miss there from the skipper, Ravi Suri. Just going for one that wasn't there. Another good England over. So it's end of the 9th. USA are 38 without loss, which will cheer them up. They've got to be careful. They went quite a while yesterday without losing a wicket, then kind of folded in the middle, as Ravi was explaining to us this morning in our pre-match chat. Paul Garlick's going to continue, I believe, at the reservoir end. This is his 5th over. Another player that looked very fit and athletic for a 60-plus-year-old, which I guess you've got to be as a bowler. Ed again talking to us about getting in the gym, staying fit, avoiding injury, making the most of the last few years of your cricket in time, I suppose. Let's just dab down. Hands ahead of the bottom of the bat, guided it down to second slip. It looked like it was angling in quite nicely, that from Paul Garlick, just pushed away by CK. Back to mid-off. CK looks to, a little bit over-pitched that. And CK has dealt with that very well, just smashed it over the leg side. Kind of deep mid-wicket area for 4 runs. That won't cheer Paul Garlick up. Just let one slide down leg there a little bit, and Barklingay pounced on it, sent it over the boundary. And after 2 dot balls, that'll be really disappointing for Paul Garlick. That 3rd ball of his going for a boundary. But still decent figures. Wants to take a wicket or 2. Again, that's another one just straying down leg, and Barlingay clipping it beautifully off his hips. Oh, I think CK wanted a 3rd there, but the skipper wasn't having it. Comes Garlick, 5th delivery. Oh, that's on the money, and the keeper takes the bails off. But I think he was still in his popping crease. Very lively on those stumpings, this wicket keeper Andrew Davis looks.
Excited about the games here.
And were you playing cricket when you moved away at 20?
Oh yeah, I had a great aunt who came to look after me once when my mother was sick. Aged 81, she bowled at me in the garden for about 2 hours with this cricket set that she brought, so that got me going.
And what's the biggest difference you've noticed with the ground?
Yeah, that will run away down the hill for 4. The fielder will have to be walking in to pick it up about 10 yards from the batsman. So it encourages a lot more hitting in the air, because that's the only way you can get the ball to go anywhere.
Okay. All right, very interesting. So quite different then. I played on a Hessian mat, one game I had in Barcelona when we moved over there, as the USA gets a 50 partnership, Suri and Balingay, 50 runs, 65 balls in 39 minutes, and I I won't commentate curse it. The boys have started well. You must be happy. No loss yet.
It's a good start. I mean, these are two very solid batsmen. As you've kind of seen looking at our team, most learnt their cricket in India. Ravi is from Hyderabad in the south. CK is from Nagpur. You know, they played decent cricket in India. Like most of the team came over to the US for business, either to study or straight into a job. And, you know, most have been in the tech fields, software or Intel or, you know, companies like that. So for us to come and play in, you know, the home of cricket, while it has huge meaning for me, it's got meaning for all these guys too. I mean, to play against England in England doesn't get any better than this.
And how are you finding the England team? Obviously, disappointing defeat yesterday and a fantastic total for England today. Are they surprising you? Were you expecting them to be this dominant, or, you know?
Well, England and Australia, the over 60s, clearly are the two best teams in the world. You know, I think they recently had the Grey Ashes series that, if I'm right, it was 2 wins for each and a tie. I mean, you can't get any closer than that. I think the Aussies kept it because of that nice boundary. We'll take that. But we knew that we would be up against it. But this is part of the learning process. You know, you watch how people field. You look at the kinds of fields they set. You look at how they attack, and you think, okay, what of that can we incorporate?
Yeah, I mean, when the World Cup was on and you shared it with, was it the West Indies and the US last year or the year before, I didn't really know Americans were into cricket, or there was an American cricket scene until I saw that. So it's obviously fairly new to the country, and it's growing.
There's been cricket for quite a while. Having some top-level cricket is a kind of event. Pakistan, Bangladesh, the West Indies have moved to the US, and they've brought their love for cricket. This is why we play on these fields with horrible outfields and, you know, torn up AstroTurf, because we still want to play a game that we love from our youth. We don't have many true American-born players of the game, but you know, Major League Cricket has just finished its second season. That went pretty well. You're seeing some of the top players in the world come over and play in that, because now some of the teams are also part of these kind of IPL alliances. I think that's coming with your 100, isn't it? Yeah. So you're seeing more and more examples of second-generation kids who've been born in the US, but into a family that love cricket, and then they've kind of got into it. And so if you look at the youngster teams for the USA, a lot of great kids coming through. And that I don't think was really there 15 years ago.
And that's really positive, isn't it? Because it's just going to grow and grow and get bigger and bigger, and with the size of the country, it could end up being massive.
And I think one of the other things that helps is generally the folks who've, you know, come over from India have worked very hard, done well for themselves, and they're not afraid to put a bit of money back into supporting kind of community activities. The other sport I play at masters level is field hockey. Hockey, not ice hockey. You know, what we think of as hockey in Britain. And there, you know, there's a gentleman in Phoenix who's put in 2 AstroTurfs because his son liked hockey and he felt that would be good for the community. You know, you see that kind of support. It helps sports grow.
Here is Garlick just comes back for his 6th over, .1. USA ticking over nicely, above 5 on the run rate now, 59 point for naught. CK just guided a lovely shot there, opened up the bat and just dabbed it down to third man a couple of balls ago, and they look like they're staying in control there. The only one interested there was the wicket-keeper, bless him, Andrew Davis. All enthusiasm there on the appeal. So where are the clubs based in the league? Is it all around, or is there one particular area that it's kind of booming in America, or is it all nationwide?
You've got strong regional pockets. LA area, the San Francisco Bay area.
Shot, he's cut that. That's going to be 4. I thought he was going to make 6. Sorry to cut you off there, Peter. That's Great shot there.
No problem. I'm happy to be cut off for a great shot by one of our openers. Then you see Arizona, a lot of activity in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and also Houston, and that's two of the places where we've got significant grass complexes. There's two in Houston, one with two ovals, and another with I think 6 or 7. The Dallas one is where we've taken over a minor league baseball stadium, and it's been converted. It was one of the fields that was used during the T20 World Cup. So we'll actually be playing there in October. We have our sort of over 60 trials that are to start the selection run up to next year's 2026 over 60 World Cup in Toronto.
And is this group the right side of 70? Will you all still be together? Are you kind of using this to build up to that World Cup?
We have everybody here would still be eligible for the over 60. We probably have 6 or 7 very good players who had been on some other tours and weren't eligible for this tour. They'll certainly come into the selection mix. So, nobody has a guaranteed spot. We're all looking to perform.
And that's the way you want it, isn't it? To keep it competitive. Everyone playing for their places. It will keep the standards higher.
Absolutely.
Have you played against the Australians?
Yes, I have. Actually, my first outing for the USA was a couple of years ago. There was a 4-nation in Toronto, and England, Australia, and Canada were there, which was pretty special for me because obviously England is where I was born. Australia know a little bit about cricket, and Canada, my mother actually was Canadian, so it was sort of linking just about a bunch of countries that had some meaning. So that was a lot of fun. The Aussies play hard. They're good blokes to talk to off the field, but on the field, I probably shouldn't comment anymore.
No, we had a fantastic. We started with the Grey Ashes, and the standard, both England and Australia, it has to be said, was unreal. We were quite gobsmacked the first time we followed 60s cricket. The athleticism and the running and the bowling was absolutely brilliant.
And that is something that we're working hard to bring up in the US. A lot of folks still kind of have the skills, but we've realized the physical effort that you have to put in to get the fitness to really get around the boundary. We're not where we'd like to be yet, but we certainly made improvements over the last 18 months, and physical testing is now part of selection. You look at, and I watched some of the Grey Ashes, some of your streams, and it was great to see. But that people are diving and cutting things off, cutting off singles, cutting off fours. We're chasing around the boundary, but we're probably using our feet a little too much still. There's some times we need to get some more behind it.
And how long is your tour? You've got just the Lions and the England side one day, or have you got some more other regional games like you played the Bucks?
Yeah, Bucks was our warm-up, and then we kind of play England, followed by England Lions, and that repeats. So we have 3 games against each of them. So the one warm-up, 3 games against England, 3 against England Lions. Easy games, right?
How have you managed with the jet lag and the travel? Has it been okay?
It was a little hard. One guy left it a little bit late to fly in, and I think it was hard for him. Coming in before the warm-up game, I think has us in decent shape. We have 2 days rest after this, and I think that will certainly help.
Oh, cracking shot.
Beautiful. Vadia, which I've learned is beautiful in Hindi.
All right, well done. Yeah, I've struggled with a couple of the names, I've got to be honest. So what did the skipper say after yesterday's game? Obviously a disappointing defeat. What was said in that little huddle you had out there in the middle?
It's all about learning. We've got to take the things that we did well and look at the other areas and see what we can do to improve. If you look at the last World Cup, we beat a couple of test-playing nations. if you look at numbers here, I think the figure I've heard is there's about 3,000 people playing over 60s county cricket here with all the different teams and leagues and everything. You know, we've really only just moved up from about 60 over 60s to maybe 90. So on numbers, you got us overwhelmed. But you know, we're competitive. We're going to fight. We're going to try and learn and improve. And I think one of the things that's really come home is that there's no reason to say somebody who's 60, 65, or 70 can't do something.
Yeah, and then you turn up here this morning, obviously a really dominant batting performance from England, a couple of centuries, which you've just got to kind of doff your cap to when that happens. So lunchtime, and is there a game plan here, or is it just stick around as long as you can, or are we going for it, or these boys seem to be doing all right. They're at 5.38 run rate. They're not out of it. They're just staying in there. In life.
No, that was something from probably about my first year playing. I just looked at it. I was a goalie in soccer. And yeah, here they gave me gloves. Yeah, that was kind of cool. And I just took to it from the start. So, you know, at school, club. The funny thing, obviously, at club was, you know, I went down, and I was probably 13 years old, to Oakmere Cricket Club in Cheshire. And they had an under-17 team at the time. Well, I was the only one who actually wanted to keep wicket. So at 13, I got to play on that. Then they had an under-21 team, same kind of thing. I mean, you know, I'm standing 25 yards back to these people who are basically twice my size. But, you know, school, played a bit of Cheshire schoolboys and some cricket for the league teams and things like that. But so when I came back into cricket, it was very natural to, you know, update the equipment and get behind the stumps again. Probably the biggest change, obviously, is how helmets have come in for batters and mostly for keepers. I, you know, swear by the helmet when I'm batting, but I really struggled because the peak of the helmet just kind of cut off a little bit of my view with the way I stood. So that's where I started using the plastic field hockey face mask that makes me look a little bit like Freddy Krueger.
I wouldn't go that far. It's not that bad. we got a guy here called Trevor from he does the Silver Stumps podcast, just saying how much your boys are doing. That Chris Bomer out there bowling for Northampton is the joint leading wicket taker in this year's ODI Championship at over 60. So you boys are putting up a real good fight out there.
It's an excellent start, and it's nice. You know, CK had a good knock yesterday. One of our bowlers, Baji, also kind of came through with a really nice, I think it was not out in the 40s. So, you know, it's good to see Ravi in the runs today. He's an important part of our team batting. And, you know, hopefully these two can carry us a bit closer, and then we'll see what the rest of us can do.
And do you bat number 8? I've been given that order. I don't know if that's in order or that's batting order. What number do you come in at?
I'm not sure. I haven't. Okay. I knew it wasn't top 4, so that I was able to walk over and have a chat with you. We'll see. I think yesterday I was 8. I've probably batted anywhere from 3 to 11.
Knowing these two better than we do, just give us a bit of an overview on Ravi and CK and what sort of players they are and what you'd expect if they stay in and really get their eyes in here.
Yeah. Ravi hates to give his wicket away, so he's kind of like a limpet. He's going to stay in there. Give him a bad ball, he'll try and thrash it. But you know, he's quite happy. You bowl him 6 good balls, he'll defend, and then he'll wait for the bad ones. Ravi is probably most comfortable if he's being very aggressive. I think he's probably toned it down a little bit here, feeling that this is key, that he and CK take us fairly deep into the innings.
As we see Razi Ahmed, a little spin bowler coming on. He's had a couple of good games for the Lions already this summer. Just going to come from this grandstand end. And being the wicketkeeper and cricket being new in America, do you have a lot of input into the fielding setting? I saw you changing pretty much every over. There was a kind of little change for the USA team. Are you still tinkering for a formula that works for you, or you you know what you're doing?
I think there's still a lot of adjusting in that our bowlers are probably going to bowl 4 or 5 good balls and over, but there's going to be 1 or 2 that can be dispatched. And the question is always, how much do you set your field for the good ball, and how much do you protect against the bad ball? So there's elements of that. I think Ravi does a good job of working with the bowlers and trying to set the fields. We've got a vice captain, Rizwan, who obviously helps out. And then there's sometimes when from wicket keeper you get a view and a suggestion. More than anything, I'm just trying to do the counting to make sure we've got the right number in and out.
Yeah, I'm just learning about those rules. I dabbled a little bit in cricket when I was about 16, and then turned to golf. So I'm learning all the new rules about it in and out of the circle. And when the Aussies were here, they had a couple of days for downtime. Have you got any trips planned, any sightseeing, or is it focus on the cricket?
Mostly the focus is on the cricket, but I think 2 days from today we're touring Lords, which will be great. So we're looking forward to that. I don't think we've got a game at Lords, but if anybody else wants to show up with their bats, we'll give them a game. Not quite. We sort of have these 3 different sets of games, the 2 in this area, the 2 over towards Cheltenham, and then 2 more Southampton, Bournemouth. I think that when we move from Cheltenham towards Bournemouth, we go just about past Stonehenge, but I'm not sure we've arranged to stop there yet, but I think there could be some serious lobbying going on to take a look there.
Are you staying in Cheltenham then? Are you saying that?
I think somewhere near Cheltenham or Bristol.
Right. That's where I live.
So High Wycombe, we probably have about 5 days at the start of the tour. Then we change to Cheltenham area, and then to, as I say, to Southampton/Bournemouth.
Yeah, that's where I'm from. That's where I'm heading back tonight after this game. So,
gotcha.
Peter, it's been an absolute joy. I'm going to take a break now because it's drinks and I'm on my own. But I hope you're still out there getting your century by the end of the innings. But if you're not,
that sounds good.
I'll drag you over to Sunrise. But it's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoy your time over here in the UK, and it's really, really nice having you lads over here.
Oh, it's fun talking with you. Part of this is wonderful in having broadcasts like this that really spread the games to the worldwide cricket community. So thanks for what you're doing here, and just delighted to be in England.
There you go, ladies and gents. That's Peter Jones, the USA wicketkeeper, ex-Englishman himself, and enjoying his time over here getting some English cricket. So, as I said to Peter, I'm going to have a little break now as we're stranded on my own. Owen's told me he's listening in now. He's not sent me a message. He's on holiday. I'm going to take a little break and I'll join you after drinks.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, brilliant. That was great insight.
That was fun.
Yeah, thank you.
So what do you end up broadcasting? What's the mix of things?
In what sense?
Well, you're here doing this cricket.
Oh, we've all just finished from the University of Gloucestershire. I did sports journalism.
Yeah.
And Newland did film and TV.
Yeah.
So we're just doing this as a bit of at the end of our degree. So yeah, we're looking for jobs basically to get into it. So. Yeah, I've always wanted to live in America. My granddad lived in San Francisco. So since 9/11, you can't get a visa for London money. Very hard. Yeah, we're just looking for.
All the best.
Yeah, brilliant. That was your time. It's amazing. I'm gonna have to crack.
So here we go into the second power play as young Nigel Moore removes his cap to have a bowl from the reservoir end. Umpire David Halley signals to the scorer's box. Jason Corn set his field. And off we go again. Decent first ball there. So we resume, 16th over, USA 76 for naught. It's a lovely chat with Peter Jones there, finding out all about cricket in the US and how it's going. And it's a real growing sport out there, and I'm sure a few more years under their belt they'll be a force to be reckoned with, and certainly Surrey and CK are putting up a real fight here against the English Lions. That was a real turner there from Mr. Moore. Got that just pulling off the surface and getting away from CK's outside edge. Real lively wicketkeeper this, Andrew Davis. I know that Rash Mahmood has said to me several times that he's the strength and depth we've got in the wicketkeeping department. This chap looks real lively, and CK's had a swing and that's gone straight up in the air, and the keeper's going to take it. That's the first wicket there for England Lions here in the one-day game against the USA. CK's gone for a swing there, knocked one up in the air, and Andrew Davis came from behind the stumps to take it. So a great bit of bowling from Nigel Moore to get us underway just after the drinks break. Looks very disappointed, and he's given a lot of insight here to the batsman coming off and the rest of the team, because I think Nigel Moore's getting this ball to do a bit out there, judging by his first 4 deliveries. He's gone ... wicket. He had a bit of a swing at that for one of the first times this innings there, CK, and he just top-edged it. And Andrew Davis was quick from behind the stumps to come out onto the crease and take the catch. Yeah, it certainly is hard work, Rash, if you're listening, doing the whole day on your own. But we're getting a few people to come and help us out, and I'm glad you're doing well wherever you are. So that's the first breakthrough there for the England Lions by Nigel Moore. Figures of 1 for 2 after 1.4 overs. So first blood in the 16th over, and new batsman to the crease. Got to face Nigel Moore here first time out, and he just dabs that away on the offside. Lovely little, opened his bat up and sent it down the offside to third man. Rizwan Sheikh is the man in after CK got out for 27 off the bowling of Nigel Moore. And that's a fantastic over, just 1 run and a wicket taken there. And a lot of the England boys congratulating Nigel on that over there. So it's the start of the 17th over, 77 for 1. England Lions have their first breakthrough, and hopefully that'll spur them on to put a bit more pressure on in the field here. Jason Corn having a good old look at the field here as Razi Ahmed tries to pile the pressure on, having taken that first wicket, having run the single. Rizwan is going to be facing Razi Ahmed. Again, a very strong 6-3 field here by skipper Corn. As I say that, someone else just jogs over here to the offside. So Razi Ahmed comes in, just sends one down, and Rizwan has a bit of a swing and a miss and bounces on the spot in frustration. Felt like he should have put that one away, but yeah, great to hear that Peter Jones and the team have come with the great attitude of learning from these teams that are considered the better sides, England and Australia and over 60s cricket around the world. Great mentality to have, and Ravi Suri saying to the boys after that quite a heavy defeat yesterday that let's learn from the good things and improve the bad things, and it's not all negative, it's they're still on a learning curve and more cricket taking off in the US. Interesting to hear about the wickets as well, that they sometimes play on Hessian mat, which I know is a nightmare. As I touched on at 16, I did it once in Barcelona, playing for my expat school, and it really is a different experience. It was a Hessian mat with a shale outfield, which was not a lot of fun to field on. Certainly wasn't a lot of diving going on then. So 4 dot balls from Razzie. Just curtailing this US run rate now with that wicket. Set the Americans back just a little bit. As Razzie produces 5 dot balls. And yeah, we've got 50 people in the live chat now on YouTube, including Rash Mahmood, who we've enjoyed all summer, and Owen Mason. So spread the word, get people in there. Like Peter Jones said as well, it's a great platform to promote over 60s cricket, and the more people we get on board, the stronger this format of the game will become. And I was amazed when Gordon told me there's over 3,000 over 60s cricketers registered in the country. Very strong county scene, and again, lovely to hear they're all working together. As you see there, the nets here at Royal Ascot, put up just a couple of years ago. I think Chris, the chairman, was telling us a fantastic facility, and as you can see, the kids in the local area really making use of them, and young superstars of the future, I'm sure, will be produced out of those nets. When you've got a facility like that on your doorstep, you can't fail to produce good cricketers. So again, Nigel Moore coming in from the reservoir end. I'm trying to look carefully. He's definitely getting a bit of turn on this ball. Again there, Ravi thought he had that one away, and it just turned to get his bottom edge. And luckily for Ravi, the USA captain, it didn't just squirt through onto his stumps. Just managed to prod it out onto the offside. Another good delivery there from Nigel. He had a great spell against Australia early in the summer. I think he took 4 wickets in a spell, and that's a great ball through there again, just zipping it through. That one Rash talks about, just pushing it through a little bit quicker. And as we get to the people finishing work time, there's a few more youngsters turning up, and that's a great little swept shot there from the skipper. Just slightly leg side there by Nigel Moore, not a lot, but it was just the half volley, and he just swept it over the head of Sanjay Berry and over the boundary rope for 4 runs. So he's ticking along nicely now. That's the US skipper on 44 off 52 balls. America move on to 81 for 1. Obviously Rizwan just coming in and facing 7 balls at the moment. That's a fantastic over. Just that 4 going off it, and 5 dot balls from Nigel Moore. I'm going to change ends here. Razi Ahmed continuing from the grandstand end. And you get a little feel for the beautiful ground rat there on the overhead camera with those nets in the corner. Beautiful setting right in the middle of Royal Ascot Racecourse. We've got the track going all the way around us. One of the nicest grounds we've visited this summer. That's just a little loose one from Razi down leg side, giving the USA 1 more as you see the umpire signalling a wide on your screens. So Razi returns to his mark and throws another one down. That's a better line. Just made Rizwan prod that into the offside in a defensive manner. Oh, it's a half a shout there, they thought, and just snuck through and has gone all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, right behind wicketkeeper Andrew Davis. They thought there was a chance of a catch there, or an LB was something that was appealed for, but just eluded everyone and rolled all the way to the boundary. So that's another 4 on the board for the US. Rizwan Sheikh picking that one up, taking him to 5. And Jason again's having a bit of a chinwag here about the field settings. Nice to see that Jason's staying on his toes, not letting them have it all their own way, the Americans. Nicely played cut shot there from Rizwan, just straight to the fielder though. Razzie has one more left in this over after his first ball was wide. Oh, it's got to be out, yeah. Missed it totally and hit his back leg right in front of the stump. You can't argue with that. I was just about to say, if you watch it on the replay, he's missed it and it's clipped his back leg right in front of the middle stump almost, I think. And fortunately, that's the skipper, Ravi Suri. He's got a walk. He's made 44 and had a really good knock. But I think Nigel Moore's really getting that ball to do stuff out there, and the US team are just struggling with that. And that's really nice. The US players giving Ravi a solid round of applause as he left the field there. Cracking 44 off 54 balls. But Nigel Moore strikes again. Seems to be getting a bit of action out of this surface. New man in at the crease. I think it's going to be CT, if I'm right reading the number on his shirt. Yeah, it's T Samura T. who's come out to bat. Who's down on my list as 12th man, but he's coming at number 4 after the dismissal of his skipper. Just nudged that one away, slightly leg side from Nigel Moore. Just pokes it out there for 1 run. Getting Rizwan back on strike. Ooh, that nearly turned completely away from the bat and took the stumps out. Just got an edge to it there. Rizwan and turned it down to short third man. As the skipper Jason has another chat with Nigel, just bringing that short third man up into slip position after that outside edge from Rizwan. Would have been a catching chance had he been there a ball ago, but he's getting it to turn away from the bat and not necessarily just taking wickets, but he's really curtailing the run rate here. I think when Nigel came in, it was like going at kind of 5.4 on the run rate, and it's down to 4.3 already. He's thrown down a lot of dot balls that the Americans aren't confident enough to play at. And another solid over, 1 run, 1 wicket. Nigel figures of 2 for 8 off 4 overs. Absolutely superb bowling, and there's those youngsters we talked about enjoying the net facility here at this fantastic cricket club. Promoting youth in the game, good for any sport you're involved with. There's another bunch of kids turn up with their bats for practice. Of a Thursday evening, in fact. Which, to be fair, we've seen up and down the country on our summer tour this year. Especially the clubs we've been at on Friday nights, hundreds of kids turning out for the All-Stars. I was a little bit short of that delivery. CT thought about having a little swing at that. I think last minute just changed his mind and dropped his bat down and blocked it. But Razi Ahmed and Nigel really are putting the pressure on these US batsmen. Another 2 dot balls delivered there, and the run rate required now is up to 10.7, which I'm sure the Americans aren't worried about. It's a pretty big total to chase, but like Peter explained, batting out their 45s is probably their aim. Everyone getting a look out there and a bit of a time at the crease. Facing England, one of the best over 60 side in the world at this level of cricket. So 4 dot balls here from Razi Ahmed, really cracking over again. He's 0 for 14 off 4.5. Delivers another dot ball. 1 more there, and he's 0 for 14 off 5 overs, which is superb bowling. And pairing this up with Nigel Moore, they're having a really good spell in the field here, and a very tight England field. They're right in on the batsman, backing themselves that they're not going to hit anything. That got through, wrapped the back pad, but it was down leg side. And that's the end of an over. It's another maiden for Razi Ahmed. And that's the end of the 21st over. United States of America, 87 for 2. Run rate's just clicked into 11. And they're currently going at 4.14. So, see what they want to do here, America. I doubt they'll have a swing and go for it. That's not what they want. I haven't spoke to Peter Jones about them batting out their 45. They want to get the experience. New to the over 60s game. As I'm joined again by Paul Gelder. We missed you at the end of that innings, but what a fantastic total for England Lions there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a brilliant total, 350. Yes, excellent. And the boys did really well, batted really well.
And they've given the US side a mountain to climb here. I just had Peter Jones, the US wicketkeeper, on talking to me, saying really their objective is to bat out their 45. You know, England and Australia being the two best cricketing sides in the world at this level. And this little spell here from Moore and Razi Ahmed are really curtailing the tight bowling and smashing that run rate down.
Yeah, it seemed to. They started off with good intent, and I think there was probably help by pace on the ball as well. You know, with our openers, they found it a little bit easy to score freely. But yeah, these two boys now have really put the shackles on them at the moment.
He's actually one of the bowlers that seems to be getting a little bit of movement, Nigel, on this spin. He seems to be getting stuff happening to him. That's a lovely little cut shot almost there by CT. But Point was there to stop it. I think that's Razi Ahmed at Point, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Razi there, yeah.
But I mean, these figures of a... Oh, that's a good shot. Just clipped off his hips there. Is that going to get all the way to the boundary? Is it going to be stopped? That's a cracking dive.
That's great dive by Phil Hilton there.
Brilliant by Phil Hilton in the outfield. Stopping a certain boundary. And a nice round of applause above his head from Nigel Moore for that. Helping his bowling figures. Yeah, I mean, 2 for 11 off nearly 5 overs is unbelievable bowling.
That's brilliant. Yeah, it's really, really good.
And I was just commenting, the kids turn up for these fantastic net facilities they built at every club we've been to around the country. Cricket's really booming, isn't it? There's kids everywhere playing the game.
It is, yeah, and everywhere we go, there's kids, there's parents bringing the kids along. They're all enjoying it, all getting involved. And especially Fridays, we tend to start early on a Friday at 11 o'clock because the kids have got training, you know. And some grounds we go to, you know, there's in excess of 100 children there, you know. It's unbelievable.
Really does bode well for the future of the game. And I was saying, with facilities like that on your doorstep, you can't help but to produce the next Ben Stokes or Joe Root.
Yes, exactly.
So being inside of the camp here then, Paul, as Razi chucks one down there, just prodded away by the batsman. What's the tactic out there for the England Lion boys?
I think just stop the runs, and I know that they're looking at batting 45 overs, but I think we're looking to put the shackles on them and just stop them from scoring. I think basically. If they're content to bat 45 overs, you know, you do struggle to get some sides out unless they start giving it a bit of a long handle, but they don't seem to be doing that at the moment with Razi and Nigel Moore bowling.
Well, it's hard, isn't it, with this quality bowling?
Is, yeah.
Umpire just signalling a wide there as it's down leg slide slightly by Razi Ahmed. And it's certainly a very attacking field, isn't it? The boys are all right in.
Yes, yeah, and if you notice when we played Australia as the Lions, we looked at attacking them all the time, and that was one thing that we had.
Oh, what a shot that is!
Shot down to deep cow
totally
there. Yeah,
dismissed there by CT. That's a cow corner. Are we calling that?
Yeah, deep cow there.
Bashed it there by. Sorry, that was actually Rizwan's just smashed that over the bowler's head. Had enough. Just Paul Gelder saying they weren't looking like using the long handle.
And then there we go.
Just did that to prove you wrong. Yeah, they're very attacking field. You're allowed, I think, it's a max of 4 in the outside circle at this stage, and you've got 1. So they're Jason really trying to tighten the screw here.
Really squeezing them.
So with that boundary there from Rizwan, the USA move on to 95 for 2. Pity for Razi there. Dot ball, wide dot ball, and then goes for 4. He's just. And there's a bit of that when you're a spin bowler, isn't there? There's a bit of tempting them into play shots and catch them in the deep. See, Jason's just staying a little bit deeper now.
Yeah. I think you've always got to. how can we say, tempt fate sometimes as a bowler. You know, I mean, you can put it on a spot all day long, and they're just gonna pat you back. And sometimes you've got to give it a little bit more air and just change that flight. Maybe roll your fingers over it a little bit more. You've got to take. As a bowler, you've got to take risks, and I think that's probably what Razzie did there. He just offered it up a little bit, and he got full contact with it. But
yeah, it's the risk of being a spin bowler, isn't it? It's kind of your job is to accept you're going to go for a few.
Yeah.
The rewards being when they get one slightly wrong, it's down at fielder's throat if your field's set right, and that's how a lot of spinners get their wickets.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like you said, rightly said, there was Jason went a little bit deeper there just for that ball.
So end of the 23rd, 96 for 2 USA. Really rattling through these overs as well since drinks. Seems to have flown by.
Yeah, you tend to get that as well with spinners on. So the boys are quickly round. You know, they're all fielding quite tight. So they're changing around really quickly.
He seems to just. It looks like he's coming through quick, Nigel. Then it's a bit floaty and there's a turn, and then he'll throw the quick one in just to catch him out.
He does. He does throw that. He's got a good variation. Yeah, he's trying to tempt him. Look.
Yeah, and you've got to stay concentrated in this situation as the batsman. Just one lapse and you're going to miss one, get an LB or chip one up to a fielder.
Yeah, just offered that one up again. Look.
There you go. He's gone
over
for
the
it.
top.
Offered it, and he's got hold of it and knocked it for 4. Fair play to Rizwan. Another boundary. I just feel a couple of spots of rain coming in the side of the tent there, do I? Neela did say there was a 57% chance of rain at 5.
Oh dear.
Thought we'd missed it at 20 to 6. Hopefully it'll blow over. We won't get too much. For the sake of all those kids down in the nets more than anything.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we're undercover here. We're all right.
Yeah, we'll be all right, yeah. Oh,
yes.
that's
Really
ripped off the surface.
It did.
Yeah, Nigel Moore's got one to go there, and with that boundary, United States get the 100 up. 100 for 2. That's a first little milestone in a game like this when you're chasing a big total. Get the 100 up. Pity the skipper got out for his 50, I thought there, Paul.
Yeah, he batted really well, didn't he? Yeah, it was lovely cut shots he was playing there. He batted really well. Yes, he ended up with 46, 47. Yeah.
44, yeah.
44, yeah. Yeah, batted really well, leading from the front, yeah.
Oh, that's a little tickle off the pads, wasn't it? Just got the bat in the way. He's definitely second guessing himself here, isn't he?
Was, yeah, yeah.
So again, another over ticked off. 24 gone. 100 for 2. The USA, as we see a few of the England players having a bit of a chat in the field, discussing plans and the way to get sucker these boys into a shot, I suppose, is it?
Yeah, it's just making mistakes now, isn't it? You know, England bowling tight, bowling the right lines, they've got a good field set, and it's just waiting for them to make a mistake now, be it LBW or hitting one to a fielder.
So we can get some action going here. We've got 52 people watching us live, Paul, including Rash Mahmood and Owen.
And how Rash is going on in Gibraltar, isn't he?
Is he still there, is he?
Yeah, well, last I saw on his Facebook post, he was enjoying himself in Gibraltar.
Nice, I'm sure he'll let us know soon enough on the chat there.
Yeah.
He said he did a few games in a long spell at some tournament, but that one's slightly leg side by Razzie, just flicked off the hips by CT.
Yeah, just wandering through for a single there.
Such fine margins at this level, isn't it? You know?
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be any urgency though at the moment, does there?
No, and like you say, you can't, if they've set their sights on just batting out 45. I'm not saying it's boring, but I'm the kind of player when I played, I'd rather go for it and lose than do this. But you know, I'm sure they've got bigger plans about getting their eyes in and seeing, you know, for them it's a dream. Pete was just saying how much of a dream it is for him to come to England
Yes.
and play
Yeah,
against England.
yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah,
you
that's
forget
right.
that we're a well-respected criticised that people want to play against.
Yeah, I suppose we take it. That's great
Great
delivery
ball.
there from Razzie. Yeah, I think we just take it for granted sometimes, don't we? That, you know, people turn up and it's one of those, don't take it for granted. And yeah, I mean, the guys are doing well after the game yesterday. They seem to be more intent in with the openers than what they did yesterday. But they're doing, you know, they're doing good. They're doing okay at the moment.
Yeah, they started more intent, and I think credit has to go to Razzie and Nigel, because they really have curtailed the run rate since these two came on. They've just bowled with quality, really.
Yeah, really.
0 for 22 into his 7th over here.
Yeah.
Razzie, so they've really sort of squeezed the tap
Yes.
dry for runs, and just by good bowling. And yeah, I was a gobsmacked. I had a good old chat to Ed Gordon-Lennox, because he's a Gloucestershire boy like myself, about the county championship. You mentioned that they've got Suffolk, I think, on Tuesday in the quarters.
Yeah.
Well, the last 16 was the quarters, isn't it? Yeah. And he's saying there's over 3,000 players registered in over 60s cricket in England. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's growing all the time. It's seniors cricket. It's unbelievable, the amount, and we've got more counties, you know, coming into the championship. Even 50s now. We've got the likes of Hertfordshire coming in. They've got a team. So yeah, it's growing all the time.
Yeah, and the plans at foot with the national side, the Lions, has really worked out. Look at the strength in depth, and making that blueprint for you all to work together to sort out the funding, to sort out the programme, to sort out you don't tread on each other's toes, and keep it growing.
Exactly. And then maybe, I know we was having a chat with Ed earlier on, that was maybe looking at doing some regional teams, especially next year, because we don't believe there'll be many touring sides coming over. So a couple of regional teams, and give the Lions and England some games next year.
Yeah, you've had a bit of a bumper summer, haven't you? The Windies and the Grey Ashes and the USA coming over. It's been a glorious summer, really.
It has all started with Scotland at it's close there to Paul Radich, yeah. Didn't see. Did he have his bat down?
Good wicket keeping there.
Yeah,
He wasn't even looking.
yeah,
That was a very good wicket keeping. I mentioned earlier about Rash always goes on about how what a depth in wicket keepers you've got.
Oh yes, yeah, definitely. Andrew Davis. Yeah, I mean he's from just down the road, isn't he? He plays his cricket in Berkshire.
There you are, Rash has just touched base. He says he's back, boys. Thanks for the mention.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
He's had enough pina coladas. He's sent home by Mel, probably. Yeah, it's in a fantastic place, and really good. And what a summer of weather we've had, you know, for England.
Yeah, I think had a day rain. I can't remember having a day rained off. I think the closest we had was 2 weeks ago with the final Ashes game.
Yeah, Australia here has nearly rained off, but we still managed to finish the game on a 20 over basis, and that's the only rain we've suffered doing this media all summer.
Nigel Moore there, hands on hips, just spoiling his figures there with that 4.
Yeah, again, just straight down the leg side too much. And we've got to mention this game coming up. Me and the kids at the campsite last night were just saying we'd love to see the Lions play England. And then Ed Gordon-Lennox has told me, you're in the Tri-Nations.
We are.
You're going to face each other. So we were just wondering how much needles going on there.
There will be some. Yeah. And I think for that game, me and Jason will have free rein to pick our side.
Oh, nice.
So there may be some surprises.
Fantastic. Sounds like real good fun, and that's up in Warwickshire in September time.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it will be. It'll be good. It'll be good. And I don't know whether the Lions have actually played England.
Yeah, I don't think they have. Said Edward. Let's
great
wicket-keeper work again. And who's that chucking that in? That
was Sanjay Berry there with the overhand straight.
Look at this replay here. Benny's got it on camera. He's thrown that in over arm. And again, just talking about the wicket-keeping quality, he's had that stump out the ground as soon as it hit.
Straight there, brilliant.
The ball hit the gloves, and that makes the USA 108 for 3. And I think it's Rizwan's got a walk for 22, hasn't he?
Yeah, looks that way. Yes. Well,
I wasn't. We were busy talking about the Lions. I missed which way they were running. I think it might be CT actually.
yeah, I think you're right. I think it was CT. Yeah.
Yeah, CT's got a walk there for 4 runs, almost taking one for the team almost. But I think that's that pressure being applied, isn't it, by Razzie and Moore?
Yep.
Scoreboard pressure's just got on top of them there. But some fantastic glove work there by
it was great.
Andrew Davis.
Yes. Really, really good. Really quick glove work there.
And what county is Andrew from?
He's from Berkshire.
Okay.
Yes, from Berkshire. He's a local boy.
Local boy, so that's nice for him coming here. Taking that stump in super quick. I was just saying when he had his back to the stumps a minute ago, it's a fantastic bit of glove work. And then he... So the game moves on. 26th over. That was the last. 26 overs gone into the 27th. 108 for 3. And I didn't see who came out there actually. They gave me this batting order, then CT wasn't 12th man. So it's going to be Adate, is he? 31 Rajesh says young Newlet in the van. So I presume that's Adate's going to come in after the run out at number 5 and get us underway with his sleeves on. Just prods that one away. Nice little flick onto the leg side to get him underway, having a little
straight away.
A little shout at Sheik there because he was a bit slow off the mark. Bit of lack of communication there. Just waiting for this scoreboard to update on NV play. Pretty sure Nula's got it. Yeah. Date's come in. Going to back up Sheik here to try and get us a few more runs on the board now. And as we go down the order, I suppose you see more and more flailing shots around the ground, and the lesser batsmen go for a bit more with less discipline.
Long handle merchants, yeah. Still keeping that tight field out at the moment.
Well, even more so now they've had a breakthrough. And it was fantastic fielding, and fair play to Peter Jones's honesty. He was saying how much the fielding's impressed them. He watched the Ashes on stream and said the amount of diving round and singles that were stopped with some real athleticism has really impressed the boys at home watching it there in the USA, and the Lions and yesterday's England team have impressed them as well.
Yeah, a lot of people can't believe that you know, the guys here are 60 plus years old.
Little appeal from Razzie there, but umpire Simon Giles not interested. Yeah, the boy that gets me is Brathwaite.
Yeah.
I mean, watching him warm up stretching makes me feel tired, and he's 20 years older than me.
He is. He's really quick across the ground, and his father apparently was a sprinter back in his home country, Barbados.
Okay.
So it's obviously in his genes.
He's very athletic for a 60-year-old.
Yeah, he's very, very fit.
So couple of little break, very late dab there, just almost on top of his stumps as Idate just got the back way and pushed it towards point. And again, another over rattles by with Razzie and Moore bowling here. So it might be having a change. So 27 overs gone, 109 for 3. Run rate's really dropped off, and run rate requires are really shot up. But as we said, I think the USA side are interested in batting out their 45.
Yeah.
And of course, Jason will want us to get them out before 45.
Well, he would like to, but you know, at least the USA are getting some batting time, and we're getting some bowling. You know, I'd look at a couple of the new guys, you know, bowling just to see how they are. And
Yeah, and you made a good point. Ed Gould-Lennox, I mean, they look slightly better today from yesterday with a couple of bit better fielding, bit better bowling, bit better batting. So, you know, they're going to get stronger and stronger as the summer goes on.
yes, definitely, and we found that with Australia when you know the first game that they played, that they was a little bit jet lagged, and they got stronger and stronger as the tour went on, and the USA will do the same. You can see from today there was more intent and they're hitting the ball, and they fielded really well. Some of their fielders, you know, running around, grabbing it one-handed and throwing it in, they was fielding really well.
Yeah, and again, Pete was saying how on the back of watching Australia, and they've actually brought in a fitness test to get in the side in their selection process. Is now a fitness test of about your mobility and stuff, and that's just literally on the back of watching Australia England.
Yeah. I think some of the boys won't want that bringing in at the moment for England, but
might have a few dropping out of the squad after a heavy summer. But again, like I said, I mean, you boys play a lot of cricket, don't you?
Yes. So these guys, most of these guys play county cricket on Tuesdays. Some are still playing 50s on Wednesdays, and then they're playing club cricket on Saturdays, and then playing for England and the Lions during the week. So some of them are playing 3 days a week. Jason yesterday, he played yesterday, and he's playing today as well. So.
So their wives must be cricket fans if they get to play that much.
Cricket Widow, I think Cricket Widows, is it?
I'm not on the golf course that much anymore.
Oh, just floated that one up for him to hit again.
And rightly so. I think these lower order batsmen will get sucked into those, won't they?
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
Another maiden for Nigel Moore, 2 for 21 off 8 overs.
That's
absolutely
brilliant,
sublime bowling.
Excellent.
Yeah, really good. Runs per over 2.63. Phenomenal. And they're really putting the squeeze on here. And is it going to be Razzie? I had the slight feeling we're going to have a change at this end now.
Paul Garlick coming back by the looks of it.
Yeah. He came over for a chat earlier and said how much he enjoys getting his line and length right. And that last 2 overs he bowled were absolutely on the money.
Yes, yeah, it is Paul Garlick coming back.
Seems like a nice chap. Plays for Hampshire, he was saying.
Plays for Hampshire, yes, he's good. He's a good bowler. He's nice, quiet chap. He's very good bowler. Very good bowler.
He's going to see us through to the drinks break. I imagine Nigel will bowl his last one out, will he? He won't leave it on the
I would
8,
think, I would think probably he'll bowl Nigel out that end, and maybe Lee Self will probably come on in his place.
Okay. He spin again?
He is, yes, yeah.
Yeah, certainly coming up that slope, it seems to be gripping a bit more.
It does seem to grip a little bit more, yeah.
So what do you boys all do in the winter then? You're going to tell me there's an indoor cricket league now, aren't you?
No. I have other interests in during the winter.
Ooh, good ball. Have a rest, I imagine.
Yeah. Some of the guys do play winter. Some of the guys actually go abroad and play abroad, Australia, New Zealand, some of the guys. Ooh, close.
Warming up for Chris. Just Chris Bomer, just off the field at the moment.
Okay, yeah.
Skipper's telling him to get warmed up. Just putting the pace back on the ball, with after what we said is a little bit of a surprise, Paul.
Yes, yeah, it is. Unless Jason's probably seen something we haven't, and
Jason didn't have a bat. Will he not have a bowl today because he played yesterday, or?
When I spoke to him earlier, he said he would have a ball if he was needed. I did say to him yesterday that he had a bat yesterday, but he said, "Well, I only bat 3 balls." I said, "Yeah, but you had a bat." But I think he had 9 overs yesterday, 9 for 15 or something
great
like
figures
that.
again.
He bowled really well yesterday.
Him and Kev Watson were very economical.
In tandem, bowled really well.
And Mike Palmer's always a very steady bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, they're very frugal with their runs. Kevin and Mike Palmer, Jockey Wilson as well. At the moment, Jockey's injured, so but, it's a good bowling attack.
So Garlick comes in the game for his 5th delivery over. Or was that his 6th? No, 5th. That's 5 dot balls, so he's got straight back into it. He only let 27 go off for his 6 overs before this second spell.
Yep, very economical.
It's interesting to see, as Paul Geldrasane, the Lions manager, with us here. Just putting a bit of pace back on the ball here after the spin was seeming to do bits. That one's missed again, and wrap the pads just down the leg side, I think. It's going to get Paul Garlick another maiden.
Yeah.
And one more over, Paul, before we have a break. Are you any messages you want to send out, or how do people get into 60s cricket? Is it easy? Anyone hearing this and wanting to have a go?
Well, at the moment, like with Chris Bowmer here, he's top of the bowling averages for the county, so he was on our radar, and now just keep getting runs, keep getting wickets. Speak to your county rep as well. We generally have trials, early on in the year, and just get your county rep to put your name forward, and obviously we'll keep looking at your stats, and if we think you're good enough and fit in, then we'll maybe give you a game.
Be on the plane to Toronto before you know it.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. You never know. Right, I need to go now and sort these drinks out.
No, thank you so much, Paul.
All right, no problem.
That's Paul Geldin, the Lions manager, joining us for a lovely chat again. Some beautiful insight and giving us a bit about the cricket that maybe we can't give you without people like Paul joining us and helping us out today, certainly on this occasion. So that's a couple of deliveries down there for Nigel Moore, 2 dot balls. They ran one through there on the 3rd. I was just waiting for the scoreboard to update. 109 for 3 for the USA. Top edge. Oh, it's just chipped over the fielder. He just got the leading edge on it there. And it's gone past, and he's thrown it back. Oh, good bit of fielding that was. Got very lucky there. I don't know if that's on the replay. There you are. Just got the top edge and just popped over the fielder's head, and then it was rifled back in nearly for a run out. Just keeping it down to 1 run, and again, John Moore gets one going through there without the batsman getting anywhere near it. Be a shame he's coming to the end of his spell here. But I know he'll want to just geek another wicket out here at the 2 balls to go. Roundup drinks nicely, that would. He's chipped it in the air, and again, he's got enough on it to go over the inside field. That attacking field that England have set. Gets 4 runs though. Credit for Idat for going for it. Just chipped it up over the leg side. Down towards the nets where all those kids are training their cricket skills. And here comes Nigel Moore for his last delivery of his spell. Just prodded away, probably quite sensibly by Idat. Not getting carried away. That's a lovely spell by Nigel Moore. 2 for 26 in the end, was it, with that 1-4 off the 8 overs. Really economical, taking a couple of wickets as well to make the breakthrough. And in tandem with Razi Ahmed, really kept it down. We're going to have a little break now on the 30 over mark as the players take drinks.
Thank you, Paul. Oh, come on, final push. Yeah. It's just hurting now. Oh. Yeah. So that's drinks taken, and Paul Garlick's going to get us back underway. Just pushed through there by Idat. Oh, it's a good shot, just misfielded there, unusually by an England fielder. They're going to run two. The USA side screaming from the sidelines to take two.
So we're into the third power play era of the game, where they can have another misfield by the England boys, which is very unusual. I don't know if that's going to make the boundary. I think it's stopped just short. USA team have run another 2. So a couple of misfields after the drinks break there by the England boys. USA 116 for 3. Idat's on 4, having faced 14. And Rizwan Sheikh is on 26, having faced 53. Paul Garlick just going for a no ball there. Signalled by the umpire on his third delivery. So the drinks break just shaking the England boys' rhythm here a little bit, maybe. I'm sure Garlick will put that. Oh, he's put it right straight away. One whizzing past the off stump. Past Rizwan's bat. The cries of encouragement coming from around the field for Garlick after that superb delivery. That was too good for Rizwan. As he faces up to face the 4th ball of the over, and he's had a big old swing at that, hooked it onto the leg side and brilliantly picked up there in the field by Chris Bomer. He was given the signal by skipper Jason to warm up just before drink, so got a feeling he might be coming on at the reservoir end after Garlick's over here, which is his 8th. Nice drive through the covers and well fielded, well backed up there as well by Sanjay Berry. And Garlick will just have to bowl that extra ball now for that no ball he delivered. Just pushed away onto the offside by the USA batsman, and that's the end of Garlick's 8th. Nigel Moore finished 2 for 26. Fantastic figures by the spinner from the reservoir end, and indeed it looks like Bomer just marking his run up. Handed his cap to the umpire as we see Garlick putting his cap back on and his pullover. Sure he's going to bowl his 9th over out next at this end. We've had 31 overs, 119 for 3. USA sticking around, which is what Peter Jones spoke to us about. As Paul Garlick just loses his cap there in the wind, as you can see from the overhead camera. Just runs to field down at 3rd man. As he wants to do, normally Jason Cornt just in discussion there with Bomer, arranging his field for how the bowler wants it. Still a really tight field. Most fielders, apart from Paul Garlick inside the circle, so really applying the pressure, trying to get the job done. They're just waving Paul Garlick round to be a bit finer. As he gets to the top of his mark here, shining the ball up. Chris Bomer's going to charge in from the reservoir end. Big cry of go on, Chris. Goes up from the outfield. As the USA batsman Idat takes his mark. Just straying down leg, clipped it off there, and just a misfield from Sanjay Berry. Idat was looking a little bit short of his crease there, but Sanjay Berry missed the ball on the pickup. So they stroll through for another run, the USA side. Bomer Comes in, that just flicks off the pads. Just sliding towards the leg side, but umpire not giving it, and it's another dot ball for Boma. And the umpire's called another no ball there on Chris Boma this time, as he made his run up. Obviously overstepped the mark. Again, another one little leg side, and it's beautifully flicked off the pads there by Rizwan Sheikh for 4 runs. Picked that up really early and flicked off his pads. Down here to fine leg region. Just eluded Sanjay Berry on the way past. And Rizwan's up to 28 off 60 deliveries. 7 wickets in hand, the US. He's had a big swing at that one across the line. Got hold of the ball there, but just stopped at mid-wicket by an England fielder. That one just pushed back there by Rizwan towards the bowler to signal the end of the 32nd over. 121 for 3. As we thought, Paul Garlick's going to come in from this grandstand end for the final time today. Rizwan just pushing that back straight to the bowler. Another dot ball on the card for Paul Garlick. Jason Cornt just pulling Nigel Moore up from third man to go. Kind of two gullies in there now and a slip, looking for the edge here off Paul Garlick, with him trying to play outside his off stump, but that was a little leg side. Push back to Jason Cornt. Gets it in quickly to the wicket keeper. So a fine game, Andrew Davis, with that superb run out off the fielding of Sanjay Berry. I think that prod just been a little airborne there, that Jason Cornt's just moved Nigel Moore into between short leg and mid wicket for that catching opportunities. That one was stopped very well. Sharp ball going straight to the fielder, but did well to get down and stop it. It was Paul Radich, who had a fantastic knock earlier with a century. Very entertaining, listening to him say how they knew they were close to each other in runs and were goading each other on to get ahead of each other. Just flicked off the pads there by the US batsman, Adat. There's 4 dot balls in a row after that boundary. Yeah, for Paul Garlick, last ball of his game. And again, another dot ball, some more fantastic figures for Paul Garlick. It's better the scoreboard's just caught up now. I thought there was one more to come. Oh, well stopped there, but it was a little airborne that, right in that short leg deeper just towards mid-wicket area that Nigel Moore was. It just bounced in front of him. Great captaincy by Jason Corn there, putting him there, and that is Paul Garlick done. 1 off the last over. End of the 33rd over. 125 for 3. And Chris Bowman's going to come in again from that reservoir end, and Trevor let us know that for Northants, Chris Bowman, joint leading wicket taker in this year's over 60s championship. So a lot of class and quality out there. Bowman just unhappy with his run up there after that no ball, no doubt, in the over before. Just lost his mark. Gets back to the top of it. Starts his run in. Rizwan on strike. That one's down the leg side. Clip the pads. Try to flick it around the corner like that shot 2 overs ago. Just missed the ball and clipped the pads. And again, shows the competitiveness of this England Lions side. Jason's just walked around and had another chat with Chris Bowman just to check where he thinks he should be bowling. There's a little fine edge there that's just eluded everyone, and the fielder's chasing it. It's just held up for Paul Radic. Skipped past the wicket keeper and allowed the American side to run 2, I think, there. We just seemed to get to that one, stick in the track, and just popped up a little bit high, almost on the neck of the bat there for Rizwan, but dealt with it well. Just defended it back towards the bowler. Just a few claps and cajoling going on out there now from the England side. Getting to that time in the afternoon when people are feeling it. So, another no ball by Bowman, being called by umpire David Halley. Just losing his rhythm here a little bit, Chris Bowman. As Razi Ahmed walks past me, big smile on his face, happy with today's play, no doubt. That batting performance was superb by the England Lions in the first innings, giving the USA a massive target to climb. And now he's bowled a wide there in the eyes of David Halley, the umpire. So Bowman's going to have to throw down another one. And again, just losing his rhythm a little bit here. The wind is getting up a bit. Don't know if that's just putting him off his run-up. That's a better delivery there, right on the off stump. Just making Edat push it back towards him. That's a lovely little flick off his pads there. What a good shot that was, and that's going to be 4. Don't think he's going to signal for a wide there. But Edat's just clipped that right off in the half volley, right on his boots. Down just wide of fine leg, deep fine leg area really for 4. So all of a sudden, Sheik's on 10, Edat's on 12. Seem to have built a little partnership again here. The US, which is all stuff they're learning about. Just signalling to the boundary men. I don't know what that was about. The batsman just walked here, handed something to one of the substitute fielders. Yeah, whether his jewellery or his watch just broke. Putting him off his stride. Batting, and as Paul Gelder predicted, it's going to be Lee Self coming on here to turn his arm. Try and make a difference, get something different happening in this game. Nigel Moore's bowled out. Paul Garlick's bowled out, so he's going to chuck a few spinners down. I'm surprised he's not at the other end with that upslope we talked about. The ball seems to be digging in a little bit more. Maybe he's a bit more of a skiddy spinner. And again, you see there on your screens, Jason just checking his feels right, checking he's happy with everything. Decided on the plan where they're going to bowl to, how they're going to get this next wicket. It's at that time of the afternoon where everyone's a bit tired, slumpy. A lot of clapping and cheering going on from the England boys. He's gone for the cut shot there, and he's got it through the gap in the field. Lovely little play there, cut shot, and someone's got to slide here and stop it, and they haven't managed to. That's a brilliantly timed force shot there from Rizwan Sheikh. Didn't try and overhit it, just middled it straight through the gap between the two fielders perfectly. They both looked like they were going to get 1 point, and then neither of them did. And on the back of that, Jason's just left. Asked one of the fielders to stay down there on the rope. I think it's Phil Hilson. Just asked him to stay as a boundary rider. Away into the leg side for another single for the USA. Not saying they're getting on top here, but they're certainly having the better of the play since Moore and Razi Ahmed went off. 4th, the first ball, 1 off the second ball of Lee Self. Comes charging in again, trying to get some movement. That's a lovely little clip chop off his pads again. The fielders can get around to it. They're only going to run to 1, but it was well played by the US batsman. Edat just flicked it off his hip. Made some room for himself. Self 2 big steps, then runs in. Going a little bit leg sidey. So Rizwan can turn it off his hip. Get another single. I like the shouts from the US subs are coming in. Good running. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Oh, that was a little bit airborne for a little while. Just went to push that forward and got it on the up a little bit. And a really good full defence there. Chance of run out. He's going to go for it. Threw it in hard, Sanjay Berry there. Took a really good cheeky single there. The American batsman. End of the 35th over. And it's 142 for 3 for the USA team. Just curbing the pressure that England Lions had built a little bit. Stopped the wickets dropping, got the runs going again. After that really economical spell by Nigel Moore and Razi Ahmed. Oh, that was just a bit overpitched there by Chris Bowman, driven straight back past him for the single. So he gets back to his mark there, Chris Bowman, having just gone for a single. And as Chris Bowman comes in here, throwing down another ball, see what the US batsman can do from this. Just tickles it off his hips. Ooh, yeah, sent back there by the other end, quite rightly so. And I'm joined by Mark, Development Officer at Ascot Cricket Club.
Afternoon, Matt.
How are we doing? So, Mark, first, what's your surname?
Ames.
Mark Ames. And what does a Development Officer do then?
The primary work I do is with regards to our club mark. So ensuring all the processes in place to meet that, the ECB accreditation. A lot of that work is in conjunction with the safeguarding officer to make sure all the captains and all the officials and coaches have their DBSs, and we have a set amount of coaches per group of colts and all of that. So that's the main area. But I also get involved in the other areas, sort of from the seniors and the colt side, from an administrative perspective.
So on the back of that, I presume you've been at the club a while?
20 years now, over 20 years now, yeah, been here a long while.
Do you still play? Did you used to play?
I used to play, then broke my leg and ankle, which has curtailed it a few years ago, but still heavily involved and really enjoying it.
And then you must have a part to play in all this fantastic scene at the bottom of the ground here with all these kids playing at this cricket club. It's a bright future for the place.
Exactly, yeah. We've got over 400 members, you know, so the Colts is probably nearly 250. 2 years ago we set up a women's section, and that's grown and doing really well, so that's enjoying. I think like a lot of clubs, you know, participation is doing well. The issue's grounds, trying to find grounds and enough wickets and pitches to play on.
And I think, is it Chris, the chairman, was it? Was telling us last time about the nets being built.
Yep.
Donating local sponsors, that helps the kids' side of things.
Exactly, yeah. We had that done last autumn, so yeah, quite a bit of money, but a lot of sponsorship and also support from Berkshire Cricket and grants.
There's a couple of balls there from Chris Bowman, just floated down the leg side, and fair play to Adat. He's put them both away for 2 boundaries, much to the delight of the USA subs on the sideline. So that all sounds like a lot of paperwork to me.
All electronic now, thankfully. Yeah, I think if it was pen and ink, it would be a nightmare.
And that boundary there just brings the 150 up for the United States. 152 for 3 at the end of the 36th over. So, you know, you're always looking for people at the club. I assume, how do they get in touch? Is there a website they can find you at?
Yes, our website is royalascotcc.com. We're also on Instagram and Facebook and also X, so using the same Royal Ascot CC, so you can find us there. We also have our own YouTube channel, so we do stream our matches as well. So, anyway, you can contact through those channels.
And is the club thriving, or is it hard to raise funds and keep it going?
I'd say we are thriving. I think the financial environment, you can never always, be sort of, 100% certain, but we're doing well at the moment. It'll be interesting to see with the 100 what funds come down to recreational cricket.
Yeah, it's a struggle for a lot of cricket. I was just talking to the chap there who follows a lot of local cricket. How many teams struggle to get teams together? They send the local county cup. A lot of teams drop out after the first round because they can't raise teams. You obviously don't have that problem here with the amount of players I've seen hanging around.
No, we've got 4 leagues sides on the Saturday. We were struggling a little bit for Sunday, but that's suddenly grown again, which is good. But again, we sort of, towards the beginning of the season and the end of the season, we look at the Sunday. But as I say, I mean, the wicket, I mean, we have 3 matches on a Sunday now. We'll have 2 Colts and a women's match on. So, it's just trying to balance the needs of the different sections of the club.
And is that all here at this ground, on this pitch?
We have this ground. We also have a ground, just a council ground, Locks Ride, which is a couple of miles away, which we use. And then there's a couple of other grounds that sometimes we can call upon. But, it would be nice to have a second ground here, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
No, it's fantastic that you're in the middle of the race course, isn't it? What a setting.
It's beautiful. I think, when I sort of... I moved to the area. I was originally from Kent, and I wasn't going to play cricket, but I came down and just sort of the setting. I think that's just why Colt's parents love it down here, because it's safe, it's quiet, but it's just a lovely environment.
And that's all down to you, I suppose, making it safe for the kids to come down and doing the DBS checks and all that.
Exactly. Yeah. Just ensuring. Yeah, it's a good environment.
Nice little shot off the pads there from Irdat. And have you been along today? Have you seen much of the game?
I sort of saw the end of England's first innings. So it's definitely a batter's wicket.
Yeah, it's phenomenal total, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we've had quite a few totals over 300 this year. So yes, as a bowler, I probably wouldn't be liking to bowl here as much now as I used to. So but.
Would you put that down to the dry summer we've had?
Well, I think you spoke to Aaron, our grounds person, who's done a lot of work, and he's done so well in understanding how, he does Datchet Cricket Club as well, and the 2 wickets are very different. Ours doesn't retain water as well, so he's just made leaps and bounds in terms of the playing surface here. So that's done some, the great work. So, but I mean, I think even, he said it's probably been the worst season ever for grounds people. So it's not been great with the lack of rain or too much rain in terms of torrential. It's been hard, but thankfully he's done a great job.
And when you say there would be 3 games on a Sunday, would that all be on the same wicket, or would it change wickets?
Be different wickets. So depending on because the Colts have different yards and everything. So
that gets a lot of use out there then in the middle.
It does, yeah. I mean, there's quite a few wickets out there. Thankfully, it's a big square, but it's also just trying to maintain that balance for the grounds people to, you can't have so many wickets on the go at the same time and needing recovery.
And your first team, I presume they're up there. Are they in the local top league in the Premiership? Or?
No, well, we're in Division 4 of the Thames Valley League at the moment, so we've just gone through sort of a rebuilding phase. The reorganisation probably didn't help us because we were in the same level, but we're in the sort of eastern part of the region, and that's probably tougher than where we were last year, where we just missed out on promotion. But they've had a good run of results, so. Fingers crossed they might get a promotion run in for the rest of the season.
And looking over those kids, my background's golf really, and we always struggle when they go to uni and then they meet a girl and get married or get jobs and don't come back. Do you struggle to retain players from a younger age?
It is difficult. I think, basically up to under 15 we're okay, and then at under 16 obviously GCSE year, and then under 18 to A levels, and I think, you know, a lot more kids go to university than they did 20-30 years ago, so yeah, it can be difficult. We've been lucky, we've managed to recruit some new players, and they tend to bring people along with them as well, so you know, we've got a few that have grown up through the Colt system. We've also had some very successful Colts that have gone on to bigger things, playing at Berkshire level. So we've got Sam Daniel, who Charlie Dunnett. Sam's at Finch Hampstead now, and Charlie's
that's a
at.
fantastic shot. I think that's gone for 6 there off the bowling of Sanjay Braithwaite. There's the replay. Benny's got it for you. He's just hooked it.
Lost ball there, I reckon.
Oh, is it gone over the fence? Has it?
Yeah, I think.
We were at Winchmore Hill yesterday, and that was a challenge, finding the balls in the trees when they went in there. So.
Oh no, he's all right.
He caught the fence. There you go. It's a fantastic shot that was by the USA batsman.
So yeah, so we've you know we've got a successful Colts, and they've gone on to say Sam and Charlie are playing for Berkshire now, which is good. So yeah, it's sort of, you know, it can be difficult at different levels.
I guess it's just an ongoing process. You try and stay on top of it and keep them coming in and recruit when needed.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously with the nets going up, just last year I think Chris said, you know, you're obviously always planning for the future and thinking how you can improve the club. Is that you're part of the committee that does that?
Yes, we are. Yeah, I mean, you know, we've done well in terms of most of the facilities we've got here now, but we're always sort of looking on at what we can do. We've probably come to the end of a natural phase, really, which started with redeveloping the clubhouse, and that's probably, you know, I think the first phase of that got done just when COVID hit, which was a worrying time for every club, I think, at that point. But yeah, so we're now sort of just looking beyond that and what our requirements are.
In all excited chat there, Mark, we missed a run out. So that's been run out there by Bowman for 30. USA moves to 162 for 4. Still trundling along well, doing themselves proud. They've vast improvement on yesterday, and as Ed Gordon and Lennox said earlier in the chat, that you know, they will improve every game, this USA side, and give the England Lions and the England team a harder and harder challenge every game. So to the future, any big plans for the club you can share with us? Have you got anything in the pipeline?
Not anything significant at the moment. As I say, we've just this year sort of come into that end of that phase, and now we'll be sitting down over the sort of autumn and winter looking at what the next phase will be. As I said before, grounds will be something that we look at, and how we can maybe partner with other clubs going forward. That's the sort of you know, just to keep the sort of the growth and maintain the need, you know, that need. As I say, I mean, we'll probably play as a club this year probably nearly 300 matches at all different levels. So, and obviously, you know, hosting several other matches like this one and the Grey Ashes that we did a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, I think it's just ensuring we can sustain that.
And you mentioned the girls earlier. It's a massive growth area in the game, and you're obviously fully behind it. How many girls teams you got? Is it looking healthy?
It is, yeah. We've got girls teams at under 9, 11, 13 and 15 level. So we've got around, I think, about 45 girls. And the women, I think the squad's around 18 to 20. So that's you know, that's growing well from start. So I think, you know, we still would like to build upon that in the next few years. So yeah, it can always be better.
And they play in a local league, do they? There's a women's local league.
Yes, yeah. In Berkshire, we play what is the Women's Softball League. So I think there's around 20 clubs in the area that do that, yeah.
And then you're probably going to say no straight away. I guess you're really quiet in the winter, or is that when you do all your work?
It never stops nowadays. I think it's, you know, if you're not doing, then you're planning. So and looking for the next season. So, you know, if you sort of think January, February time, we're already started looking at the fixture planner and scheduling what's being played at the ground, working with the leagues, you know, and then the Colts, you know, we play in Berkshire, but we also play in the West Surrey Youth Cricket League, so it's quite a big job. And yeah, it's a little bit quieter, but not
a lot with all the work you got to do.
No.
It's, Surrey just gets off the mark with a fantastic 4 there over the boundary. So there's no comeback for your cricket career then after the leg break?
Not at the moment.
Seeing these old boys out there, you don't fancy the over 60s or a 50s? Or
I miss it. I really do. I really miss playing. It's annoying. I'm sort of trying to get mobility back, but whether I'll be able to play again, not at the moment.
Did you come down and watch the Grey Ashes game?
Yes, I came towards the end, so yeah.
I mean, the athleticism of some of those guys for 60s is phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just, yeah, I mean, having seen sort of, you know, different standards, that few of those guys wouldn't be amiss at the top leagues in this area.
Yeah, there's some fantastic players around. Well, thanks for coming and joining us. Well done for your hard work, because your club's in an absolutely fantastic position. And any last messages you want to give out, just give it a shout to our people on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, as I said, thanks for giving a shout out. Yeah, if you're interested, there's a contact form on our website, royalascotcc.com. You know, we're always looking for, you know, players and volunteers. You know, there is a massive volunteer base here, which helps keep the club going. And you can find it's a very sociable club. So I really enjoyed it. As I say, I was considering quitting, and 20 years later, I'm still here. So you know, they brought me back into the cricket fold. Just thank you very much, Matt. Really enjoy speaking to you.
No problem at all, everyone. That's Mark Ames, the development officer here at Ascot Cricket Club. Absolutely superb, and I can. That's a great caught and bowled. I can second that what Mark said. We've been here twice this summer, and it's an absolutely fantastic, very, very friendly cricket club. We've been more than royally looked after the 2 times we visited, and thank you, Mark, for your time today coming and talking to us. So you heard him there. Get on the website if you feel like playing, volunteering or helping out. Do get on the website and put your name forward. It really is a fantastic cricket club, and during all that we've just missed a fantastic caught and bowled there for the England boys, taking the USA to 166 for 5, and I think Self that was, yeah. Sheikh Rizwan, he's had a cracking knock there, to be fair to him, of 40. Just second highest scorer behind the skipper, Ravi. But just in the corner of my eye, caught that. I hope you've got that on YouTube. Rewind it and watch it again, because there's the replay coming up there. He smashed it back at the bowler, and Lee Self got down low and took the catch. And even Rizwan's walking off this, and I don't know how he snaffled that one in. He thought it was 4 runs all day long. But pat yourself on the back, Rizwan. Cracking knock of 40. And they plod on there. The US giving England Lions problems. It's 166 for 5. One more ball from Self in the 39th over, and just to reiterate, Mark Ames, what a lovely chap there, and a fantastic cricket club. He obviously does a lot of work around here to make it run smoothly and make sure it's safe for everyone, most importantly. And as I said, we've been here twice this summer, and we've been looked after like royalty, with fantastic hospitality. And I know the Aussie boys, when they were here, really enjoyed their game here down at Royal Ascot Cricket Club, as that's just nicked away, I think, for 4 runs. No, stopped short of the boundary. Fielder's picked it up. A lovely little flick off the hips there from Peter Jones. Our young wicketkeeper had a chat with us earlier, now out there in the middle. Very varied batting position, he told us. He can bat 3 to 11, so let's see what we get off Peter out in the middle there as he joins the game with the USA 168 for 5. And still on the overhead camera there, you can see in the corner of the pitch there, a bunch of youngsters getting coaching and checking in and enjoying the fantastic facility they built here at Royal Ascot Golf Club, of that Cricket Club, of that amazing net facility. And there's been pretty much someone in there practicing, generally of a young age, from about 2 o'clock today. So what are we on now? 20 to 7. good delivery there from Sanjay Berry. Seemed to struggle with his rhythm first over. Went for 12. Well, those first 2 balls are blinding deliveries. I think that's a wide. I'm not sure he got anything on that. It's going to make the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Umpire signalled 4. And that's it. So I think there was a little nick off that by Prem Suri. He's only had 2 scoring balls, both 4s. So he's obviously up for the charge. Sanjay Berry prepares to come in again. ... 4, he's gone for this over, and he's had a swing at it there. It's going to go straight to the fielder. Unluckily for Sanjay, he did get hold of that, but it was straight to point, who stopped the ball getting to the boundary. Oh, that's out. That's unlucky. That's another one of those that, watch the replay, just popped up off the crease. And he's got a little edge. And again, fantastic work from Andrew Davis. Just dug in the surface, sat up a lot higher than he expected. And Andrew Davis took a cracking catch there behind the stumps. He really has had a good game here today at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. That wicket keeping factory we keep churning out. The England over 60s standard. So Surrey went for 8 in the end, 2 boundaries. We get down into the lower batsman now. But it was a superb delivery. Just that one boundary going on the back of 3 dots. And then I just saw one of those from Nigel Moore that just dug in the pitch and sat up and caught the batsman off guard. And that one just got a little tickle off the edge. And followed up by the great work by Andrew Davis behind the stumps. And again, you see Jason Cont marshalling his fielders with Sanjay Berry. Just trying to get the job done here, and they're just squeezing it tighter here now. The England Lions, trying to get them out for as few as possible. Warming up for that clash against the England team in that Tri-Nation series. I know us lot are all looking forward to that from the University of Gloucestershire. We've been talking all summer what would happen if they played each other, and luckily in September we're going to find out. And if you're around, get yourself up to Yorkshire and Warwickshire and have a watch, because it really is a fantastic standard of cricket, like Mark Ames was saying, gobsmacked by the athleticism and fielding shown at these over 60s games. You know, these players are 59 to 69, so absolutely unbelievable. That's a lovely little tickle, that just over pitch by Sanjay Berry. That's going to go all the way, yeah, for a 4. I'm glad the umpire signalled that, because I certainly heard a little bit bat on it in Gill, who came in and had a good little knock the other day. Very upright batting posture that I commented on. Pardeep Gill just prodded away at that, guided it past Andrew Davis, trickled all the way down to 3rd man for 4 runs to end the 40th over. Sorry, 39th over, we're going into the 40th. USA 172 for 6. The scoreboard's going to update in a minute because Gill's on 4. There we go. Jones is on 2. Sanjay Berry 8 runs and a wicket off that over. And for the 40th, we're going to have Lee Self again. He took that sublime caught and bowled to get rid of one of the best batsmen today, Rizwan Sheikh. So he comes in from the grandstand end, just turns his arm over. Just got to defend it back there by Jones. Pushes it back straight to Lee Self. Shining that ball up on these cricket whites as he gets to the top of his mark. Just see the St George's Cross flapping in the background, the flag. Another delivery, and he's pushed that just down leg, which allows Jones to push it away. Pete Jones came earlier to us, the wicketkeeper for USA. Gave us some time and had a lovely chat. Just hope he can get a few runs on the board. Seemed like a very nice chap, very passionate about over 60s cricket and how much it's building in the USA. Born and bred in Chester before he moved to America when he was about 20. That one sat up a little bit, but he couldn't quite put it away. I think he was looking to, but didn't quite get the connection he wanted. There, Peter Jones, and just had to prod it back to Lee Self, who started with 4 dot balls here. Oh, that's over pitch, and Pete Jones has struck that straight through covers. It's going to be cut off in the deep there by Phil Hilson. And Peter just manages to run through for a single, taking himself to 3 runs. So last ball of his overs, just gone for 1 there, Self, which he'll be disappointed with, but again, fantastic bowling. 1 for 13. Off nearly 4 overs, if you can just put this one safe, and that gill there. It's a really funny batting style, it just gets the job done. Stands very upright, he's a tall guy, he's over 6 foot. Stands with a very upright posture, and just seems to be very flicky with the wrists, but just nudges it around and ticks the scoreboard over. He had a decent score yesterday in a game where they struggled, most of the batsmen. Self's gone for 2 in that over. Takes them to 1 for 14, 4 overs, so good figures. USA are 178 for 6. That's the end of the 41st. 173 to win off 24 balls, which I don't think we're worrying about now at this stage. Fantastic batting earlier by the England Lions. Kind of put the game to bed. A couple of cracking centuries from Mark Eames and Paul Radich. Explained earlier, we had a bit of a giggle in the canteen at lunchtime. Radich explaining they'd worked out they were very neck for neck for runs, and then very disgruntled when Mark went on to make 101 and beat his 100. So fantastic banter though out here as the USA just nudged that one past. Andrew Davis, wicketkeeper, to get a single, who again has had a couple of fantastic bits of play in this game. Brilliant run out, brilliant caught behind, and has kept wicket really, really well. That's another one. The speed they do that with just gets me every time. Takes the ball, which has just missed the edge, and the bails are off in flash. Got to be really on your toes with these England wicketkeepers. All of them we've seen this summer, to be fair. No less than Steve Aston, who had a cracking game again yesterday. And Radich just come up to a deepish slip position. Feeling that he's prodding at the ball here. They might get a little edge, but that's half stop there. Don't think that'll make the boundary, because I think it's Razi Ahmed got a hand to it. It was cut just wide of point, and Razi Ahmed dive just took the sting off the ball. So they only managed to run 2 there, the US. Takes them to 181. They'd love to make the 200 mark. Quite possible. With 3 overs to go. 3 and a bit overs to go. One just goes past the outside edge there. Berry trying to tempt Peter Jones into a shot, with Paul Radich right up in the first slip position now. There you can see in your pictures, Andrew Davis right behind the stumps, Paul Radich at first slip. The fabulous Ascot Racecourse grandstand in the background as he comes down and he drops the bat down on that late. Just push that through a bit quicker there, Sanjay Berry. But that's the end of the over. Just 3 off it, so 1 for 23 off 3 for the England bowler. takes the USA team to 181 for 6. Start the 43rd over. Going to be Lee Self again from the grandstand. He's given that a bit more flight, and Peter Jones is all over that. What a great cricket shot there. Sorry, that was Gill. Again, just flicked his hands and arms at it. Didn't think he was getting anywhere near past Sanjay Berry in the field there, and absolutely flew past him. I guess with his long levers it's possible, but he just seems to get it going with very little effort. Fantastic boundary by Gill, taking him up to 10. Takes his guard again as Lee Self starts his run in the top of his mark. Throws one down a bit flatter. Again, a little flick of the hands around the corner by Gill. Well fielded out there. I think that's Paul Garlick. It's getting quite dark here now with the overhead cloud. Very gloomy, I suppose you'd say, rather than dark. It's a little push again, just past the bowler. Again, Pardeep Gill just flicked at it with his hands. Guided it past Lee Self and ran himself a single in. I'm sure the way that he's trying to get on with this here, Pardeep Gill, he's got that 200 target in mind. And for a new nation to the cricket, and they admit themselves they're not one of the better sides and they're new to it, seeing out their 45 and getting past the 200 mark against arguably one of the top 2 sides in over 60s cricket would be a real landmark for this USA side. And like Ed Gordon said again, they're just looking better and better every delivery, really. Every over they play, they're getting the hang of it, and I think they're going to be a real test for the Lions and England come the end of the day. So Lee Self comes in, chucks one down. Just pushed back by Peter Jones to see the end of the over. Just 5 off it. Lee Self 5 overs bowled. 1 for 19. That's under 4 and over he's going for there. Great economy. Seems to have been a running theme the last 2 days. These England bowlers really being frugal. As Paul Gilder described it earlier, frugal with the runs they give away. So Berryman comes in, throws it armour. Yeah, a little push away there by Pardeep Gill. Hope you can get this on your cameras here. You see when he takes his guard here, Pardeep. Very straight back, very tall. Lovely posture for a golf swing. There you are, look how tall he is, and then just last minute, just pushes his hands at it. Just guides the ball around the ground. I know the England boys struggled for a while to get him out yesterday. Oh, and there's that lever. There's those long levers. He's had a big swing at that and misfielded in the deep. Scream goes out from the England fielder, most unlike the standards we're used to. Can't quite see who that was in the deep, but Gill just lifted it over the bowler's head. Right down there to long off. Okay, lovely little turn around the corner there from Pardeep Gill. I don't think that's going to make the boundary, although the fielders are getting tired at this time of day, and it has just made it there. 4 runs. That was Paul Garlick, who just ran out of steam as the day gets late. Another boundary there for Pardeep Gill. Again, just looks quite unorthodox, but he's starting to stroke this ball around beautifully. 2 in a row. Berry, Pardeep Gill, lovely cut shot, that's quality. Lent on the back foot, straight past point. Another 4 runs, that's 3 in a row, and he's really bringing this home. That takes the USA to 198 for 6. That 200 mark really in reach now, thanks to this fabulous spell by Pardeep Gill. 3 boundaries in a row. Ooh. And here we go, Pardeep. Let's nudge this one away again. Let's get the 200 up. Superb shot, well fielded there by the skipper, Jason Cant. Straight to him, unfortunately, but great over there for the USA. 12 off it, 3 fours for Pardeep Gill. That one there just being replayed again on the overhead camera. See the kids in the corner practicing. USA batsmen having a good old chin wag to decide what's the plan. Come on, Pete. Let's get this 200 mark over the line. He's going to be facing Lee Self. Great spell of bowling. Quite surprised he came on late in the day, this late in the day, Lee, but shows what a pick of riches they've got here in the Lions and England setup. And Pete just steps forward and prods that back with a classic forward defensive shot. That's over pitched. Oh, I thought Pete might have a swing at that, but he just held his nerve. Didn't want to give his wicket away, I'm sure. This close to the end, we're into the last over. Into the last over, so I'm sure he doesn't want to lose his wicket this late stage, but that 200 up against this quality Lions outfit. Just had a swing and missed that and wrapped the pads, but going down leg. Again, 3 dot balls for Lee Self. Quality, controlled bowling. As we head into the last 3 balls of the game, sent down. Pete has a little dabble at it, just prods it forward into covers. Still stuck on 198. Pardeep Gill's going mad at the other end. Come on, let's get that 200. Penultimate ball, Lee Self comes in from the grandstand end, throws it down. Go on, Pete, nudges it. Fielder's on top of it. Well, this is it, Pete. There's no iron team. Fielders will all drop back a bit because they know he's coming for the big one. Try and get that 200. Sends it down. Go on, swing it. Oh, he's just blocked it there. And that's the game. Handshakes there from the wicketkeeper Andrew Davis to Peter Jones. And the Lions come out victorious. USA finish 198 for 6. Not out Pete Jones and Pardeep Gill. Great little knock by Pardeep. I just went to my screen to roll round so I can see what figures we were and we weren't. England win by 153 runs. That was kind of in the bag after those 2 fantastic knocks this morning and 350 put on the board by England. England seniors. Lions won by 152 runs. So that's the result. Fantastic effort by the USA. And as a lot of people have said, a much better performance. And really looking forward to the next few games coming up. We're going to try and grab a chat with the England skipper.
join me out here in the middle with Jason Cant, the England captain, at the back of a 152-run win against the USA side. Give us your reflections.
Yeah, we got a load of runs early doors, which was good, which allowed us to mix the bowlers round. They made a bit of a stab at it, but I'd like to see them be a bit more positive and at least try and chase them early doors.
Do you think we'd see a lot different if they batted first?
I don't think we'd see 350. I think we'd see a few less than that, and that might be what we do later on in the series. But until we see the wicket and what the facilities are and what the team we've got, those sort of decisions can't be made until the time.
And great centuries for Radic and Mark Eames, and some really economical bowling. I was so impressed with the spell from your spinners in the middle there.
Yeah, no, fantastic all-round team performances. Some great fielding. It's not an easy outfield at times, and yes, certainly the platform we got built with the bat enabled the batters later on to just have a go, and that's how we got 350, which is fantastic.
Well done, Jason. A great start to a 3-game series. Congratulations. That was Jason Cant there, England captain. So down here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club this evening, England have come out 152-run winners, and I'm going to have joined by Ravi here. Well done. Good game.
Thank you. It was a better game than yesterday.
I was going to say, I thought a much better improved performance.
Yes. While bowling we didn't do as well. The bat show continued there, but batting-wise, I think we put up a much better show. And as days go on, we hope to continue these positives and show up better in the coming week.
Yeah, I had Ed Gordon-Lennox on commentary, and he said you looked much better today, and he's sure with every game on tour you're going to get better and better.
I really hope so, and I think the first game, at least my key bowler Rajesh, he was jet-lagged, and I could make out that he was not bowling up to his capabilities. But today he bowled much better, and that's a positive sign. And then the batsmen, the very fact that we lasted 45 overs, that's a very good sign.
We'll bring some hairspray next time.